Hazel E. Barnes, Jean-Paul Sartre's Being and Nothingness, Translator's Preface. This is a translation of all of Jean-Paul Sartre's Lighter et Lénine. It includes those selections which in 1953 were published in a volume entitled Existential Psychoanalysis, but have revised my earlier translation of these and made a number of small changes in technical terminology. I should like to thank Mr. Forrest Williams, my colleague at the University of Colorado, who has helped me greatly in preparing this translation. Mr. Williams' excellent understanding of both Sartre's philosophy and the French language, and his generous willingness to give his time and effort have been invaluable to me. I want also to express my appreciation to my friend, Mr. Robert O. Leonard, who has read large sections of the book and offered many helpful suggestions and who has rendered the task more pleasant by means of stimulating discussions which we have enjoyed together. Finally, I am indebted to the University of Colorado, which through the Council on Research and Creative Work has provided funds for use in the preparation of the typescript. In a work as long as this there are certain to be mistakes, since I am the only one who has checked the translation in its entirety. I alone am responsible for whatever errors there may be. I hope that these may be few enough so that the work may be of benefit to those readers who prefer the ease of their own language to the accuracy of the original. Hazel E. Barnes, University of Colorado. Translator's Introduction. It has been interesting to watch existentialism run through what William James called the classic stages of a theory's career. Any new theory, said James, first is attacked as absurd, then it is admitted to be true, but obvious and insignificant. Finally it is seen to be so important that its adversaries claim that they themselves discovered it. Certainly existentialism is way beyond the first stage. As regards Jean-Paul Sartre specifically, it is a long time since serious philosophers have had to waste time and energy in showing that his philosophy is more than the unhappy reactions of France to the occupation and post-war distress. And there are signs that even the third stage has been approached. Chartern, for example, while never claiming that he himself has anticipated Sartre's views, does attempt to show for each of Sartre's main ideas a source in the work of another philosopher. Yet critics of Sartre's works still tend to deal with them piecemeal, to limit themselves to worrying about the originality of each separate position, to weighing two isolated ideas against each other and testing them for consistency without relating them to the basic framework. But one can no more understand Sartre's view of freedom, for instance, without considering his peculiar description of consciousness than one can judge Plato's doctrine that knowledge is recollection without relating it to the theory of the ideas. What critics usually fail to see is that Sartre is one of the very few 20th century philosophers to present us with a total system. One may at will accept or reject this system, but one is not justified in considering any of its parts in isolation from the whole. The new insights which Sartre offers us are sufficiently basic to put all of the familiar concepts in a wholly different light. In a brief introduction I cannot hope to deal with the mass of detailed evidence needed to show the full scope of Sartre's thought, but I should like to do two things. First, I think it would be profitable to consider briefly earlier works of Sartre's which serve as a kind of foundation for the fuller discussion in Being and Nothingness. Second, I should like to discuss a few of the crucial problems presented in the latter work. In connection with the earlier writing, I shall be concerned only with those aspects which seem to me to be significantly connected with fundamental positions in Being and Nothingness. In the second part I am making no claim to presenting a full analysis or exposition of the book but merely offering some general comments as to a possible interpretation of certain central positions. In a Lain article called La Transcendance de l'Ego, S Question Description ph 6 Noms-Nologique 1936, Sartre, while keeping within the general province of phenomenology, challenged Husserl's concept of the transcendental ego. The article does more than to suggest some of the principal ideas of being and nothingness. It analyzes in detail certain fundamental positions which, though basic in the later work, are there hurriedly sketched and or even presupposed. Most important is Sartre's rejection of the primacy of the Cartesian cogito. He objects that in Descartes' formula "I think, therefore I am," the consciousness which says "I am" is not actually the consciousness which thinks. Pages 92. Instead we are dealing with a secondary activity. Similarly, says Sartre, Descartes has confused spontaneous doubt, which is a consciousness, with methodical doubt, which is a Lain act. Pages 104. When we catch a glimpse of a Allahine object, there may be a doubting consciousness of the object is uncertain, but Descartes' cogito has posited this consciousness itself as a Allahine object. The Cartesian cogito is not one with the doubting consciousness but has reflected upon it. In other words, this cogito is not Descartes doubting, it is Descartes reflecting upon the doubting. I doubt, therefore I am as really I am aware that I doubt, therefore I am. The Cartesian cogito is reflective, and its object is not itself but the original consciousness of doubting. The consciousness which doubted is now reflected on by the cogito but was never itself reflective. Its only object is the object which it is conscious of as doubtful. These conclusions lead Sartre to establish the pre-reflexive cogito as the primary consciousness, and in all of his later work he makes this his original point of departure. Now it might seem at first thought that this position would involve a Allahine infinite regress, for if the Cartesian cogito reflects not on itself but on the pre-reflective consciousness, then in order for there to be self-consciousness, it might seem that we should need a cogito for the Cartesian cogito, another for this cogito, and so on ad infinitum. But this would be the case only if self-consciousness required that the self be posited as a Allahine object, and Sartre denies that this is so. The very nature of consciousness is such, he says, that for it to be and to know itself are one and the same. p. 112. Consciousness of a Allahine object is consciousness of being consciousness of a Allahine object. Thus by nature all consciousness is self-consciousness, but by this Sartre does not mean that the self is necessarily posited as a Allahine object. When I am aware of a chair, I am non-reflectively conscious of my awareness. But when I deliberately think of my awareness, this is a totally new act of consciousness, and here only am I explicitly positing my awareness or myself as a Allahine object of reflection. The pre-reflective cogito is a non-positional self-consciousness. Sartre uses the words conscience non posserionnel de soi and puts the de in parentheses to show that there is no separation, no positing of the self as a Allahine object of consciousness. Similarly he speaks of it as a non-thetic self-consciousness. Thetic or positional self-consciousness is conscience de soi, in which consciousness deliberately reflects upon its own acts and states and insofar as is possible posits itself as a Allahine object. The Cartesian cogito, of course, belongs to the second order. In this same article Sartre lays down two fundamental principles concerning the pre-reflective consciousness which are basic in his later work. First, he follows Husserl in holding that all consciousness is consciousness of something. That is, consciousness is intentional and directive, pointing to a transcendent object other than itself. Here is the germ for Sartre's later view of man's being in the world, for his ontological proof of the existence of a being in itself which is external to consciousness. Secondly, the pre-reflective cogito is non-personal. It is not true that we can start with some such statement as I am conscious of the chair. All that we can truthfully say at this beginning stage is that there is a consciousness of the chair. The ego, including both the I and the me, does not come into existence until the original consciousness has been made the object of reflection. Thus there is never a Allahine ego consciousness but only consciousness of the ego. This is, of course, another reason for Sartre's objecting to the primacy of the Cartesian cogito, for Descartes was actually trying to prove the existence of the I. According to Sartre, the ego is not unconsciousness, which is utterly translucent, but in the world, and like the world it is the object of consciousness. This is not, of course, to say that the ego is material but only that it is not a subject which in some sense manipulates or directs consciousness. Strictly speaking, we should never say my consciousness but rather consciousness of me. This startling view is less extreme than it at first appears. It does not mean that consciousness is general, a universal panpsyche. The consciousness is even at the start particular, for the objects of which it is conscious are particular objects and not the whole universe. Thus the consciousnesses of two persons are always individual and always self-consciousnesses, but to be individual and to be self-conscious does not mean to be personal. Another way of putting it is to say that the ego is on the side of the psychic. Pages 106. Sartre makes a sharp distinction between the individual consciousness in its purity and psychic qualities, by which he means what is ordinarily thought of as the personality. What he calls the popular view holds that the ego is responsible for psychic states, for example, love, hate, and that these in turn determine our consciousness. The reality, he claims, is exactly the reverse. Consciousness determines the state, and the states constitute the ego. For example, my immediate reaction of repulsion or attraction to someone is a consciousness. The unity which the reflective consciousness establishes between this reaction and earlier similar ones constitutes my state of love or hate. My ego stands as the ideal unity of all of my states, qualities, and actions, but as such it is a law-in object pole, not a subject. It is the flux of consciousness constituting itself as the unity of itself. Pages 100. Thus the ego is a synthesis of inferiority and transcendence. Pages 111. The inferiority of the pre-reflective consciousness consists in the fact that for it to know itself and to be are the same, but this pure inferiority can only be lived, not contemplated. By definition, pure inferiority cannot have a law-in outside. When consciousness tries to turn back upon itself and contemplate itself, it can reflect on this inferiority but only by making it a law-in object. The ego is the inferiority of consciousness when reflected upon by itself. Although it stands as a law-in object pole of the unreflective attitude, it appears only in the world of reflection. Less technically, we may note that the ego stands in the same relation to all the psychic objects of consciousness as the unity called the world stands in relation to the physical objects of consciousness. If consciousness directs itself upon any one of its own acts or states, upon any psychic object, this points to the ego in exactly the same way that any physical object points to the world. Both world and ego are transcendent objects in reality, ideal unities. They differ, however, in that the psychic is dependent on consciousness and in one sense has been constituted by it, whereas objects in the world are not created by consciousness. As for the I and the me, these are but two aspects of the ego, distinguished according to their function. The I is the ideal unity of actions, and the me that of states and qualities. Three consequences of this position should perhaps be noted in particular: one, because it is a view which Sartre later explicitly abandoned; the other two, because, although merely suggested, in this article, they form the basis for some of the most significant sections of Being and Nothingness. First, Sartre claims that once we put the I out of consciousness and into the world in the sense that it is now the object and not the subject of consciousness, we have defeated any argument for solipsism. For while we can still say that only absolute consciousness exists as absolute, the same is not true for the personal I. My I is no more certain than the I of other people. Later, as we shall see, Sartre rejected this as a refutation of solipsism and declared that neither my own existence nor that of the other can be proved, but that both are factual necessities which we can doubt only abstractly. Second, Sartre believes that by taking the I and the me out of consciousness and by viewing consciousness as absolute and non-personal, and as responsible for the constitution of being, as a world and of its own activities as a law-in ego, he has defended phenomenology against any charge that it has taken refuge from the real world in a law-in idealism. If the ego and the world are both objects of consciousness, if neither has created the other, then consciousness by establishing their relations to each other ensures the active participation of the person in the world. Most important of all, there are in Sartre's claim that consciousness infinitely overflows the I which ordinarily serves to unify it, the foundation for his view of anguish, the germ of his doctrine of bad faith, and a basis for his belief in the absolute freedom of consciousness. Consciousness is afraid of its own spontaneity because it feels itself to be beyond freedom. Pages 120. In other words, we feel vertigo or anguish before our recognition that nothing in our own pasts or discernible personality ensures our following any of our usual patterns of conduct. There is nothing to prevent consciousness from making a wholly new choice of its way of being. By means of the ego, consciousness can partially protect itself from this freedom so limitless that it threatens the very bounds of personality. Everything happens as if consciousness constituted the ego as a false image of itself, as if consciousness were hypnotized by this ego which it has established and were absorbed in it. Here undeveloped is the origin of bad faith, the possibility which consciousness possesses of wavering back and forth, demanding the privileges of a free consciousness, yet seeking refuge from the responsibilities of freedom by pretending to be concealed and confined in a law-in already established ego. In the Psychology of the Imagination, a treatise on phenomenological psychology which was published in 1940, we find the basis for Sartre's later presentation of nothingness. The main text of the book is concerned with the difference between imagination and perception. Sartre rejects the opinion commonly held that imagination is a vague or faded perception. He points out that frequently the objects of both are the same, but that what distinguishes the two is the conscious attitude toward the object. In the conclusion he raises a question of much broader significance than the problem of effecting a phenomenological description of imagination. He asks two questions. One, is the imaginary function a contingent and metaphysical specification of the essence consciousness, or should it rather be described as a constitutive structure of that essence? 2, are the necessary conditions for realizing a law in imaginative consciousness the same or different from the conditions of possibility of a consciousness in general? Throughout the book Sartre has been stressing the fact that in imagination the object is posited either as absent, as non-existent, as existing elsewhere, or as neutralized, not posited as existing. Now in order to effect such a positing, consciousness must exercise its peculiar power of annihilation, the adversarian. If a law-in object is to be posited as absent or not existing, then there must be involved the ability to constitute a law-in emptiness or nothingness with respect to it. Sartre goes further than this and says that in every act of imagination there is really a double annihilation. In this connection he makes a law-in important distinction between being in the world and being in the midst of the world. To be in the midst of the world is to be one with the world as in the case of objects, but consciousness is not in the midst of the world, it is in the world. This means that consciousness is inevitably involved with the world both because we have bodies and because by definition consciousness is consciousness of a transcendent object, but that there is a separation between consciousness and the things in the world, for consciousness in its primary form, as we saw earlier, is a non-positional self-consciousness. Hence if consciousness is consciousness of a law-in object, it is consciousness of not being the object. There is, in short, a power of withdrawal in consciousness such that it can annihilate in case with a region of non-being the objects of which it is conscious. Imagination requires two of these annihilating acts. When we imagine, we posit a world in which a law-in object is not present in order that we may imagine a world in which our imagined object is present. I do not imagine a tree so long as I am actually looking at one. To accomplish this imagining act, we must first be able to posit the world as a synthetic totality. This is possible only for a consciousness capable of effecting annihilating withdrawal from the world. Then we posit the imagined object as existing somehow apart from the world, thus denying it as being part of the existing world. Hence the imaginative act is constituting, isolating, annihilating. It constitutes the world as a world, for before consciousness there was no world but only full, undifferentiated being. It then annihilates the world from a particular point of view and by a second act of annihilation isolates the object from the world as out of reach. Once we accept this view of imagination, the answer to Sartre's two questions is clear. Obviously the conditions of possibility for a law-in imagining consciousness are the same as for consciousness in general. Clearly the imaginary function is constitutive of the essence of consciousness. To conceive of a non-imagining consciousness isn't possible, for if consciousness could not imagine, this could only be because it lacked the power of negating withdrawal, which Sartre calls annihilation, and this would result in so submerging consciousness in the world that it could no longer distinguish itself from the world. If it were possible to conceive for a moment a consciousness which does not imagine, it would have to be conceived as completely engulfed in the existent and without the possibility of grasping anything but the existent. Pages 271. In this early book Sartre had already linked the ideas of nothingness and freedom. In order to imagine, consciousness must be free from all specific reality, and this freedom must be able to define itself by a being in the world which is at once the constitution and the negation of the world. Pages 269. This means that consciousness must be able to effect the emergence of the unreal. The unreal is produced outside of the world by a consciousness which stays in the world, and it is because he is transcendentally free that man can imagine. Pages 271. In the Emotions 1939, Sartre again discusses consciousness, constitution and organization of the world, and from a different point of view, but the underlying ideas of the total involvement of consciousness in any of its acts and its possibility of choosing freely the way in which it will relate itself to the world remain the same. As we should expect, he completely rejects the idea that emotions are forces which can sweep over one and determine consciousness and its actions. Emotion is simply a way by which consciousness chooses to live its relationship to the world, on what we might call the everyday pragmatic level of existence. Our perception constitutes the world in terms of demands. We form a sort of hodological map of it in which pathways are traced to and among objects in accordance with the potentialities and resistances of objects in the world. Thus, if I want to go out into the street, I must count on so many steps to be taken, furniture to be avoided, a door to be opened, etc. Or to put it on a non-material level, if I want to persuade someone of a course of action, I must not only plan to use language which means more or less the same to him as to me, but must observe certain rules of intersubjective relations if I am to appeal to his reason rather than to his prejudice. I must approach him in terms of his experience instead of referring to what he does not know, etc. In short, the objects which I want to realize appear to me as having to be realized in certain ways. The world of our desires, our needs, and our appears as if it were furrowed with strict and narrow paths which lead to one or the other determined end, that is, to the appearance of a created object. Pages 57. It might be compared to a pinball machine in which the ball which one wants to end up at a certain defined spot must arrive there by following one of several possible paths filled with pits and barriers. All of this is a law in anticipation of the hierarchy of instrumental complexes which Sartre describes in detail in Being and Nothingness, and which is vital to his discussion of the body, our situation in general, what he calls our facticity or our being there in the world. It is important to note that although this hodological map depends to a large extent on external brute matter and is hence to a significant degree the same for all people, still it is in part dependent on a constituting consciousness. This is true first because without any consciousness there could be no such meaningful organization, but it varies in meaning also according to the object aimed at and the attitude of the consciousness regarding the object. Thus the door may be a means of access to the outside, or if locked, a protection against unwanted guests. The appearance of the environment and its organization vary according to whether I walk or drive. Finally, Sartre claims, I may choose to ignore or neglect this instrumental organization altogether, and it is here that emotion enters in. I may, in a fit of temper, so to speak, refuse to pull the handle of the pinball machine, or say that the ball reached its destination even when it went into the wrong hole, or to put a law in extreme case, break the glass and put the ball where I want it, or state that I had never intended to pull the handle anyway. This world with its hodological markings is difficult, and if the situation becomes too difficult, if my plans meet with utter frustration, I may seek to transform the whole character of the world which blocks me. Since I cannot do so in actuality, I accomplish a parallel result by a sort of magical transformation. Emotion is a transformation of the world. When the paths traced out become too difficult, or when we see no path, we can no longer live in so urgent and difficult a world. All the ways are barred. However, we must act, so we try to change the world, that is, to live as if the connection between things and their potentialities were not ruled by deterministic processes, but by magic. Pages 58. Reconstruct new ways and relationships. But since we cannot do this by changing the world, we change ourselves. In certain cases we may even faint, thus magically and temporarily annihilating the world by nullifying our connection with it. Even ILS emotions fall into this same pattern, since in joy we try to possess all at once and as a whole a desirable situation which, if it is to be really experienced, must be achieved slowly and in terms of instrumental organizations. In summary, emotion is a consciousness personal relation to the world, and as such can be temporarily satisfying, but it is fundamentally ineffective and transient, with no direct power to affect the environment. In the three works just considered, Sartre shows clearly that he is not following very closely the line of thought laid down by Husserl and his followers, although in all three, as well as in the case of Being and Nothingness, Sartre calls his approach phenomenological. In these examples, however, we find very little of what we have become accustomed to think of as inseparably connected with existentialism, namely, a concern with the living person and his concrete emotions of anguish, despair, nausea, and the like. Actually, until the publication of Being and Nothingness, Sartre's concern with men's happiness and unhappiness, their ethical problems, purposes, and conduct was expressed largely in his purely literary works. Of these, the novel, Nausea 7 1937, is richest in philosophical content. In fact, one might truthfully say that the only full exposition of its meaning would be the total volume of Being and Nothingness, but amidst the wealth of material which might serve as a sort of book of illustrations for existentialist motifs, there are two things of particular significance. First, there is the realization on the part of the hero, Roquentin, that being in general and he himself in particular are de trop. That is, existence itself is contingent, gratuitous, unjustifiable. It is absurd in the sense that there is no reason for it, no outside purpose to give it meaning, no direction. Being is there, and outside of it nothing. In the passage in which this thought is especially developed, we find Roquentin struggling with the idea that things overflow all the relationships and designations which he can attach to them, a view which Sartre developed later in the form of a theory of a transphenomenality of being. Furthermore, Roquentin realizes that since he is a law inexistent, he cannot escape this original contingency, this obscene superfluity. We were a heap of living creatures, irritated, embarrassed at ourselves. We hadn't the slightest reason to be there, none of us. Each one, confused, vaguely alarmed, felt de trop in relation to the others. De trop was the only relationship I could establish between these trees, these gates, these stones. In vain I tried to count the chestnut trees, to locate them by their relationship to the Villeta, to compare their height with the height of the plane trees. Each of them escaped the relationship in which I tried to enclose it, isolated itself and overflowed, and I soft, weak, obscene, digesting, juggling with dismal thoughts. I, too, was de trop. Even my death would have been de trop. De trop, my corpse, my blood on these stones, between these plants, at the back of the smiling garden, and the decomposed flesh would have been de trop in the earth which would receive my bones, at last, cleaned, stripped, peeled, proper and clean as teeth. It would have been de trop. I was de trop for eternity. Pages 172 to 173. This passage is echoed in Being and Nothingness, where Sartre uses almost the same words to describe being in itself. Being in itself is never either possible or impossible. It is. This is what consciousness expresses in anthropomorphic terms by saying that being is de trop. That is, the consciousness absolutely cannot derive being from anything, either from another being, or from a possibility, or from a necessary law, uncreated, without reason for being, without any connection with another being. Being in itself is de trop for eternity. Pages 68. In the later work, Sartre sharply contrasts this unconscious being with being for itself or consciousness, but the contingency which Roquentin expresses still remains in the fact that while the for itself is free to choose its way of being, it was never able either to choose not to be, or to choose not to be free, nor is there any meaning for its being, other than what it makes for itself. A second important theme in the novel is the concept of nausea itself. Nausea is the taste of my facticity, the revelation of my body to me and of the fact of my inescapable connection with being in itself. In the novel, Sartre is concerned primarily with the sensations accompanying Roquentin's perception that through possessing a body he partakes of the existence of things. The thing which was waiting was on the alert. It has pounced on me, it flows through me, I am filled with it. It's nothing, I am the thing. Existence, liberated, detached, floods over me. I exist. It's sweet, so slow and light you'd think it floated all by itself. It stirs, it brushes by me, melts and vanishes, gently. There is bubbling water in my mouth, I swallow it, it slides down my throat, it caresses me, and now it comes up again into my mouth. Forever I shall have a little pool of whitish water in my mouth lying low grazing my tongue, and this pool is still me, and the tongue and the throat is me. Pages 134. Inches. Being and Nothingness. Sartre, probably fortunately, is not so much concerned with the sensations by which our facticity is revealed to us, but the concept underlies his discussion of the body. Furthermore, it is in connection with the study of facticity that he presents the most detailed analysis of the problem of freedom, for it is the limitations offered by man's connections with external being which offer the most serious threat to Sartre's view that the for itself is absolutely free. In Being and Nothingness, which has L. Eder et Lenin appeared in France in 1943, Sartre has incorporated the views which I have mentioned here, as well as a number of less important themes found in scattered short stories and essays. The basic positions have not been really changed, but they have been enriched and elaborated and worked into a systematic philosophy. The subject matter of this philosophy is as all-inclusive as the title indicates, and throughout a large part of the book the treatment is fully as abstract, yet we might also say that it is a study of the human condition. For since man is the being by whom nothingness comes into the world, this means that man himself is being and nothingness, and before he has finished, Sartre has not only considered such concrete problems as love, hate, sex, the crises of anguish, the trap of bad faith, but he has sketched in outline a Laoian approach by which we may hope to ascertain the original choice of being by which real individuals have made themselves what they are. The underlying plan of this comprehensive description is comparatively simple. In the introduction, which is by far the most difficult part of the book, Sartre explains why we must begin with the pre-reflective consciousness, contrasts his position with that of realism and of idealism, rejects any idea of a noumenal world behind the phenomena, and explains his own idea of the transphenomenality of being. He then proceeds to present his distinction between unconscious being in itself and conscious being for itself. 8 Obviously certain difficulties arise, in particular, since the two types are radically different and separated from another. How can they both be part of one being? In search of a Laoian answer, Sartre in Part 1 focuses on the question itself as a question and reveals the fact that man or the for itself can ask questions and can be in question for himself in this very being because of the presence in him of a nothingness. Further examination of this nothingness shows that non-being is the condition of any transcendence toward being. But how can man be his own nothingness and be responsible for the upsurge of nothingness into the world? We learn that nothingness is revealed to us most fully in anguish, and that man generally tries to flee this anguish, this nothingness which he is, by means of bad faith. The study of bad faith reveals to us that whereas being in itself simply is, man is the being, who is what he is not and who is not what he is. In other words, man continually makes himself, instead of being, he has to be. His present being has meaning only in the light of the future toward which he projects himself. Thus he is not what at any instant we might want to say that he is, and he is that toward which he projects himself but which he is not yet. This ambiguity provides the possibility for bad faith, since man may try to interpret this evanescent is of his as though it were the is of being in itself, or he may fluctuate between the two. In Part 2, Sartre, using this view of the for itself as a nothingness and as a Laoian always future project, discusses the for itself as a pursuit of being in the form of selfness. This involves the questions of possibility, of value, and of temporality, all of which prove to be integrally related to the basic concept of the for itself as a Laoian internal negation of being in itself. But if the for itself is a relation to the in itself, even by way of negation, then we must find some sort of bridge. This bridge is knowledge, the discussion of which concludes Part 2. Since no full presentation of knowledge is possible without consideration of the senses, we are referred to the body. Part 3 begins with a discussion of the body, and we soon perceive that one of the principal characteristics of a body is that it causes me to be seen by the other. Hence Part 3 is largely devoted to the study of being for others, including descriptions of concrete personal relations. Finally, our discovery of our relations with others shows us that the for itself is a Laoian outside, that while never able to coincide with the in itself, the for itself is nevertheless in the midst of it. And so at last in Part 4 we return to the in itself. We are concerned with the in itself from two fundamental points of view. First, how can we be in the midst of the in itself without losing our freedom? Here we find the fullest exposition of Sartre's ideas on freedom and facticity. Second, we discover that our fundamental relation to being is such that we desire to appropriate it through either action, possession, or the attempt to become one with it. Analysis of these reactions leads us to the question of our original choice of being, and it is here that Sartre outlines for us his existential psychoanalysis. This completes the book save for the conclusion, in which Sartre suggests various metaphysical and ethical implications which may emerge as the result of his long pursuit of being, and also promises us another work in which he will further develop the ethical possibilities. Obviously the most strikingly original idea here presented, as well as the unifying motif of the entire work, is the position that consciousness is a nothingness, yet as a nothingness it is also a revelation of being. Aside from the paradoxical nature of this position, we are immediately puzzled as to how to relate it to the traditional theories of idealism and realism, and I think that perhaps our best approach to the whole question of the negativity of consciousness is to observe just how Sartre himself believes that he can hold a theory not open to the objections generally directed against either of the others. His philosophy is not idealism, not even Husserl's brand of idealism, as he points out, because being in no way creates consciousness or is in any way dependent on consciousness for its existence. Being is already there, without reason or justification. It is not exhausted by any or by all of its appearances, though it is fully there in each one of its appearances. That is, it does not serve as a sort of phenomenon with a noumenon behind it. It always overflows whatever knowledge we have of it, just as it is presupposed by all our questions and by consciousness itself. This transphenomenality of being means that the object of consciousness is always outside and transcendent, that there is forever a resistance, a limit offered to consciousness, a law in external something which must be taken into consideration. Nevertheless, we have not substituted a realistic position for the idealistic, for without consciousness, being does not exist either as a totality in the sense of the world, the universe, or with differentiated parts. It is a fullness of existence, a plenitude which cannot possibly isolate one part so as to contrast it with another, or posit a whole over against its parts, or conceive a nothing in opposition to which it is everything. It is simply undifferentiated, meaningless massivity. Without consciousness there would not be a world, mountains, rivers, tables, chairs, etc. There would be only being. In the sense there is no thing without consciousness, but there is not nothing. Consciousness causes there to be things because it is itself nothing. Only through consciousness is there differentiation, meaning, and plurality for being. There is a tendency among some of Sartre's critics to criticize him for this view of consciousness as negativity, as though it were somehow a slight to the dignity of the human being and made things more important than people. Such a law-in objection seems unreasonable in the light of the tremendous consequences of this nothingness. The more difficult problem, as it seems to me, is how to account for these consequences without being false to the premise that consciousness is wholly negative, that is, without making it into a very formidable something. For when Sartre speaks of a nothingness, he means just that, and is not using the word as a misleading name for a new metaphysical substance. Yet the power to effect a nothingness, to recognize and make use of it, appears to be a positivity. If this power belongs to the for itself, are we falling into a contradiction? And if the for itself is a nothingness, then in what sense is it being? In the conclusion, Sartre provides us with a helpful comparison by reminding us of a scientific fiction sometimes used to illustrate the physical principle of the conservation of energy. If, they say, a single one of the atoms which constitute the universe were annihilated, there would result a catastrophe which would extend to the entire universe, and this would be, in particular, the end of the Earth and of the solar system. This metaphor can be of use to us here. The for itself is like a tiny annihilation which has its origin at the heart of being, and this annihilation is sufficient to cause a total upheaval to happen to the in itself. This upheaval is the world. Pages 617 to 618. We can see in this comparison that the for itself is no reality except in so far as it is the annihilation of being. It is, however, slightly qualified in that it is the annihilation of a law-in individual, particular in itself. It is not a general nothingness but a particular privation, a law-in individual non-being, just as we might say, I suppose, that the catastrophe wrought by the annihilated atom would vary in character according to which atom was annihilated. Does this mean then that we have one disintegrated being, or a clear-cut case of duality with the in itself on the one hand and the for itself on the other? Sartre is not altogether clear on this point. He says that in formulating metaphysical hypotheses to guide us in phenomenological psychology, anthropology, and so forth, we may, as we like, keep the old being-consciousness dualism or adopt a new idea of a phenomenon which will be provided with two dimensions of being in itself and for itself. But such hypotheses we may use only as the physicist may employ ad libitum either the wave theory or the quanta theory, that is, not with the idea that either is a law-in exhaustive description but that it is merely a law-in expedient hypothesis within which one may carry out experiments. In other passages Sartre makes it clear that being in itself is logically prior to being for itself, that the latter is dependent on being in itself, both in its origin and in its continued history. In the original annihilation, the for itself is made to be S66 by the in itself. Nothing external to being caused the rupture in the self-identity of being in itself. It occurred somehow in being. Thus the for itself would be a mere abstraction without being, for it is nothing save the emptiness of this being, and hence is not a law in autonomous substance. It is unselbständig. Pages 619. But as annihilation it is, and it is in a priori unity with the in itself. Pages 621. And as a law in effort to make this point more clear, Sartre points out that if we try to imagine what there was before a world existed, we could not properly answer nothing without making both the nothing and the before retroactive. That is, nothing has no meaning without being, for it is that which is other than being. If there were somehow no being, nothing would concomitantly disappear. P. 16. As the emptiness of a particular being, every negation by a reversal of Spinoza's famous statement is a determination. Nothingness takes on a kind of borrowed being. In itself it is not, but it gets its efficacy concretely from being. Nothingness can annihilate itself only on the foundation of being. If nothingness can be given, it is neither before nor after being, nor in a general way outside of being. Nothingness lies coiled in the heart of being like a worm. Pages 21. Thus being in itself is logically prior to being for itself, for the in itself has no need of nothingness since it is a plenitude, but the for itself originates only by means of being and as a rupture at the heart of being. Moreover, the for itself is dependent on the in itself not only in its origin but in its continued existence. We have seen that consciousness is a revelation of being, and that this is because consciousness can make a nothingness slip in between itself and being, or between the various parts of being, thus bringing about a differentiation. We saw also in connection with the psychology of the imagination that this ability on the part of consciousness to separate itself from the world by annihilation enabled it to effect the emergence of the unreal, thus to distinguish between actual and possible, between image and perception, etc. In being and nothingness, Sartre develops consciousness, revealing intuition as being a law in internal negation. A law in external negation is simply a distinction between two objects such that it affects neither. For example, the cup is not the table, but in a law in internal negation, which can exist only in a consciousness, the being making the negation is affected in its being. Thus consciousness perpetually negates the in itself by realizing inwardly that it is not the in itself. It annihilates the in itself both as a whole and in terms of individual in itselfs or objects, and it is by means of knowing what it is not that consciousness makes known to itself what it is. Thus again in its daily existence the for itself is seen to depend on the in itself, for since it is nothing but annihilating consciousness of not being its objects, then once more its being depends upon that of its objects. For consciousness, too, negation is determination. It is important to recall that Sartre says of man that he is the being by whom nothingness comes into the world. He does not deny to man any connection with being. Having noticed how the for itself is dependent on the in itself, we can perhaps see more clearly how Sartre can both declare that the for itself is nothing and yet treat it as if it were a subdivision of being, and devote a volume of more than 700 pages to a discussion of its nature and consequences. By itself the for itself is nothing at all and is not even conceivable, just as a reflection or a shadow which would not be a reflection or shadow of anything could not be conceived, but in relation to being, by being the nothingness of a particular being and thus deriving from the being which it annihilates a sort of marginal, dependent being, it can give a new significance to all of being. Thus the for itself is without any of that fullness of being which we call the in itself, but as annihilation it is. Sartre summarizes this position by saying, for consciousness there is no being except for this precise obligation to be a revealing intuition of something. Pages 618. Immediately he recognizes that this definition is closely parallel to Plato's category of the other as described in the Sophist. We note that with Plato, too, otherness has no being except its being other, but as other it is. In Plato's description we note also the other's characteristic of marginal or borrowed being, the trick of disappearing if considered by itself, its complete separation from being at the same time that it cannot exist independently from being. Sartre feels that Plato failed to see the logical consequence of his position, which would be that such a law in otherness could exist only in the form of consciousness. For the only way in which the other can exist as other is to be consciousness of being other. otherness is, in fact, a law in internal negation, and only a consciousness can be constituted as a law in internal negation. 618 He also criticizes Plato for having restricted both categories being and other to a dialectical genesis in which they are simply genera. Sartre, of course, holds that the for itself is a law in individual venture, and he is speaking of concrete being and living consciousness. Sartre in this discussion of nothingness presents a fairly detailed criticism of both Hegel's and Heidegger's concepts. Hegel he criticizes for never having got beyond the logical formulation of non-being so as to relate it to human reality. Moreover, he objects to Hegel's making the notions of being and non-being contemporary instead of viewing non-being as logically dependent on being, and he objects that Hegel has inadvertently bestowed a being upon non-being. Heidegger, according to Sartre, has realized considerable progress by removing being from nothingness and by seeing both being and non-being as a tension of opposing forces. He is also to be commended for discussing nothingness as a part of human experience and not merely as a law in abstraction, but Sartre feels that Heidegger, by causing the world to be suspended in nothingness, takes away all possibility of accounting for any origin for annihilations. Also the experience of nothingness in dread, which Heidegger describes a law in experience in which one feels, though one cannot intellectually know it, the slipping away of all that is into the nothingness in which it is suspended. This, Sartre says, can in no way explain the infinite little pools of nothingness which make a part of our everyday life. It cannot account for the non-being which is involved in every question, in every negative judgment, in prohibitions, in ideas like destruction and distance. Both Hegel and Heidegger, Sartre objects, have talked about nothingness without providing a being in which this nothingness is founded and which can establish the negations affected by this annihilating power. In short, they both neglect the structure of the human mind or consciousness. I think that Sartre has avoided the objections which he feels must be raised against Plato, Hegel, and Heidegger. In a sense, one might say that his treatment of perception and imagination and knowledge all involve the old logical relationship between determination and negation, that the internal negation itself is a logical distinction. But even if we grant this point, we must recognize that he is doing it in terms of the structure of the mind and not of a law in order effected within the products of the mind or within the world itself. Moreover, he believes that the original choice of consciousness antedates logic itself, that by a pre-logical choice we decide whether or not we will confine ourselves within the rules of logic. In connection with the emotions, we have seen that consciousness may, if it chooses, use its annihilating power for a complete though ineffective and temporary annihilation of the world. Sartre has not restricted the use of nothingness to concepts and relations. He uses it in this discussion of anguish, which reveals considerable indebtedness to Heidegger's treatment of dread. He uses it in this discussion of ethics, where he shows that the particular dilemma of the human being stems from the fact that there is always a nothingness between motive and act, that a motive becomes a motive only when freely constituted by the free annihilation effected by consciousness. And finally, he uses it in this discussion of freedom. Consciousness is free because it is not enough. If it were full being, then it could not be free to choose being. But since it has a law in insufficiency of being, since it is not one with the real world, it is free to set up those relations with being which it desires. Thus the for itself is a revelation of being, a law in internal annihilation of being, a relation to being, a desire of being, and a choice of being. All of these it can be, only because it is not being. There is no question about the fact that Sartre throws the whole weight of being over onto the side of the in itself, but in terms of significance and activity it is the for itself which is responsible for everything, even though it could not be without the in itself. While the comparison is admittedly a bit far-fetched, I cannot help being reminded in this connection of Kierkegaard's reason, which created by the will turns back upon the will to deny it. As I pointed out above, Sartre criticizes Heidegger for restricting his experience of nothingness to special crises and ignoring the host of everyday situations in which it figures. It is interesting, however, to note that Sartre, on the other hand, ignores a law in entire set of special experiences in which the idea of nothingness is tremendously important, namely, the whole history of mysticism. It would be unreasonable to expect him to have written a full essay on mysticism. After all, there is no room for it in his brand of existentialism, but it is a little surprising that he has not considered the subject at all. both because he is so frequently careful to provide his own explanation for phenomena generally considered religious, and because there is in mystic literature much that would have been fruitful for his analysis. I think that if we but glance briefly at that part of the mystic ideal which is pertinent, we find that here, as in connection with his specific treatment of God, Sartre has either consciously or unconsciously taken those elements of experience which for the believer are privileged, which are apart from ordinary living, and which are raised to the level of a Allahine ideal goal, or at least furnished with divine guarantee, and that Sartre has woven these into the everyday data of the human condition. We may note that the mystic's use of the concept of nothingness differs from those already mentioned, in one applying the concept in the form of negative definition to the ultimate reality, the one; 2 presenting the loss of personality, which is a species of nothingness, as a Allahine ideal goal; 3 giving a Allahine irrational, one might almost say sensational cast to the whole experience. Without passing judgment on the validity of the mystic approach, we can at any rate observe that here, as with Sartre, the concept of nothingness, while continuing to be a denial of everything, becomes all-important and heavy with consequence. One may hazard guesses as to how all of this came about. Probably here too it is in part due to observation of the logical interdependence of being and non-being. If the one is to be different from all of being, then it is not being. The loss of self is probably due partly to the same cause. If we are to be one with God, then we must be not self, as well as to a desire to escape from the responsibility for one's own being. Perhaps too, observation of the way in which the senses tend to merge with one another, to become pain or numbness if intensified too much. Also the fact that sound becomes silence if carried too high or too low may have strengthened the feeling that there is a Allahine absolute surrounding nothingness which has somehow significant characteristics. Sartre seems to have reduced all of this to purely human data, whereas the mystic sets up loss of the personality as a goal. Sartre begins with a non-personal consciousness, in one sense our recognition of the existence of this consciousness which transcends our ego is still our salvation, for acceptance of one's absolute freedom is the only existence commensurate with a Allahine honest desire to exist fully as man. But the recognition comes not in ecstasy but in anguish. It is not a merging with a higher power but a realization of one's isolation, not a vision of eternity but the perception that one is wholly process, the making of a self with which one cannot be united. The mystic looks inward and learns to put away the self and find himself united with the One. The For itself seeks to find the self it can never in any final sense possess. The mystic strives to surpass his being in a Allahine absolute nothingness which is somehow fulfilling. The For itself spends its life in a futile pursuit of being and tries in vain to escape the nothingness which it is. We have seen that as nothingness the For itself is not only the internal negation and revelation of being but also the desire and the choice of being. I should like next to examine these last 2 aspects of the For itself, since on these levels we may see more clearly the significance of Sartre's view in relation to theology, which he attempts to supplant, and to psychology, which he would greatly modify. When we view consciousness as desire, we find the same situation which we have encountered before. That is, its essential structure is negative but the results fully positive. Here as always consciousness is consciousness of something. Thus we find now that it is consciousness of its object as desirable. Desire, like value, resides neither in the outside world nor in consciousness. It is a way by which consciousness relates itself to objects of the world. Moreover, just as consciousness is the revelation of particular objects on the ground of the revelation of all of being as the world, so the For itself exists its specific desires on the ground of a fundamental desire of being. Each individual desire, however trivial, has meaning only in connection with one's fundamental relation to being, one's basic choice of one's mode of being, the way in which one chooses to exist. Thus somewhat paradoxically every concrete desire and all desires are concrete is significant to Sartre as indicating the personal character of the individual under consideration, but it is important not by itself alone but because it points to the all-pervasive irreducible desire which reveals to us the person. Sartre's view is that since the For itself in its relation to objects is confronting the in itself, this means that if it desires these objects, it is desiring to appropriate the in itself. In other words, it desires being, either directly in the sense that it wants to assimilate or be assimilated with being and become one with it, or indirectly by first possessing having being in the form of the world. There seems to me to be a slight difficulty here, for on the one hand Sartre seems to say that we can grasp the individuality of the human being by tracking down this irreducible choice. On the other hand, he says that every for itself, with the possible exception of one which has affected a latent existentialist type of catharsis, basically desires to be one with the in itself, thus gaining a latent absolute security and certainty, by being a self, a fullness of being without, however, ceasing to be freely responsible for this self and without ceasing to be aware of, thus founding one's own being. Clearly this desire, as Sartre says, is irrational. One cannot both be beyond the need of self-foundation and be responsible for achieving it. It is both the desire of being caused, hence absolute, justified, and the desire of being the cause. In short, the ideal desired is that causa sui which we call God. Man desires to be God. The religious implications of this position we may examine later. At present we may note that if this desire is true of all or almost all persons, then it is hard to see just how the ultimate choice of being is revelatory of the individual. At most there would seem to be but a few basic types. The answer seems to lie in the kinds of objects by which the individual chooses to work out this basic choice. In this way there is created a latent infinite variety of possibilities for people as we know them. In any case, it may be said that the hypothesis that one's personality is reducible to the basic attitude which is assumed by the for itself confronting the in itself and its own lack of being is no more a threat to the variety of personality structures than the concept of the Freudian libido or the Adlerian will to power. Sartre obviously feels that it is far less so. It is interesting to see how Sartre's general concept of desire comes close to paralleling philosophical positions to which existentialism is basically opposed. Here, as in connection with the notion of nothingness, it is perhaps best not to think that Sartre is borrowing from other systems unintentionally and then perhaps in spite of himself coinciding with them, but rather that he is giving a new interpretation of aspects of experience so basic that he cannot ignore them any more than any other philosopher who would be comprehensive. There is, for example, a sense in which the Sartrean desire parallels the concept of eros in Plato's Symposium. In both writers the individual desire is meaningful only in the larger context of a desire for being, but of course the difference is striking, since the Platonic eros leads one through less important stages to the philosophical vision of absolute truth, whereas Sartrean desire leads only to a non-existent ideal which is basically self-contradictory and irrational. The continued pursuit of this ideal with Sartre is a way of trying to escape from one's self-responsibility and is definitely not man's high destiny, and here desire is positive, if at all, only on the intervening levels. As compared with Plato, Sartre's view might appear the more negative. Whether true or not is, of course, another question if compared with Epicurus. On the other hand, Sartre's position is seen to be definitely opposed to a philosophy which advocated the repression of all but the most moderate desires. Ataraxia is about as far removed from the existentialist ideal of passionate commitment as one can get. The divergency becomes still more apparent if we compare Sartre's view with that of certain Eastern philosophies which identify desire with suffering and advocate the total annihilation of desire as a means of salvation. Here there are two important disagreements. In the first place, with Sartre, to destroy all desire would be to destroy the for itself, not in the nothingness of nirvana but absolutely. A satisfied for itself would no longer be a for itself. The for itself is desire. That is, it is the annihilating project toward a being which it can never have or be, but which as a latent and gives the for itself its meaning. In the second place, desire is not placed on the same level by Sartre and, for example, Buddhism. In the latter, desire is the quality of the lesser personalized self which must be destroyed if one is to realize one's greater non-personal potentialities. But with Sartre, desire in its most fundamental sense belongs not to the psyche but to the non-personal consciousness. Only the derived specific desires are determined and evaluated in terms of the ego, which we may recall, is itself a latent object of consciousness. Here again we find that the goal of Buddhism is part of Sartre's human data. Guilt for Buddhism lies in the specific desires of the personal self. Guilt for Sartre is cherishing the illusion of possessing a latent absolute self. This discussion of desire leads us naturally into another major topic, a second primary aspect of Sartre's work which, fully as much as his emphasis on the negativity of consciousness, is the object of hostile attack and misunderstanding. His atheism. There is a sense in which Sartre has obeyed the requirements of Kierkegaard's either-or more literally than most of his critics. The God he rejects is not some vague power, a lain unknown X which would account for the origin of the universe, nor is it a lain ideal or mythos to symbolize man's quest for the good. It is specifically the God of the scholastics, or at least any idea of God as a specific, all-powerful, absolute, existing creator. Many people who consider themselves religious could quite comfortably accept Sartre's philosophy if he did not embarrass them by making his pronouncement, "There is no God," quite so specific. Some even go so far as to insist that his philosophy is religious because it signifies a lain intense serious concern with ultimate problems and human purposes, and because, contrary to what is often said on other occasions, it includes a sense of human responsibility and sets a high premium on honesty with oneself. This attitude, I think, is mistaken. Sartre's whole endeavor is to explain man's predicament in human terms without postulating a lain existent God to guarantee anything. Those who read him as religious are saying that one may be religious without any non-human absolute. This may be true, but Sartre says in effect that we must call such a position a lain atheistic humanism. Kierkegaard would certainly have agreed with him. Sartre's religious comments fall under two general headings. First, there are those passages in which he specifically attacks the traditional concepts of God and attempts to prove them false because self-contradictory. Second, throughout all of Being and Nothingness there are religious overtones, the use of traditional religious phraseology in contexts such that evidently he is attempting to bring into a lain human framework phenomena frequently held to be religious. The logical arguments focus on three problems. One is the idea of God as a creator self-consistent, and does this leave any room for human freedom? Two, is there a lain inconsistency in the view of God as causa sui? 3. Can God exist outside a totality? In considering the concept of God as the creator, Sartre uses artistic creation as a parallel. The book which I write emanates from me, but once created, it is in a sense no longer mine. I cannot control what use is made of it or what people may think that it says to them. It may say something which I never intended. So with the idea of God the creator, if the creature is still inwardly dependent on God, then he is not separate, not free, not a lain independent existent. But if in his inner being he is not dependent on God, then he no longer can receive from God any justification for his existence or any absoluteness. He does not need the creator. Either man is free and does not derive his meaning from God, or he is dependent on God and not free. For many reasons, some of them already discussed, Sartre rejects the second alternative. He rejects also two other positions closely connected with the idea of God as creator. One of these is Leibniz's view of freedom, according to which God has determined each man's essence and then left him to act freely in accordance with the demands of his essence. Sartre's reply here is to reject the view that this is freedom. He argues that if God has given us a lain essence, this is to determine all our future actions by one original gesture. Thus by implication Sartre once more rejects a creator because of his own fundamental position on the for itself's total freedom. The other point he makes is the result of a lain interview which he says that he had with the Reverend Father Boycellet. Pages 538. Father Boycellet made the statement that the Last Judgment is a kind of closing of the account effected by God, who determines when one is to die, thus making one finally be what one has been irremediably. Sartre agrees that at the moment of death one becomes only his past and hence a lain in itself. The meaning of one's life is henceforth to be determined and sustained only as others are interested in interpreting it, but he denies that one's life is free if a God has been able to determine the end of it according to whether I die before or after completing a great artistic work, or committing a great crime. The meaning of my life will vary greatly. If God is to determine the time, then I shall not have been responsible for making my life what it will have been. Of course, if God does not determine my death, the fact remains that unless I commit suicide, I do not myself determine it. But this undetermined contingency Sartre does not regard as a threat to freedom, rather just one more example of the finitude within which I make myself. The idea of God as a self-cause has already been mentioned in connection with our discussion of desire. A related but slightly different argument is put in terms of necessity and contingency. It runs as follows: if God causes himself, then he must stand at a distance from himself. This makes God's self into something contingent, dependent, but the contingent cannot be God, therefore there is no God. Or starting from the other end, if God is not contingent, then he does not exist, because existence is contingent. Again, we cannot without contradiction look on God as a Allahine intelligent being who both transcends and includes the totality, for if God is consciousness, he is integrated in the totality, and if by his nature he is a being beyond consciousness, that is, Allahine in itself, which would be its own foundation, still the totality can appear to him only as object. In that case he lacks the totality's internal integration as the subjective effort to re-apprehend a self or a subject. Then since God is not the subject, he can only experience it without knowing it. Thus no point of view on the totality is conceivable. The totality has no outside, and the very question of the meaning of the underside is stripped of meaning. We cannot go further. Pages 302. Finally, all these concepts and Sartre's objections to them are seen to involve the principle that man as for itself lives with the constant ideal projected in the form of God of achieving a synthesis of an itself for itself. This is a Allahine obviously self-contradictory ideal, for the essence of the for itself is the power to secrete a nothingness, to be always in the process of becoming, to be about to be. If it is to exist fully, the for itself must forever assert its lack of being in order that it may reveal being, so that there may be being. For the for itself to be one with the in itself would necessitate a Allahine identification of fullness, of being, and non-being, a Allahine identification impossible because self-contradictory. The only way by which the for itself could become in itself would be to cease being for itself, and this we have seen can happen only in death. There are reminiscences of this irrational pursuit in the Freudian longing for the security of the womb, in man's nostalgic desire to regain the lost paradise of oneness with nature, in the mystic's desire to be absorbed in the absolute. One may pick flaws in these arguments. For example, one might argue that Sartre is guilty of repetitio principis in his assertion that being is contingent, or that his example of the work of art could by analogy be used to prove rather than to disprove the case for a divine creator. More important, the religious believer might well assert that God by definition does not have to meet the tests of human logic. Perhaps the more serious attack on religion lies not in these arguments but in Sartre's attempts to show how we can see for so-called religious phenomena a Allahine explanation which would not need to go outside a non-supernatural ontology. It might be said that in so doing he is following the same line of approaches that employed by Freud when he tries to prove that God is a gigantic father image, a projection of the superego. Thus Sartre claims that our idea of the creator is simply a Allahine extrapolation from our recognition of ourselves as manipulators of the instrumental complexes of the world. As each of us forms a center of reference for objects in the world and uses them, so we think of God as a kind of master artisan who stands both as a Allahine absolute center of reference and as the original fabricator of tools. In the same way, the concept of a Allahine omniscient deity arises consequent to our search for a Allahine absolute third who would look at us without being in turn looked at. This need occurs in us, Sartre says, because our only genuine sense of community comes in the form of a Allahine us object when we perceive ourselves along with others forming the object of the gaze of a Allahine other. Our attempt to feel ourselves one with all of mankind necessitates the presence of a third who looks at us all collectively but upon whom no outside gaze may be directed. Interestingly enough, Sartre's view of the relation between the in itself and the for itself presents, as it seems to me, a Allahine old theological problem in new dress, though Sartre in this instance does not point up the connection. The for itself, as I have repeatedly said, is absolutely dependent on the in itself and is a mere abstraction without it, yet the in itself, since it is a plenitude, has no need of the for itself. It is this lack of reciprocity which prevents our seeing and being a perfect synthesis of two moments. If one likes, one may see here the old difficulty encountered by theology. If God is perfect, full being, why did he feel the need to create men? Sartre is up against the same problem. If the in itself is absolute fullness, why should it ever, or how could it ever have affected the whole of being which we know as consciousness? Like many believers, Sartre is forced to accept this as a Allahine ultimate fact, if not a mystery, and offers only a Allahine as if explanation. everything has happened as if being in a Allahine effort to found itself had split and produced the for itself, which is the foundation of its own nothingness but not of its own being. In addition to the passages devoted to the discussion of God, there are offered explanations of other concepts frequently associated with religion. One of the most important of these is Sartre's discussion of guilt. Here we may see a distinction between what I should like to call psychological guilt and existential guilt. Psychological guilt, by which I mean consciousness of doing the kind of wrong which can be avoided and for which one is thus personally responsible, Sartre finds in the conduct of bad faith that consists in not accepting one's responsibilities as a for itself, in seeking to blame someone or something for what one has done freely oneself, in choosing to assert one's freedom only where it is expedient and, on other occasions, to seek refuge in a theory of psychological determinism. It is to pretend that one is born with a determined self instead of recognizing that one spends one's life pursuing and making oneself. It is the refusal to face the anguish which accompanies the recognition of our absolute freedom. Thus guilt is a lack of authenticity, which comes close to being the one new and absolute virtue in existentialism. But rather surprisingly, in a nonistic philosophy we find also a concept of existential guilt, Allahine inescapable guilt, a species of original sin. My original fall is the existence of the other. Pages 263. Both my shame and my pride stem from the fact that I have a Allahine outside or nature, a self which exists for the other and which I am unable to determine or even to know. Thus, although I can never, even if I try, be a Allahine object to myself, I am made a Allahine object for others. It is before the other that I am guilty. I am guilty first when beneath the other's look I experience my alienation and my nakedness as a fall from grace which I must assume. This is the meaning of the famous line from Scripture, "They knew that they were naked." p. 410. Thus the for itself, which is to itself wholly subjectivity, feels itself to be guilty because it is made a Allahine object by another. It is guilty because it consents to this alienation, and again guilty in that it will inevitably cause the other to experience the same alienation. We cannot live without making objects and means of the other, thus transcending his transcendence, and this is to do violence to his subjectivity. Fear before God, says Sartre, comes when one tries to glorify this object state by positing oneself as only a Allahine object before a Allahine absolute subject. Pages 290. But for Sartre this would be a Allahine intensification of one's psychological guilt, for it amounts to a false denial of one's free subjectivity. The reverse situation occurs when one, without rejecting God's existence, tries to make of him a Allahine absolute object by performing black masses, desecrating the host, desiring evil for evil's sake, etc. In this last instance, however, it must be noted that this is to desire evil only in accordance with the conventional definition of it. In many passages where there is no explicit religious association, Sartre seems by his choice of words to indicate such connection. There is, for example, his use of the Kantian three ecstasies. The term inevitably suggests mystic connotations. Desson hints that the concept of three ecstasies may be compared to the Christian Trinity, although he never attempts to carry out the comparison. 171. Do not myself see any possibility of sustaining a direct comparison between Sartre's three ecstasies and the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, but since in each case the ecstasis is that standing apart from self which was the mystic's goal, it seems probable that here as frequently Sartre is offering as part of his description of the human condition a Allahine experience which, in a different context altogether, has been given a religious significance. Sartre's three ecstasies are 1. The ever-renewed internal negation of the in itself by the for itself. This involves the diaspora of the three temporal ecstasies. In the present the for itself is not anything, but it is present to the in itself, in the light of what the for itself chooses to make of the past, by which is meant that which the for itself has been, Allahine in itself, from which it is now separated by a nothingness. The for itself thrusts itself toward the future by choosing the self which it will be. 2. The reflection by which the for itself reflects on its original annihilation, a process known as pure reflection, and on its psychic states in pure reflection. 3. Eating for others, when the for itself realizes that it has a self which exists for the other and which it can never know. Certain other vaguely religious concepts are still more briefly treated. Eternity, for instance, Sartre defines as the ideal value which man is seeking and which is not the infinity of duration, of that vain pursuit after the self for which I am myself responsible. Man seeks a repose in self, the atemporality of the absolute coincidence with himself. Pages 141,142. A sacred object is one which in the world points to transcendence beyond the world. Pages 374. The margin of unpredictability offered by the unforeseen resistance of the in itself is related to the Greek habit of erecting a lain altar to a lain unknown god. Pages 507. A kind of corporeal pantheism too receives its due in Sartre's description of one way in which we may exist our body. If a person chooses to identify himself with the body and its pleasures to the fullest extent possible, this may be interpreted as one method by which the for itself makes the in itself exist. In this case the desired synthesis of the in itself with the for itself will be the quasi-pantheistic synthesis of the totality of the in itself with the for itself which recovers it. Here the body is the instrument of the synthesis. It loses itself in fatigue, for example, in order that this in itself may exist to the fullest. Pages 456. To such passages may be added others in which the mere language suggests that old terms are being deliberately worked into a new framework, thus the process by which the for itself faces up to its true being, a process which Sartre tells us is necessary before one can lead a lain ethical life, is called the catharsis or purification. External objects or beings are revealed as co-present in a world where the for itself unites them with its own blood by that total ecstatic sacrifice of the self which is called presence. Pages 122. Even the proof of the transcendence, the transphenomenality of being, is termed a lain ontological proof. It is as though Sartre were attempting to use a new theological argument to prove the existence of absolute, unjustified, unconscious mass. Sartre's summary of his religious position is brief and to the point. Everything happens as if the world, man, and man in the world succeeded in realizing only a missing God. p. 623. The question has sometimes been raised as to just why, since Sartre's whole interpretation of existence postulates the pursuit of God, he is not willing to go one step further and postulate a God who exists, or if this is asking too much, and actually I think it would in effect overthrow the whole work, then why does he not accept the concept as a valuable myth with inspirational power? While Sartre has never in so many words posed this question and answered it, I think that it is clear what his reply would be. He rejects the notion that God actually exists because the idea appears to him false on logical grounds. He refuses the myth partly because of a CHTERN conviction that we must face reality and not hide behind myths which would tend to blur the sharp edge of the human dilemma. He refuses it also because it is, at least he believes, inevitably accompanied by a belief in absolutes and a theory of a human nature which would determine our destiny, because it conceals the fact that each man must discover and affirm his own values, that there is nothing to guarantee the permanent validity of any one set of ideals as compared with another. The fact that ultimately Sartre's rejection of God is based on rational arguments whether or not his critics are persuaded of their cogency is extremely significant in view of the fact that existentialism is generally regarded as a lain example of contemporary irrationalism. If we examine Sartre's position carefully, we find that it emphasizes both reason and unreason, and in a manner precisely the reverse of what we find in the writings of either the scholastics or the Neoplatonists. In the religious writers we are familiar with the idea that man proceeds within the human sphere by relying on reason, that he may use reason in his initial approach to God, but that the final vision and, paradoxically, the ultimate source of true wisdom is non-rational. All this Sartre completely reverses. When consciousness first chooses its way of being, this is a non-rational, actually a pre-rational choice. The for itself may choose to live rationally, to live by emotion, to deny the validity of logic, to honor only scientific objectivity, to refuse to confine itself within any one attitude. The possibilities are many and varied, but it is clear that Sartre feels that the rational choice is the best one. This was already evident in his treatment of the emotions. The emotional relation, which is a purely personal relation set up by the for itself between it and the in itself, is inadequate because it is ineffective. It cannot, at least not directly, affect the environment and produce lasting results. This is because it is essentially a denial of the instrumental complexes of the world. It refuses to admit the external resistance, what Sartre after Bachelard calls the coefficient of adversity of the in itself. Reason, on the other hand, always takes this organized world into consideration, for by definition knowledge is the one real bridge between the for itself and the in itself. If we may say that reason is consciousness perception of those organizations and relations which the brute universe is capable of sustaining, and that it is the perception of relations established in human products, language, etc., such that any human being may recognize them, that it is also the will to confine oneself within these limits, then certainly in the final analysis Sartre's philosophy is a philosophy of reason. It includes the irrational among its data and recognizes that man's irrational behavior is a lying important part of him, but the final appeal, the standard of judgment is reason. It is true that Sartre regards the universe as being fundamentally without purpose and without any rational organization save what man puts into it, but this is merely to assert that reason is human in origin. Bad faith is essentially irrational because it asserts two mutually contradictory principles, that one is free and that one is not free. Thus contrary to the scholastic who would have man start with reason but ultimately gain salvation by departing from reason even if this means to go beyond reason, the existentialist hero recognizes the irrational nature of his initial choice but saves himself by a rational acceptance of the hard facts of his condition. Hitherto we have for the most part kept ourselves within the confines of ontology, and this is proper since Sartre has subtitled his book a lying essay on phenomenological ontology. Mistakes are often made by those who would treat the work as a metaphysics. Sartre states clearly his distinction between the two ontologies studies the structures of being of the existent taken as a totality. It describes the conditions under which there may be a world, human reality, etc. It answers the questions, how, or, what, and is description rather than explanation. For this reason it can state positively. Metaphysics, on the other hand, is concerned with origins and seeks to explain why there is this particular world, but since such explanations seek to go behind the being which they must presuppose, they can be only hypotheses. Sartre does not disapprove of metaphysical attempts, but he noticeably refrains from engaging in them, yet he does erect a lying edifice of his own on the foundation of his ontology, and this is his unique brand of psychology, existential psychoanalysis. While this does not offer hypotheses to explain the origin of the world or consciousness, it does nevertheless offer hypotheses for interpreting concrete examples of human behavior and principles by which to understand individual personalities. Sartre even speaks longingly of the need for a lying existentialist Freud, who presumably might use this psychoanalysis as the basis for a new therapy. While still deeply indebted to Freud, Sartre has effected a sharper break with the Freudian tradition than any other contemporary psychologist. This break is in every instance linked with his peculiar concept of a free, translucent consciousness as a position which leads him to reject all notions of a lying unconscious with id, superego, and ego, as well as any idea of psychological determinism functioning in terms of a basic libido, will to power, universal Oedipus complex, and the like, all of which Sartre regards as secondary structures. Since Sartre has himself so clearly outlined both similarities and points of disagreement between himself and the followers of Freud, Jung, and Adler, there is no need for me to take up the matter here. I should like, however, to comment on one problem presented by Sartre's view and then to mention briefly some consequences of this new psychology. The most important problem, I think, concerns the question as to just what within Sartre's psychology we are to make of the personality. We are told that through the new psychoanalysis we reach the person, that is, we discover the original choice of a mode of being by which the for itself has related itself to the world. But wherein does this person consist? It seems that it must be the ego and not consciousness, for the latter is non-personal. Yet since it is consciousness not the ego which makes the original choice, and as the for itself realizes in anguish may at any moment replace this first choice of being by a different one, it seems that we have not found the person unless we have reached the pre-reflective consciousness. But how can we have a lying and personal person? Possibly this is quibbling. Perhaps Sartre means that we are to learn about the choice made by the original consciousness, and that obviously we are informed by observation of the ego. This would seem to be the case, particularly since we cannot at any event get inside another's subjectivity. We may also ask about the nature of the unity of this personality. In rejecting the idea of a law in unconscious, Sartre not only insists that there are only conscious acts but claims that the for itself always acts as a whole and hence is a unity, but it is a strange sort of unity since the for itself is never united with itself but always separated from it in the various ecstasies. Actually, the problem may not be as difficult and insoluble as it first appears. Sartre is, of course, not the first philosopher to deny the existence of a self-substance. When he speaks of our pursuit of a self, he means that we cannot say that a particular for itself is something any more than we can say that at any given instant the flying arrow is at the point C on the designated route AZ. The nature of the for itself is rather such that it is continually choosing to project itself toward future possibilities. In this sense it is never united with the self because it is process rather than entity, but we need not take the point of view of certain critics who argue that Sartre is here inconsistent in that he describes the for itself as selfless and then treats it as a law in individualized being. Dessin, for example, discusses Sartre's repudiation of the ego, which in itself is a law in inaccurate representation, so as to try to show that Sartre needs a law in ego-less for itself for ontology, but a personal for itself for psychology, for ethics, and for relations with others. And he claims that Sartre alternates between the two concepts. All of Dessin's arguments are based on the assumption that Sartre, in stating that the ego is not identical with the original consciousness, has taken away any reality of being from the for itself and has given up all right to employ the words I or me. But this is a misconception. In the first place, Sartre has not repudiated the ego. He has only made of it a law in object of the pre-reflective consciousness rather than contemporary with it. But it exists just as much as objects in the world exist. Also, Sartre never denies the existence of a law in active, organizing constituenti, individual consciousness any more than does William James, who likewise rejected consciousness as a law in entity. He merely insists that it is essentially a nothingness which is individualized by its objects but never wholly determined by past objects to a law in extent which would prescribe what it will do with present or future ones. Consciousness can never blot out the fact that it has been aware of certain objects, part of which it has unified within the ideal unity of the ego. At times it may even let itself be trapped by the ego and not actively realize its ability to change its point of view on past objects, but the possibility is there. When Sartre speaks of intersubjective relations, of the phenomenon of bad faith, etc., he is referring to the free consciousness which has been directed towards certain objects, which usually asserts itself consistently with the general character of the ego, but which is not forced to do so. In ordinary experience, consciousness for all practical purposes fully asserts itself through the I, but anguish occasionally warns us that this familiar I is only a screen. Nevertheless, consciousnesses are particular since they appear at a definite time and place, thus annihilating being from a particular point of view. Sartre has warned us, as we said earlier, that strictly speaking one should not say my consciousness but consciousness of me. But if I say consciousness of me and if you say consciousness of me, our consciousnesses are as distinct as the egos of which they are conscious. What then becomes of the unity of the personality in this conception? Consciousness acts as a unity, and since either directly or indirectly through the ego consciousness chooses its way of being, in every external or psychic act in this sense personality is one. But insofar as consciousness may focus on various aspects of the psychic ego, there may result phenomena which look like those of the split personality. In the same way, what seems to be a law in inconsistent act or a sudden conversion may be due to the fact that consciousness has chosen to act in accordance with a law in usually ignored part of its psychic past, or that it has totally transcended the ego and made a new choice of being. The latter is a rare event, but biographies and novels as well as the literature of the mystics attest to its occurrence. It would be interesting to ask what, if we follow Sartre's view, would become of the old Socratic dictum that if a man knows the good, he will necessarily choose it. In one passage Sartre seems to restate Socrates' belief almost verbatim. In this discussion of evil he points out that the for itself is not evil any more than it is good or anything else. For if it were to be evil, it would be a law in itself. The for itself, as Sartre is ever reiterating, is its being only in the mode of having to be or of choosing to be. Now among other possibilities from which it chooses, it may choose to be good, it cannot, however, choose to be evil. If I were to be evil for myself, I should of necessity be so in the mode of having to be so and would have to apprehend myself and will myself as evil, but this would mean that I must discover myself as willing what appears to me as the opposite of my good, and precisely because it is evil or the opposite of my good, it is therefore expressly necessary that I will the contrary of what I desire at one and the same moment and in the same relation, that is, I would have to hate myself precisely as I am myself, I would have to approve myself by the same act which makes me blame myself. Pages 273 to 274. All of this is impossible because since I am my own nothingness, I can never gain the necessary objectivity with regard to myself, yet if one cannot knowingly choose evil, one can be guilty of bad faith and a vice, which somewhat unexpectedly Sartre defines as the love of failure. How is this possible? The answer seems to lie in concluding that a lying individual for itself may not consider bad faith and love of failure to be evils. It is only from Sartre's point of view and ours if we follow him that a person may fail to choose the good, and this is because he does not know what we call evil to be evil. On three other aspects of Sartre's psychology I should like to comment briefly. The first relates to his views on the subjective and the objective as related to the analysis of human character. As pointed out earlier, consciousness cannot take a point of view on itself as a totality. Strictly speaking, any human fact is a subjective fact since any observation of the world is a human subjective observation, but at the same time while Sartre denies that consciousness can make a lying object out of itself, his position allows us to see why the for itself can take just as legitimate and no more so a lying objective point of view on certain of its own states as it can on the states of anyone else or as anyone else can with respect to it. If Pierre and Paul are both considering Pierre's love for a certain woman, they are both considering a lying objective state, for while the immediate impulse is a love consciousness which Pierre is, the state of love is part of Pierre's object ego or at least his psyche. Both he and Paul may view it as a lying object, each judges it in terms of the other objects of which his consciousness is and has been aware. Thus a person may under certain circumstances undertake his own psychoanalysis. He stands before his psyche not in any privileged position but exactly as does the psychiatrist. The relatively higher or lower chances of his success will depend on the practical wisdom which he can bring to bear in his evaluations of his own psychic being. At the same time neither he nor the psychiatrist can analyze the pre-reflective consciousness, the patient because he is this consciousness, the analyst because he can know it only as object whereas its being is pure subjectivity. Both patient and analyst must attempt to judge the acts of his consciousness through its effects as revealed in the outside world and in the ego. Two other psychological positions, original, I believe, with Sartre, are of particular importance in connection with his views on the for itself's relation with other people. The for others, these are his ideas about the nature of the body and about sexuality. In one sense, of course, the body represents man's facticity, his being there in the world. It determines certain physical limits to what the for itself can do within or to the world, and if we speak of its actual chemical make-up, we are considering part of that being with which the for itself as nothingness is forever contrasted. Yet except when it becomes a corpse the body does not actually belong within the province of the in itself, as existed by the for itself it is a psychic object. In fact we might more accurately say that the for itself is its body. Without a body the for itself could have no relation whatsoever with what we call the world, for the for itself is consciousness of objects as seen, felt, etc. In other words, as perceived through the senses. The for itself does not have senses, it is present to the world through the senses, and the world spatially has meaning only with the body as a center of reference, as a for itself, although I can adopt the point of view of a lying other by holding up a hand or foot and looking at it. I experience my body as mine only when I experience the world through it. In this case I do not view my body as a lying instrument which I use as in the old soul-body dualism, but I am this instrument toward which the instruments of the world are pointing and by which the world is revealed as a lying hierarchy of instrumental complexes. If the for itself were not bodies simultaneously with consciousness, the idea of objects as instruments would not make sense. I know my own body not as a piece of in itself with which I am burdened but as being for itself. Thus to say that I have entered into the world, come to the world, or that there is a world, or that I have a body is one and the same thing. Pages 318 inches. This capacity the body serves as a necessary link by which Sartre sets up a cogito of the other's existence. We saw that in La Transcendence de l'Ego Sartre believed that by making the ego a part of the psychic and hence a law-in object in the world, he could refute solipsism. In Being and Nothingness he states that in the earlier article he had been too optimistic. Even if outside the empirical ego there is nothing other than the consciousness of that ego, that is, a transcendental field without a subject. The fact remains that my affirmation of the other demands and requires the existence beyond the world of a similar transcendental field. Consequently, the only way to escape solipsism would be here again to prove that my transcendental consciousness is in its very being affected by the extra-mundane existence of other consciousnesses of the same type. p. 235. As far as reasons and proof are concerned, Sartre is convinced that we can never prove the other's existence. This is because the other is by definition a for itself outside my experience, and proof must be based on what is within my experience. But while we do not prove the other's existence, we encounter him as a factual necessity. Our doubt of his existence is only the abstract doubt which we might equally well apply to our own existence, and it is not persuasive. By a kind of ontological proof Sartre had shown the necessity for acknowledging the existence of the in itself. The existence of the other is not a law-in ontological necessity, for we could imagine, if need be, a world where there were no others. Pages 252. But the other's existence is a contingent necessity. We do not encounter reasons for believing in the other's existence, but we encounter the other and would offer as much natural resistance to solipsism as we would offer to doubts of our own existence. This means that while I cannot prove the fact that the very being of my consciousness is affected by another consciousness, I do in fact experience it. The connecting link here is the body. When I exist, my body in the process of achieving my usual relations with objects in the world, this is my body for me. But the body has two other dimensions as well. There is the body for the other and the body seen by the other. When I behold the other's body, I can interpret its movements only by assuming that it is directed by a for itself, in short by recognizing its psychic quality. But this means that the spatial and instrumental organization of the world which I had effected with my own body as a center of reference is no longer the only possible arrangement. Instead there appears a grouping of objects around the other as center. He has caused a law-in internal hemorrhage of my world which bleeds in his direction. He has stolen my world away from me. Still further development occurs when I experience my body seen by the other. In this case I suddenly realize that I exist as a law-in object for the other, that I possess a self which he knows and which I can never know, and that I am vulnerable to the other, who may anticipate and block my possibilities for action. Thus the revelation of the other is the look. I experience him as subject when he looks at me and as object when I look at him, and upon this unstable shifting of subject and object is erected the whole edifice of Sartrean love, hate, sadism, masochism, and even indifference, all of which together constitute the conflict which is at the basis of all interhuman relationships. While the body is that through which the look is experienced, it is sexuality which, just as much as in Freudian psychology though in a far different way, lies at the origin of all human relations. Like Freud, Sartre believes that the mature sex impulse is the result of a long development, but that sexuality exists even in the very young child. He is, however, entirely original so far as I know when he writes, "Man, it is said, is a sexual being because he possesses a sex," and if the reverse were true, if sex were only the instrument, and, so to speak, the image of a fundamental sexuality, if man possessed a sex only because he is originally and fundamentally a sexual being as a being who exists in the world in relation with other men? p. 383. This amazing statement he explains by a law-in analysis of sexual desire, pointing out first that desire is evidently not necessarily found exclusively when accompanied by the presence of fully developed sex organs. He says that sexual desire is not merely or primarily the desire of physical satisfaction. It is rather the deep-seated impulse of the for itself to capture the other's subjectivity. It tries to achieve this goal by, so to speak, incarnating its own consciousness, letting itself feel itself almost wholly flesh, and so inducing the other to do the same. But this appeal of the flesh to the flesh ultimately fails, not only because satiated desire ceases to be desire, but because in physical possession the lover still knows only his own pleasure and the body of the other. The other's subjectivity can become a part of my experience only in two ways: either as I know myself to be the object of it, or as I look upon it as a lying object. But in neither case do I as subject know him as subject. The reason why I want to get hold of his subjectivity is, of course, to protect myself against the possibility of his making a lying object of me. The fact that both lover and beloved feel this same need accounts for the instability and ultimate failure of love. I am purposely avoiding discussion of the fuller implications of the ethical and social problems touched on in Being and Nothingness. This is not because I feel that Sartre has nothing of importance to say on the subject, or because I agree with those who claim that for itself, as Sartre has portrayed it, no personal or social ethics is possible. It is simply that I believe it unwise to discuss a subject which Sartre himself has told us he is waiting to develop in another work, in the light of numerous statements to the effect that man is a useless passion and that life is absurd, and in view of Sartre's attempt to show that all of the familiar attitudes toward the other, love, hate, masochism, sadism, and indifference, result in failure. It is no wonder that critics have been skeptical as to the possibility of future positive development. Yet it is important to note that Francis Jeanson, in a book prefaced by a letter of approval from Sartre himself, offers the idea that Sartre has described these concrete human projects as they generally are, rather than as they have to be, on the level on which the spirit of seriousness chooses to live. Life is absurd, but the absurdity consists precisely in maintaining life at this level. 18. If consciousness will practice a purifying reflection, it may find possibilities for a new set of ethical values consistent with its total freedom and unlimited self-responsibility. In the absence of more information about this purifying reflection, we are limited to observation of what Sartre has done in applying his philosophical conclusions in literary analyses. There is at least the foundation for a social ethics in a lying article which came out in 1946 called Materialism et Revolution les Temps modernes. Here in his portrayal of the new revolutionary, Sartre lays down a plan for a society which would allow for continual self-transcendence in the direction of greater freedom. As yet the nearest approach to a lying existentialist hero who would represent a lying ideal of personal ethics seems to be Orestes in The Flies. In this play, which is quite obviously a lying attack on the spirit of seriousness and conventional religious views, Orestes refuses to join with the people in their feeling of general guilt and need for atonement induced by the sin of Clytemnestra and Aegisthus, Adam and Eve. He will not be awed by a display of the wonders of the universe, the voice out of the whirlwind. He insists that he became free from his creator at the moment of creation, and he claims that he is not in the universe to carry out any prescribed orders laid down by a god. But what does he offer in return? He insists on accepting full responsibility for each of his acts. He gives up the role of spectator and voluntarily commits his freedom to the cause of the people of Argos. He is willing to give up his peace of mind for the sake of the suffering. He sets out alone to find new paths of action appropriate for man who can no longer discover his destiny by viewing himself as a part of nature's plan. In short, he accepts the tension of absolute freedom and total responsibility. In the play, Orestes does not seem to know quite what course he will follow once he has left Argos, but we can feel sure that he will set a high premium on rational facing up to the facts of the human condition as he sees them, and will work out principles of conduct consistent with his earlier pronouncements. I suspect that at the present moment this is about as far as we are justified in going in making any prediction as to the nature of the ethical discussion which Sartre has promised us. Hazel E. Barnes, University of Colorado. Chapter 3, Concrete Relations with Others. UP. To this point we have described only our fundamental relation with the other. This relation has enabled us to make explicit our body's three dimensions of being, and since the original bond with the other first arises in connection with the relation between my body and the other's body, it seemed clear to us that the knowledge of the nature of the body was indispensable to any study of the particular relations of my being with that of the other. These particular relations, in fact, on both sides presuppose facticity. That is, our existence as body in the midst of the world, not that the body is the instrument and the cause of my relations with others, but the body constitutes their meaning and marks their limits. It is as body and situation that I apprehend the other's transcendence transcended, and it is as body and situation that I experience myself in my alienation for the other's benefit. Now we can examine these concrete relations since we are cognizant of what the body is. They are not simple specifications of the fundamental relation, although each one of them includes within it the original relation with the other as its essential structure and its foundation. They are entirely new modes of being on the part of the for itself. In fact, they represent the various attitudes of the for itself in a world where there are others. Therefore each relation in its own way presents the bilateral relation F or itself for others, in itself. If then we succeed in making explicit the structures of our most primitive relations with the other in the world, we shall have completed our task. At the beginning of this work, we asked, what are the relations of the for itself with the in itself? We have learned now that our task is more complex. There is a relation of the for itself with the in itself in the presence of the other. When we have described this concrete fact, we shall be in a position to form conclusions concerning the fundamental relations of the three modes of being, and we shall perhaps be able to attempt a metaphysical theory of being in general. The for itself as the annihilation of the in itself temporalizes itself as a flight toward. Actually it surpasses its facticity to be either given or past or body toward the in itself, which it would be if it were able to be its own foundation. This may be translated into terms already psychological and hence inaccurate, although perhaps clearer, by saying that the for itself attempts to escape its factual existence, that is, its being there, as a law in itself for which it is in no way the foundation, and that this flight takes place toward a law in and possible future always pursued, where the for itself would be a law in itself for itself first. A law in itself which would be to itself its own foundation. Thus the for itself is both a flight and a pursuit. It flees the in itself and at the same time pursues it. The for itself is a pursued pursuing. But in order to lessen the danger of a psychological interpretation of the preceding remarks, let us note that the for itself is not first in order to attempt later to attain being. In short, we must not conceive of it as a law inexistent which would be provided with tendencies as this glass is provided with certain particular qualities. This pursuing flight is not given which is added on to the being of the for itself. The for itself is this very flight. The flight is not to be distinguished from the original annihilation. To say that the for itself is a pursued pursuing, or that it is in the mode of having to be its being, or that it is not what it is and is what it is not, each of these statements is saying the same thing. The for itself is not the in itself and cannot be it, but it is a relation to the in itself. It is even the sole relation possible to the in itself. Cut off on every side by the in itself, the for itself cannot escape it, because the for itself is nothing and it is separated from the in itself by nothing. The for itself is the foundation of all negativity and of all relation. The for itself is relation. Such being the case, the upsurge of the other touches the for itself in its very heart. By the other and for the other the pursuing flight is fixed in itself. Already the in itself was progressively recapturing it. Already it was at once a radical negation of fact, a law in absolute positing of value, and yet wholly paralyzed with facticity, but at least it was escaping by temporalization. At least its character as a totality to totalize conferred on it a perpetual elsewhere. Now it is this very totality which the other makes appear before him and which he transcends toward his own elsewhere. It is this totality which is totalized. For the other I am irremediably what I am, and my very freedom is a given characteristic of my being. Thus the in-self recaptures me at the threshold of the future and fixes me wholly in my very flight, which becomes a flight foreseen and contemplated, a given flight. But this fixed flight is never the flight which I am for myself. It is fixed outside. The objectivity of my flight I experience as a law in alienation which I can neither transcend nor know. Yet by the sole fact that I experience it and that it confers on my flight that in itself which it flees, I must turn back toward it and assume attitudes with respect to it. Such is the origin of my concrete relations with the other. They are wholly governed by my attitudes with respect to the object which I am for the other, and as the other's existence reveals to me the being which I am without my being able either to appropriate that being or even to conceive it, this existence will motivate two opposed attitudes. First, the other looks at me and as such he holds the secret of my being. He knows what I am. Thus the profound meaning of my being is outside of me, imprisoned in a law in absence. The other has the advantage over me. Therefore, in so far as I am fleeing the in itself which I am without founding it, I can attempt to deny that being which is conferred on me from outside. That is, I can turn back upon the other so as to make a law in object out of him in turn, since the other's objectness destroys my objectness for him. But on the other hand, in so far as the other as freedom is the foundation of my being in itself, I can seek to recover that freedom and to possess it without removing from it its character as freedom. In fact, if I could identify myself with that freedom which is the foundation of my being in itself, I should be to myself my own foundation, to transcend the other's transcendence, or, on the contrary, to incorporate that transcendence within me without removing from it its character as transcendent. Such are the two primitive attitudes which I assume confronting the other. Here again we must understand the words exactly. It is not true that I first am and then later seek to make a law in object of the other or to assimilate him. But to the extent that the upsurge of my being is a law in upsurge in the presence of the other, to the extent that I am a pursuing flight and the pursued pursuing, I am at the very root of my being the project of assimilating and making a law in object of the other. I am the proof of the other, that is the original fact, but this proof of the other is in itself a law in attitude toward the other. That is, I cannot be in the presence of the other without being that in the presence in the form of having to be it. Thus again we are describing the for itself structures of being, although the other's presence in the world is a law in absolute and self-evident fact, but a contingent fact, that is, a fact impossible to deduce from the ontological structures of the for itself. These two attempts which I am are opposed to one another. Each attempt is the death of the other. That is, the failure of the one motivates the adoption of the other. Thus there is no dialectic from my relations toward the other, but rather a circle, although each attempt is enriched by the failure of the other. Thus we shall study each one in turn, but it should be noted that at the very core of the one the other remains always present, precisely because neither of the two can be held without contradiction. Better yet, each of them is in the other and endangers the death of the other. Thus we can never get outside the circle. We must not forget these facts as we approach the study of these fundamental attitudes toward the other. Since these attitudes are produced and destroyed in a circle, it is as arbitrary to begin with the one as with the other. Nevertheless, since it is necessary to choose, we shall consider first the conduct in which the for itself tries to assimilate the other's freedom. First attitude toward others: love, language, masochism. Everything which may be said of me in my relations with the other applies to him as well. While I attempt to free myself from the hold of the other is trying to free himself from mine. While I seek to enslave the other seeks to enslave me. We are by no means dealing with unilateral relations with a law in object in itself, but with reciprocal and moving relations. The following descriptions of concrete behavior must therefore be envisaged within the perspective of conflict. Conflict is the original meaning of being for others. If we start with the first revelation of the other as a look, we must recognize that we experience our inapprehensible being for others in the form of a possession. I am possessed by the other. The other's look fashions my body in its nakedness, causes it to be born, sculptures it, produces it as it is, sees it as I shall never see it. The other holds a secret, the secret of what I am. He makes me be, and thereby he possesses me, and this possession is nothing oilier than the consciousness of possessing me. I, in the recognition of my object state, have proof that he has this consciousness. By virtue of consciousness the other is for me simultaneously the one who has stolen my being from me and the one who causes there to be a being which is my being. Thus I have a comprehension of this ontological structure. I am responsible for my being for others, but I am not the foundation of it. It appears to me therefore in the form of a contingent given for which I am nevertheless responsible. The other founds my being in so far as this being is in the form of the there is, but he is not responsible for my being, although he founds it in complete freedom in and by means of his free transcendence. Thus to the extent that I am revealed to myself as responsible for my being, I lay claim to this being which I am. That is, I wish to recover it, or, more exactly, I am the project of the recovery of my being. I want to stretch out my hand and grab hold of this being which is presented to me as my being but at a distance, like the dinner of Tantalus. I want to found it by my very freedom, for if in one sense my being as object is a Allah in unbearable contingency and the pure possession of myself by another. Still in another sense this being stands as the indication of what I should be obliged to recover and found in order to be the foundation of myself, but this is conceivable only if I assimilate the other's freedom. Thus my project of recovering myself is fundamentally a project of absorbing the other. Nevertheless this project must leave the other's nature intact. Two consequences result when I do not thereby cease to assert the other, that is, to deny concerning myself that I am the other. Since the other is the foundation of my being, he could not be dissolved in me without my being for others disappearing. Therefore if I project the realization of unity with the other, this means that I project my assimilation of the other's otherness as my own possibility. In fact the problem for me is to make myself be by acquiring the possibility of taking the other's point of view on myself. It is not a matter of acquiring a pure, abstract faculty of knowledge. It is not the pure category of the other which I project appropriating to myself. This category is not conceived nor even conceivable, but on the occasion of concrete experience with the other, Allah in experience suffered and realized, it is this concrete other as Allah in absolute reality whom in his otherness I wish to incorporate into myself. To the other whom I wish to assimilate is by no means the other as object, or, if you prefer, my project of incorporating the other in no way corresponds to a recapturing of my for itself as myself and to a surpassing of the other's transcendence toward my own possibilities. For me it is not a question of obliterating my object state by making a Allah in object of the other, which would amount to releasing myself from my being for others. Quite the contrary, I want to assimilate the other as the other looking at me, and this project of assimilation includes a Allah in augmented recognition of my being looked at. In short, in order to maintain before me the other's freedom which is looking at me, I identify myself totally with my being looked at, and since my being as object is the only possible relation between me and the other, it is this being as object which alone can serve me as a Allah in instrument to effect my assimilation of the other freedom. Thus as a reaction to the failure of the third ecstasis, the for itself wishes to be identified with the other's freedom as founding its own being in itself. To be other to oneself, the ideal always aimed at concretely in the form of being this other to oneself, is the primary value of my relations with the other. This means that my being for others is haunted by the indication of a Allah in absolute being which would be itself as other and other as itself, and which by freely giving to each self its being itself as other and its being other as itself, would be the very being of the ontological proof that is, God. This ideal cannot be realized without my surmounting the original contingency of my relations to the other, that is, by overcoming the fact that there is no relation of internal negativity between the negation by which the other is made other than I and the negation by which I am made other than the other. We have seen that this contingency is insurmountable. It is the fact of my relations with the other, just as my body is the fact of my being in the world. Unity with the other is therefore in fact unrealizable. It is also unrealizable in theory, for the assimilation of the for itself and the other in a single transcendence would necessarily involve the disappearance of the characteristic of otherness in the other. Thus the condition on which I project the identification of myself with the other is that I persist in denying that I am the other. Finally, this project of unification is the source of conflict, since while I experience myself as a Allah in object for the other, and while I project assimilating him in and by means of this experience, the other apprehends me as a Allah in object in the midst of the world and does not project identifying me with himself. It would therefore be necessary, since being for others includes a double internal negation, to act upon the internal negation by which the other transcends my transcendence and makes me exist for the other. That is, to act upon the other's freedom. This unrealizable ideal which haunts my project of myself in the presence of the other is not to be identified with love insofar as love is a Allah in enterprise. That is, Allah in organic ensemble of projects toward my own possibilities, but it is the ideal of love, its motivation and its end, its unique value. Love as the primitive relation to the other is the ensemble of the projects by which I aim at realizing this value. These projects put me in direct connection with the other's freedom. It is in the sense that love is JB conflict. We have observed that the other's freedom is the foundation of my being, but precisely because I exist by means of the other's freedom, I have no security. I am in danger in this freedom. It molds my being and makes me be, It confers values upon me and removes them from me, and my being receives from it a perpetual passive escape from self, irresponsible and beyond reach. This protean freedom in which I have engaged myself can in time engage me in 1,000 different ways of being. My project of recovering my being can be realized only if I get hold of this freedom and reduce it to being a freedom subject to my freedom. At the same time, it is the only way in which I can act on the free negation of interiority by which the other constitutes me as a lying other. That is the only way in which I can prepare the way for a future identification of the other with me. This will be clearer perhaps if we study the problem from a purely psychological aspect. Why does the lover want to be loved? If love were in fact a pure desire for physical possession, it could in many cases be easily satisfied. Proust hero, for example, who installs his mistress in his home, who can see her and possess her at any hour of the day, who has been able to make her completely dependent on him, logically, ought to be free from worry, yet we know that he is, on the contrary, continually gnawed by anxiety. Through her consciousness Albertine escapes Marcel even when he is at her side, and that is why he knows relief only when he gazes on her while she sleeps. It is certain then that the lover wishes to capture a consciousness. But why does he wish it, and how? The notion of ownership, by which love is so often explained, is not actually primary. Why should I want to appropriate the other if it were not precisely that the other makes me be? But this implies precisely a certain mode of appropriation. It is the other's freedom as such that we want to get hold of, not because of a desire for power. The tyrant scorns love, he is content with fear. If he seeks to win the love of his subjects, it is for political reasons. And if he finds a more economical way to enslave them, he adopts it immediately. On the other hand, the man who wants to be loved does not desire the enslavement of the beloved. He is not bent on becoming the object of passion which flows forth mechanically. He does not want to possess a lying automaton, and if we want to humiliate him, we need only try to persuade him that the beloved's passion is the result of a psychological determinism. The lover will then feel that both his love and his being are cheapened. If Tristan and Isolde fall madly in love because of a love potion, they are less interesting. The total enslavement of the beloved kills the love of the lover. The end is surpassed. If the beloved is transformed into a lying automaton, the lover finds himself alone. Thus the lover does not desire to possess the beloved as one possesses a thing. He demands a special type of appropriation. He wants to possess a freedom as freedom. On the other hand, the lover cannot be satisfied with that superior form of freedom which is a free and voluntary engagement. Who would be content with a love given as pure loyalty to a sworn oath? Who would be satisfied with the words, "I love you because I have freely engaged myself to love you and because I do not wish to go back on my word"? Thus the lover demands a pledge, yet is irritated by a pledge. He wants to be loved by a freedom but demands that this freedom as freedom should no longer be free. He wishes that the other's freedom should determine itself to become love, and this not only at the beginning of the affair but at each instant, and at the same time he wants this freedom to be captured by itself, to turn back upon itself, as in madness, as in a dream, so as to will its own captivity. This captivity must be a resignation that is both free and yet chained in our hands. In love it is not a determinism of the passions which we desire in the other, nor a freedom beyond reach. It is a freedom which plays the role of a determinism of the passions and which is caught in its own role. For himself the lover does not demand that he be the cause of this radical modification of freedom, but that he be the unique and privileged occasion of it. In fact, he could not want to be the cause of it without immediately submerging the beloved in the midst of the world as a tool which can be transcended. That is not the essence of love. On the contrary, in love the lover wants to be the whole world for the beloved. This means that he puts himself on the side of the world. He is the one who assumes and symbolizes the world. He is a this which includes all other thises. He is and consents to be a lying object, but on the other hand, he wants to be the object in which the other's freedom consents to lose itself, the object in which the other consents to find his being and his raison d'etre as his second facticity, the object limit of transcendence, that toward which the other's transcendence transcends all other objects but which it can in no way transcend, and everywhere he desires the circle of the other's freedom. That is, at each instant as the other's freedom accepts this limit to his transcendence, this acceptance is already present as the motivation of the acceptance considered. It is in the capacity of a Allah-inan already chosen that the lover wishes to be chosen as a Allah-inan. This allows us to grasp what basically the lover demands of the beloved. He does not want to act on the other's freedom but to exist a priori as the objective limit of this freedom, that is, to be given at one stroke along with it and in its very upsurge as the limit which the freedom must accept in order to be free. By this very fact, what he demands is a liming, a gluing down of the other's freedom by itself. This limit of structure is in fact a given, and the very appearance of the given as the limit of freedom means that the freedom makes itself exist within the given by being its own prohibition against surpassing it. This prohibition is envisaged by the lover simultaneously as something lived, that is, something suffered in a word, as a facticity, and as something freely consented to. It must be freely consented to, since it must be affected only with the upsurge of a freedom which chooses itself as freedom, but it must be only what is lived, since it must be a Allah-in and possibility always present, a facticity which surges back to the heart of the other's freedom. This is expressed psychologically by the demand that the free decision to love me, which the beloved formerly has taken, must slip in as a magically determining motivation within this present free engagement. Now we can grasp the meaning of this demand, the facticity which is to be a factual limit for the other, and my demand to be loved, and which is to result in being his own facticity. This is my facticity. It is in so far as I am the object which the other makes come into being that I must be the inherent limit to his very transcendence. Thus the other by his upsurge into being makes me be as unsurpassable and absolute, not as annihilating for itself but as a being for others in the midst of the world. Thus to want to be loved is to infect the other with one's own facticity. It is to wish to compel him to recreate you perpetually as the condition of a freedom which submits itself and which is engaged. It is to wish both that freedom found fact and that fact have preeminence over freedom. If this end could be attained, it would result in the first place in my being secure within the other's consciousness, first because the motive of my uneasiness and my shame is the fact that I apprehend and experience myself in my being for others as that which can always be surpassed towards something else, that which is the pure object of a value judgment, a pure means, a pure tool. My uneasiness stems from the fact that I assume necessarily and freely that being which another makes me be in a Allah in absolute freedom. God knows what I am for him. God knows what he thinks of me. This means God knows what he makes me be. I am haunted by this being which I fear to encounter someday at the turn of a path, this being which is so strange to me and which is yet my being and which I know that I shall never encounter in spite of all my efforts to do so. But if the other loves me, then I become the unsurpassable, which means that I must be the absolute, and in the sense I am saved from instrumentality. My existence in the midst of the world becomes the exact correlate of my transcendence for myself, since my independence is absolutely safeguarded. The object which the other must make me be is a Allah in object transcendence, a Allah in absolute center of reference around which all the instrumental things of the world are ordered as pure means, at the same time as the absolute limit of freedom, that is, of the absolute source of all values. I am protected against any eventual devalorization. I am the absolute value. To the extent that I assume my being for others, I assume myself as value. Thus to want to be loved is to want to be placed beyond the whole system of values posited by the other and to be the condition of all valorization and the objective foundation of all values. This demand is the usual theme of lovers' conversations, whether as in Lop or Detroit. The woman who wants to be loved identifies herself with a Allah-in ascetic morality of self-surpassing and wishes to embody the ideal limit of this surpassing, or, as more usually happens, the woman in love demands that the beloved in his acts should sacrifice traditional morality for her and is anxious to know whether the beloved would betray his friends for her, would steal for her, would kill for her, etc. From this point of view, my being must escape the look of the beloved, or rather it must be the object of a look with another structure. I must no longer be seen on the ground of the world as a this, among other thises, but the world must be revealed in terms of me. In fact, to the extent that the upsurge of freedom makes a world exist, I must be, as the limiting condition of this upsurge, the very condition of the upsurge of a world. I must be the one whose function is to make trees and water exist, to make cities and fields and other men exist, in order to give them later to the other who arranges them into a world. Just as the mother in matrilineal communities receives titles in the family name not to keep them herself but to transfer them immediately to her children, In one sense, if I am to be loved, I am the object through whose procuration the world will exist for the other. In another sense, I am the world. Instead of being a this detaching itself on the ground of the world, I am the ground as object on which the world detaches itself. Thus I am reassured. The other's look no longer paralyzes me with finitude, it no longer fixes my being in what I am. I can no longer be looked at as ugly, as small, as cowardly, since these characteristics necessarily represent a factual limitation of my being and a lying apprehension of my finitude as finitude. To be sure, my possibles remain transcended possibilities, dead possibilities. But I possess all possibles, I am all the dead possibilities in the world. Hence I cease to be the being who is understood from the standpoint of other beings or of its acts. In the loving intuition which I demand, I am to be given as a law in absolute totality in terms of which all its peculiar acts and all beings are to be understood. One could say, slightly modifying a famous pronouncement of the Stoics, that the beloved can fail in three ways. 1. The ideal of the sage and the ideal of the man who wants to be loved actually coincide in this, that both want to be a law-in object as totality accessible to a global intuition which will apprehend the beloved's or the sage's actions in the world as partial structures which are interpreted in terms of the totality, just as wisdom is proposed as a state to be attained by a law-in absolute metamorphosis, so the other's freedom must be absolutely metamorphosed in order to allow me to attain the state of being loved. Up to this point our description would fall into line with Hegel's famous description of the master and slave relation. What the Hegelian master is for the slave, the lover wants to be for the beloved, but the analogy stops here, for with Hegel the master demands the slave's freedom only laterally and, so to speak, implicitly, while the lover wants the beloved's freedom first and foremost. In this sense, if I am to be loved by the other, this means that I am to be freely chosen as beloved. As we know, in the current terminology of love, the beloved is often called the chosen one. But this choice must not be relative and contingent. The lover is irritated and feels himself cheapened when he thinks that the beloved has chosen him from among others. Then if I had not come into a certain city, if I had not visited the home of so-and-so, you would never have known me, you wouldn't have loved me? This thought grieves the lover. His love becomes one love among others and is limited by the beloved's facticity and by his own facticity as well as by the contingency of encounters. It becomes love in the world, a law-in object which presupposes the world and which in turn can exist for others. What he is demanding he expresses by the awkward and vitiated phrases of fatalism. He says, we were made for each other, or again he uses the expression soul mate, but we must translate all this. The lover knows very well that being made for each other refers to a law-in original choice. This choice can be God's, since he is the being who is absolute choice. But God here represents only the farthest possible limit of the demand for a law-in absolute. Actually what the lover demands is that the beloved should make of him a law-in absolute choice. This means that the beloved's being in the world must be a being as loving. The UPSMGE of the beloved must be the beloved's free choice of the lover, and since the other is the foundation of my being as object, I demand of him that the free upsurge of his being should have his choice of me as his unique and absolute end. That is, that he should choose to be for the sake of founding my object state and my facticity. Thus my facticity is saved. It is no longer this unthinkable and insurmountable given which I am fleeing. It is that for which the other freely makes himself exist. It is as a law-in end which he has given to himself. I have infected him with my facticity, but as it is in the form of freedom that he has been infected with it, he refers it back to me as a facticity taken up and consented to. He is the foundation of it in order that it may be his end. By means of this love I then have a different apprehension of my alienation and of my own facticity. My facticity as for others is no longer a fact but a right. My existence is because it is given a name. I am because I give myself away. These beloved veins on my hands exist beneficently. How good I am to have eyes, hair, eyebrows and to lavish them away tirelessly in a law-in overflow of generosity to this tireless desire which the other freely makes himself be. Whereas before being loved we were uneasy about that unjustifiable protuberance which was our existence, whereas we felt ourselves to trap, we now feel that our existence is taken up and willed even in its tiniest details by a law in absolute freedom which at the same time our existence conditions and which we ourselves will with our freedom. This is the basis for the joy of love. When there is joy we feel that our existence is justified. By the same token, if the beloved can love us, he is wholly ready to be assimilated by our freedom. For this being loved which we desire is already the ontological proof applied to our being for others. Our objective essence implies the existence of the other, and conversely it is the other's freedom which founds our essence. If we could manage to interiorize the whole system, we should be our own foundation. Such then is the real goal of the lover insofar as his love is a law-in enterprise, that is, a project of himself. This project is going to provoke a conflict. The beloved in fact apprehends the lover as one other, as object among others. That is, he perceives the lover on the ground of the world, transcends him, and utilizes him. The beloved is a look. He cannot therefore employ his transcendence to fix a law-in ultimate limit to his surpassings, nor can he employ his freedom to captivate itself. The beloved cannot will to love, therefore the lover must seduce the beloved, and his love can in no way be distinguished from the enterprise of seduction. In seduction I do not try to reveal my subjectivity to the other, moreover I could do so only by looking at the other. But by this look I should cause the other's subjectivity to disappear, and it is exactly this which I want to assimilate. To seduce is to risk assuming my object state completely for the other. It is to put myself beneath his look and to make him look at me. It is to risk the danger of being seen in order to effect a new departure and to appropriate the other in and by means of my objectness. I refuse to leave the level on which I make proof of my objectness. It is on this level that I wish to engage in battle by making myself a fascinating object. In Part 2 we defined fascination as a state. It is, we said, the non-thetic consciousness of being nothing in the presence of being. Seduction aims at producing in the other the consciousness of a state of nothingness as he confronts the seductive object. By seduction I aim at constituting myself as a fullness of being and at making myself recognized as such. To accomplish this I constitute myself as a meaningful object. My acts must point in two directions: on the one hand, toward that which is wrongly called subjectivity and which is rather a depth of objective and hidden being. The act is not performed for itself only, but it points to a law-in infinite, undifferentiated series of other real and possible acts which I give as constituting my objective, unperceived being. Thus I try to guide the transcendence which transcends me and to refer it to the infinity of my dead possibilities precisely in order to be the unsurpassable and to the exact extent to which the only unsurpassable is the infinite. On the other hand, each of my acts tries to point to the great density of possible world and must present me as bound to the vastest regions of the world. At the same time I present the world to the beloved, and I try to constitute myself as the necessary intermediary between her and the world. I manifest by my acts infinitely varied examples of my power over the world: money, position, connections, etc. In the first case I try to constitute myself as a law-in infinity of depth, in the second case to identify myself with the world. Through these different procedures I propose myself as unsurpassable. This proposal could not be sufficient in itself. It is only a besieging of the other. It cannot take on value as fact without the consent of the other's freedom, which I must capture by making it recognize itself as nothingness in the face of my plenitude of absolute being. Someone may observe that these various attempts at expression presuppose language. We shall not disagree with this, but we shall say rather that they are language, or, if you prefer, a fundamental mode of language. For while psychological and historical problems exist with regard to the existence, the learning and the use of a particular language, there is no special problem concerning what is called the discovery or invention of language. Language is not a phenomenon added on to being for others, it is originally being for others. That is, it is the fact that a subjectivity experiences itself as a law-in object for the other. In a universe of pure objects, language could under no circumstances have been invented, since it presupposes a law-in original relation to another subject. In the inner subjectivity of the for others, it is not necessary to invent language because it is already given in the recognition of the other. I am language, by the sole fact that whatever I may do, my acts freely conceived and executed, my projects launched toward my possibilities have outside of them a meaning which escapes me and which I experience. It is in the sense and in this sense only that Heidegger is right in declaring that I am what I say too. Language is not a laine instinct of the constituted human creed, nor is it a laine invention of our subjectivity, but neither does it need to be referred to the pure being outside of self of the Dasein. It forms part of the human condition. It is originally the proof which a for itself can make of its being for others, and finally it is the surpassing of this proof and the utilization of it toward possibilities which are my possibilities. That is, toward my possibilities of being this or that for the other. Language is therefore not distinct from the recognition of the other's existence. The other's upsurge confronting me as a look makes language arise as the condition of my being. This primitive language is not necessarily seduction. We shall see other forms of it. Moreover, we have noted that there is another primitive attitude confronting the other, and that the two succeed each other in a circle, each implying the other. But conversely, seduction does not presuppose any earlier form of language. It is the complete realization of language. This means that language can be revealed entirely and at one stroke by seduction as a primitive mode of being, of expression. Of course, by language we mean all the phenomena of expression and not the articulated word, which is a derived and secondary mode whose appearance can be made the object of a laine historical study. Especially in seduction, language does not aim at giving to be known but at causing to experience. But in this first attempt to find a fascinating language I proceed blindly, since I am guided only by the abstract and empty form of my object state for the other. I cannot even conceive what effect my gestures and attitudes will have, since they will always be taken up and founded by a freedom which will surpass them, and since they can have a meaning only if this freedom confers one on them. Thus the meaning of my expressions always escapes me. I never know exactly if I signify what I wish to signify, nor even if I am signifying anything. It would be necessary that at the precise instant I should read in the other what on principle is inconceivable. For lack of knowing what I actually express for the other, I constitute my language as a laine incomplete phenomenon of flight outside myself. As soon as I express myself, I can only guess at the meaning of what I express. That is, the meaning of what I am, since in this perspective to express and to be are one. The other is always there, present and experienced as the one who gives to language its meaning. Each expression, each gesture, each word is on my side a concrete proof of the alienating reality of the other. It is only the psychopath who can say, "Someone has stolen my thought," as in cases of psychosis of influence. For example, 8. The very fact of expression is a stealing of thought, since thought needs the cooperation of a laine alienating freedom in order to be constituted as a laine object. That is why this first aspect of language, insofar as it is I who employ it for the other, is sacred. The sacred object is a laine object which is in the world and which points to a transcendence beyond the world. Language reveals to me the freedom, the transcendence of the one who listens to me in silence, but at the same moment I remain for the other a meaningful object, that which I have always been. There is no path which, departing from my object state, can lead the other to my transcendence. Attitudes, expressions, and words can only indicate to him other attitudes, other expressions, and other words. Thus language remains for him a simple property of a magical object, and this magical object itself, it is a laine action at a distance whose effect the other exactly knows. Thus the word is sacred when I employ it, and magic when the other hears it. Thus I do not know my language any more than I know my body for the other. I cannot hear myself speak nor see myself smile. The problem of language is exactly parallel to the problem of bodies, and the description which is valid in one case is valid in the other. Fascination, however, even if it were to produce a state of being fascinated in the other, could not by itself succeed in producing love. We can be fascinated by a laine orator, by a laine actor, by a tightrope walker, but this does not mean that we love him. To be sure, we cannot take our eyes off him, but he is still raised on the ground of the world, and fascination does not posit the fascinating object as the ultimate term of a transcendence. Quite the contrary, fascination is transcendence. When then will the beloved become in turn the lover? The answer is easy: when the beloved projects being loved by himself. The other as object never has enough strength to produce love. If love has for its ideal the appropriation of the other qua other, that is, as a subjectivity which is looking at a laine object, this ideal can be projected only in terms of my encounter with the other as subject, not with the other as object. If the other tries to seduce me by means of his object state, then seduction can bestow upon the other only the character of a precious object. To be possessed, seduction will perhaps determine me to risk much to conquer the other as object, but this desire to appropriate a lying object in the midst of the world should not be confused with love. Love therefore can be born in the beloved only from the proof which he makes of his alienation and his flight toward the other. Still the beloved, if such is the case, will be transformed into a lover only if he projects being loved. That is, if what he wishes to overcome is not a body but the other's subjectivity as such. In fact, the only way that he could conceive to realize this appropriation is to make himself beloved. Thus it seems that to love is in essence the project of making oneself beloved. Hence this new contradiction and this new conflict. Each of the lovers is entirely the captive of the other, inasmuch as each wishes to make himself loved by the other to the exclusion of anyone else. But at the same time each one demands from the other a love which is not reducible to the project of being loved. What he demands in fact is that the other, without originally seeking to make himself beloved, should have at once a contemplative and effective intuition of his beloved as the objective limit of his freedom, as the ineluctable and chosen foundation of his transcendence, as the totality of being and the supreme value. Love thus exacted from the other could not ask for anything. It is a pure engagement without reciprocity, yet this love cannot exist except in the form of a demand on the part of the lover. The lover is held captive in a wholly different way. He is the captive of his very demand, since love is the demand to be loved. He is a freedom which wills itself a body and which demands a lying outside, hence a freedom which imitates the flight toward the other, a freedom which qua freedom lays claim to its alienation. The lover's freedom, in his very effort to make himself beloved as a lying object by the other, is alienated by slipping into the body for others. That is, it is brought into existence with a dimension of flight toward the other. It is the perpetual refusal to posit itself as pure selfness, for this affirmation of self as itself would involve the collapse of the other as a look and the upsurge of the other as object, hence a state of affairs in which the very possibility of being loved disappears, since the other is reduced to the dimension of objectivity. This refusal therefore constitutes freedom as dependent on the other, and the other as subjectivity becomes indeed a lying unsurpassable limit of the freedom of the for itself, the goal and supreme end of the for itself, since the other holds the key to its being. Here in fact we encounter the true ideal of love's enterprise, alienated freedom, but it is the one who wants to be loved who by the mere fact of wanting someone to love him alienates his freedom. My freedom is alienated in the presence of the other's pure subjectivity which founds my objectivity. It can never be alienated before the other as object. In this form in fact the beloved's alienation, of which the lover dreams, would be contradictory, since the beloved can found the being of the lover only by transcending it on principle toward other objects of the world. Therefore this transcendence can constitute the object which it surpasses both as a transcended object and as a lying object limit of all transcendence. Thus each one of the lovers wants to be the object for which the other's freedom is alienated in a lying original intuition. But this intuition, which would be love in the true sense, is only a contradictory ideal of the for itself. Each one is alienated only to the exact extent to which he demands the alienation of the other. Each one wants the other to love him but does not take into account the fact that to love is to want to be loved, and that thus by wanting the other to love him, he only wants the other to want to be loved in turn. Thus love relations are a system of indefinite reference analogous to the pure reflection reflected of consciousness under the ideal standard of the value love. That is, in a fusion of consciousnesses in which each of them would preserve his otherness in order to found the other. This state of affairs is due to the fact that consciousnesses are separated by a lying insurmountable nothingness, a nothingness which is both the internal negation of the one by the other and a factual nothingness between the two internal negations. Love is a contradictory effort to surmount the factual negation while preserving the internal negation. I demand that the other love me and I do everything possible to realize my project. But if the other loves me, he radically deceives me by his very love. I demanded of him that he should found my being as a privileged object by maintaining himself as pure subjectivity confronting me, and as soon as he loves me he experiences me as subject and is swallowed up in his objectivity confronting my subjectivity. The problem of my being for others remains therefore without solution. The lovers remain each one for himself in a total subjectivity. Nothing comes to relieve them of their duty to make themselves exist, each one for himself. Nothing comes to relieve their contingency nor to save them from facticity. At least each one has succeeded in escaping danger from the other's freedom, but altogether differently than he expected. He escapes not because the other makes him be as the object limit of his transcendence, but because the other experiences him as subjectivity and wishes to experience him only as such. Again the gain is perpetually compromised. At the start, each of the consciousnesses can at any moment free itself from its chains and suddenly contemplate the other as a law-in object. Then the spell is broken. The other becomes one mean among means. He is indeed a law-in object for others as the lover desires, but a law-in object as tool, a perpetually transcended object. The illusion, the game of mirrors which makes the concrete reality of love, suddenly ceases. Later in the experience of love, each consciousness seeks to shelter its being for others in the other's freedom. This supposes that the other is beyond the world as pure subjectivity, as the absolute by which the world comes into being. But it suffices that the lovers should be looked at together by a third person in order for each one to experience not only his own objectivation but that of the other as well. Immediately the other is no longer for me the absolute transcendence which founds me in my being. He is a transcendence transcended, not by me but by another. My original relation to him, that is, my relation of being the beloved for my lover, is fixed as a dead possibility. It is no longer the experienced relation between a limiting object of all transcendence and the freedom which founds it. It is a love as object which is wholly alienated toward the third. Such is the true reason why lovers seek solitude. It is because the appearance of a third person, whoever he may be, is the destruction of their love. But factual solitude, for example, we are alone in my room, is by no means a theoretical solitude. Even if nobody sees us, we exist for all consciousnesses and we are conscious of existing for all. The result is that love as a fundamental mode of being for others holds in its being for others the seed of its own destruction. We have just defined the triple destructibility of love. In the first place, it is, in essence, a deception and a reference to infinity, since to love is to wish to be loved, hence to wish that the other wish that I love him. A preontological comprehension of this deception is given in the very impulse of love, hence the lover's perpetual dissatisfaction. It does not come, as is so often said, from the unworthiness of being loved but from a law-in implicit comprehension of the fact that the amorous intuition is, as a fundamental intuition, a law-in ideal out of reach. The more I am loved, the more I lose my being, the more I am thrown back on my own responsibilities, on my own power to be. In the second place, the other's awakening is always possible. At any moment he can make me appear as a law-in object, hence the lover's perpetual insecurity. In the third place, love is a law-in absolute which is perpetually made relative by others. One would have to be alone in the world with a beloved in order for love to preserve its character as a law-in absolute axis of reference, hence the lover's perpetual shame or pride, which here amounts to the same thing. Thus it is useless for me to have tried to lose myself in objectivity. My passion will have availed me nothing. The other has referred me to my own unjustifiable subjectivity either by himself or through others. This result can provoke a total despair and a new attempt to realize the identification of the other and myself. Its ideal will then be the opposite of that which we have just described. Instead of projecting the absorbing of the other while preserving in him his otherness, I shall project causing myself to be absorbed by the other and losing myself in his subjectivity in order to get rid of my own. This enterprise will be expressed concretely by the masochistic attitude. Since the other is the foundation of my being for others, if I relied on the other to make me exist, I should no longer be anything more than a being in itself, founded in its being by a freedom. Here it is my own subjectivity which is considered as a law-in obstacle to the primordial act by which the other would found me in my being. It is my own subjectivity which above all must be denied by my own freedom. I attempt therefore to engage myself wholly in my being as object. I refuse to be anything more than a law-in object. I rest upon the other, and as I experience this being as object in shame, IWRLL, and I love my shame as the profound sign of my objectivity. As the other apprehends me as object by means of actual desire, I wish to be desired, I make myself in shame a law-in object of desire. 6. This attitude would resemble that of love if, instead of seeking to exist for the other as the object limit of his transcendence, I did not rather insist on making myself be treated as one object among others, as a law-in instrument to be used. Now it is my transcendence which is to be denied, not his. This time I do not have to project capturing his freedom. On the contrary, I hope that this freedom may be and will itself to be radically free. Thus the more I shall feel myself surpassed toward other ends, the more I shall enjoy the abdication of my transcendence. Finally I project being nothing more than a law-in object. That is, radically a law-in in itself, but inasmuch as a freedom which will have absorbed mine will be the foundation of this in itself, my being will become again the foundation of itself. Masochism, like sadism, is the assumption of guilt. I am guilty due to the very fact that I am a law-in object. I am guilty toward myself since I consent to my absolute alienation. I am guilty toward the other, for I furnish him with the occasion of being guilty, that is, of radically missing my freedom as such. Masochism is a law-in attempt not to fascinate the other by means of my objectivity but to cause myself to be fascinated by my objectivity for others. That is, to cause myself to be constituted as a law-in object by the other in such a way that I non-thetically apprehend my subjectivity as a nothing in the presence of the in itself which I represent to the other's eyes. Masochism is characterized as a species of vertigo not before a precipice of rock and earth but before the abyss of the other's subjectivity. But masochism is and must be itself a failure. In order to cause myself to be fascinated by myself as object, I should necessarily have to be able to realize the intuitive apprehension of this object such as it is for the other, a thing which is on principle impossible. Thus I am far from being able to be fascinated by this alienated me, which remains on principle inapprehensible. It is useless for the masochist to get down on his knees, to show himself in ridiculous positions, to cause himself to be used as a simple lifeless instrument. It is for the other that he will be obscene or simply passive, for the other that he will undergo these postures. For himself he is forever condemned to give them to himself. It is in and through his transcendence that he disposes of himself as a being to be transcended. The more he tries to taste his objectivity, the more he will be submerged by the consciousness of his subjectivity, hence his anguish. Even the masochist who pays a woman to whip him is treating her as a law-in instrument, and by this very fact posits himself in transcendence in relation to her. Thus the masochist ultimately treats the other as a law-in object and transcends him toward his own objectivity. Recall, for example, the tribulations of Sartre, who in order to make himself scorned, insulted, reduced to a humiliating position, was obliged to make use of the great love which women bore toward him. That is, to act upon them just in so far as they experienced themselves as a law-in object for him. Thus in every way the masochist's objectivity escapes him, and it can even happen, in fact usually does happen, that in seeking to apprehend his own objectivity he finds the other's objectivity, which in spite of himself frees his own subjectivity. Masochism therefore is on principle a failure. This should not surprise us if we realize that masochism is a vice and that vice is, on principle, the love of failure. But this is not the place to describe the structures peculiar to vice. It is sufficient here to point out that masochism is a perpetual effort to annihilate the subject's subjectivity by causing it to be assimilated by the other. This effort is accompanied by the exhausting and delicious consciousness of failure, so that finally it is the failure itself which the subject ultimately seeks as his principal goal. Second attitude toward others: indifference, desire, hate, sadism. The failure of the first attitude toward the other can be the occasion for my assuming the second, but of course neither of the two is really first. Each of them is a fundamental reaction to being for others as a law-in original situation. It can happen therefore that due to the very impossibility of my identifying myself with the other's consciousness through the intermediacy of my objectness for him, I am led to turn deliberately toward the other and look at him. In this case to look at the other's look is to posit oneself in one's own freedom and to attempt on the ground of this freedom to confront the other's freedom. The meaning of the conflict thus sought would be to bring out into the open the struggle of two freedoms confronted as freedoms, but this intention must be immediately disappointed, for by the sole fact that I assert myself in my freedom confronting the other, I make the other a transcendence transcended, that is, a law-in object. It is the story of that failure which we are about to investigate. We can grasp its general pattern. I direct my look upon the other who is looking at me. but a look can riot be looked at. As soon as I look in the direction of the look it disappears, and I no longer see anything but eyes. At this instant the other becomes a being which I possess and which recognizes my freedom. It seems that my goal has been achieved since I possess the being who has the key to my object state, and since I can cause him to make proof of my freedom in 1,000 different ways. But in reality the whole structure has collapsed, for the being which remains within my hands is Allah in other as object. As such he has lost the key to my being as object, and he possesses a pure and simple image of me which is nothing but one of its objective effects and which no longer touches me. If he experiences the effects of my freedom, if I can act upon his being in 1,000 different ways and transcend his possibilities with all my possibilities, this is only insofar as he is a Allah-ing object in the world, and as such is outside the state of recognizing my freedom. My disappointment is complete since I seek to appropriate the other's freedom and perceive suddenly that I can act upon the other only insofar as this freedom has collapsed beneath my look. This disappointment will be the result of my further attempts to seek again for the other's freedom across the object which he is for me, and to find privileged attitudes or conduct which would appropriate this freedom across a total appropriation of the other's body. These attempts, as one may suspect, are on principle doomed to failure. But it can happen also that to look at the look is my original reaction to my being for others. This means that in my upsurge into the world, I can choose myself as looking at the other's look and can build my subjectivity upon the collapse of the subjectivity of the other. It is this attitude which we shall call indifference toward others. Then we are dealing with a kind of blindness with respect to others, but the term blindness must not lead us astray. I do not suffer this blindness as a state. I am my own blindness with regard to others, and this blindness includes a Allah-ing implicit comprehension of being for others. That is, of the other's transcendence as a look. This comprehension is simply what I myself determined to hide from myself. I practice then a sort of factual solipsism. Others are those forms which pass by in the street, those magic objects which are capable of acting at a distance and upon which I can act by means of determined conduct. I scarcely notice them. I act as if I were alone in the world. I brush against people as I brush against a wall, to avoid them as I avoid obstacles. Their freedom as object is for me only their coefficient of adversity. I do not even imagine that they can look at me. Of course they have some knowledge of me, but this knowledge does not touch me. It is a question of pure modifications of their being which do not pass from them to me and which are tainted with what we call a suffered subjectivity or subjectivity as object. That is, they express what they are, not what I am, and they are the effect of my action upon them. Those people are functions. The ticket collector is only the function of collecting tickets. The cafe waiter is nothing but the function of serving the patrons. In this capacity they will be most useful if I know their keys and those master words which can release their mechanisms. Hence is derived that realist psychology which the 17th century in France has given us. Hence those treatises of the 18th century, How to Succeed Moyen de Parvenir by Birol de Verville, Dangerous Connections Liaisons Dangereuses by Laclos, Treatise on Ambition Trait de One Ambition by Hero de Seychelles, all of which give to us a practical knowledge of the other and the art of acting upon him. In this state of blindness I can currently ignore the other's absolute subjectivity as the foundation of my being in itself and my being for others, in particular of my body for others. In a sense I am reassured, I am self-confident, that is, I am in no way conscious of the fact that the others look and fix my possibilities in my body. I am in a state the very opposite of what we call shyness or timidity. I am at ease. I am not embarrassed by myself, for I am not outside. I do not feel myself alienated. This state of blindness can be maintained for a long time, as long as my fundamental bad faith desires. It can be extended with relapses over several years, over a whole life. There are men who die without save for brief and terrifying flashes of illumination ever having suspected what the other is, but even if one is entirely immersed in this state, one does not thereby cease to experience its inadequacy, and like all bad faith it is the state itself which furnishes us with the motives for getting out of it. For blindness as concerns the other concurrently causes the disappearance of every lived apprehension of my objectivity. Nevertheless the other as freedom and my objectivity as my alienated self are there, unperceived, not thematized, but given in my very comprehension of the world and of my being in the world. The conductor, even if he is considered as a pure function, refers me by his very function to a being outside, even though this being outside is neither apprehended nor apprehensible, hence a perpetual feeling of lack and of uneasiness. This is because my fundamental project toward the other, whatever may be the attitude which I assume, is twofold. First, there is the problem of protecting myself against the danger which is incurred by my being outside in the other's freedom, and second, there is the problem of utilizing the other in order finally to totalize the detotalized totality which I am, so as to close the open circle, and finally to be my own foundation. But on the one hand, the other's disappearance as look throws me back into my unjustifiable subjectivity and reduces my being to this perpetual pursuit toward a law inapprehensible in itself for itself. Without the other I apprehend fully and nakedly this terrible necessity of being free which is my lot. That is, the fact that I cannot put the responsibility for making myself off onto anyone but myself, even though I have not chosen to be and although I have been born. On the other hand, although the blindness toward the other does in appearance release me from the fear of being in danger in the other's freedom, it includes, despite all, a law-in implicit comprehension of this freedom. It therefore places me at the extreme degree of objectivity at the very moment when I can believe myself to be a law-in absolute and unique subjectivity, since I am seen without being able to experience the fact that I am seen, and without being able by means of the same experience to defend myself against my being seen. I am possessed without being able to turn toward the one who possesses me. In making direct proof of the other as a look, I defend myself by putting the other to the test, and the possibility remains for me to transform the other into a law-in object. But if the other is a law-in object for me while he is looking at me, then I am in danger without knowing it. Thus my blindness is anxiety because it is accompanied by the consciousness of a wandering and inapprehensible look, and I am in danger of its alienating me behind my back. This uneasiness can occasion a new attempt to get possession of the other's freedom, but this will mean that I am going to turn back upon the other as object which has been merely brushing against me, and attempt now to utilize him as a law-in instrument in order to touch his freedom. But precisely because I address myself to the object other, I cannot ask him to account for his transcendence, and since I am myself on the level where I make a law-in object of the other, I cannot even conceive of what I wish to appropriate. Thus I am in a law-in irritating and contradictory attitude with respect to this object which I a law-in considering. Not only can I not obtain from him what I wish, but in addition this quest provokes a disappearance of the practical knowledge pertaining to what I wish. I engage myself in a desperate pursuit of the other's freedom, and midway I find myself engaged in a pursuit which has lost its meaning. All my efforts to bring back meaning to the pursuit result only in making me lose it further and provoking my bewilderment and my uneasiness, just as when I attempt to recover the memory of a dream and this memory melts between my fingers, leaving me with a vague and irritating impression of a total knowledge but with no object, or just as when I attempt to make explicit the content of a false recollection and the very explanation causes it to melt away in translucency. My original attempt to get hold of the other's free subjectivity through his objectivity for me is sexual desire. Perhaps it will come as a surprise to see a phenomenon which is usually classified among psychophysiological reactions now mentioned on the level of primary attitudes which manifest our original mode of realizing being for others. For the majority of psychologists, indeed, desire, as a fact of consciousness, is in strict correlation with the nature of our sexual organs, and it is only in connection with a law-in elaborate study of these that sexual desire can be understood. But since the differentiated structure of the body, mammalian, viviparous, etc., and consequently the particular sexual structure, uterus, fallopian tubes, ovaries, etc., are in the domain of absolute contingency and in no way derived from the ontology of consciousness or of the Dasein, it seems that the same must be true for sexual desire. Just as the sex organs are a contingent and particular formation of our body, so the desire which corresponds to them would be a contingent modality of our psychic life. That is, it would be described only on the level of a law-in empirical psychology based on biology. This is indicated sufficiently by the term sex instinct, which is reserved for desire and all the psychic structures which refer to it. The term instinct always in fact qualifies contingent formations of psychic life which have the double character of being coextensive with all the duration of this life, or in any case of not deriving from our history and of nevertheless not being such that they cannot be deduced as belonging to the very essence of the psychic. This is why existential philosophies have not believed it necessary to concern themselves with sexuality. Heidegger, in particular, does not make the slightest allusion to it in his existential analytic, with the result that his Dasein appears to us as asexual. Of course one may consider that it is contingent for human reality to be specified as masculine or feminine. Of course one may say that the problem of sexual differentiation has nothing to do with that of existence since man and woman equally exist. These reasons are not wholly convincing. That sexual differentiation lies well on the domain of facticity we accept without reservation, but does this mean that the for itself is sexual accidentally, by the pure contingency of having this particular body? Can we admit that this tremendous matter of the sexual life comes as a kind of addition to the human condition? Yet it appears at first glance that desire and its opposite, sexual repulsion, are fundamental structures of being for others. It is evident that if sexuality derives its origin from sex as a physiological and contingent determination of man, it cannot be indispensable to the being of the for others. But do we not have the right to ask whether the problem is not perchance of the same order as that which we encountered apropos of sensations and sense organs? Man, it is said, is a sexual being because he possesses a sex, and if the reverse were true, if sex were only the instrument and, so to speak, the image of a fundamental sexuality, if man possessed a sex only because he is originally and fundamentally a sexual being as a being who exists in the world in relation with other men, infantile sexuality precedes the physiological maturation of the sex organs. Men who have become eunuchs do not thereby cease to feel desire, nor do many old men. The fact of being able to make use of a sex organ fit to fertilize and to procure enjoyment represents only one phase and one aspect of our sexual life. There is one mode of sexuality with the possibility of satisfaction, and the developed sex represents and makes concrete this possibility. But there are other modes of sexuality of the type which cannot get satisfaction, and if we take these modes into account we are forced to recognize that sexuality appears with birth and disappears only with death. Moreover, neither the tumescence of the penis nor any other physiological phenomenon can ever explain or provoke sexual desire no more than the vasoconstriction or the dilation of the pupils or the simple consciousness of these physiological modifications will be able to explain or to provoke fear in one case as in the other. Although the body plays a important role, we must, in order to understand it, refer to being in the world and to being for others. I desire a human being, not a insect or a mollusk, and I desire him or her as he is and as I am in situation in the world and as he is a other for me and as I am a other for him. The fundamental problem of sexuality can therefore be formulated thus: is sexuality a contingent accident bound to our physiological nature, or is it a necessary structure of being for itself for others? From the sole fact that the question can be posited in these terms, we see that we must go back to ontology to decide it. Moreover, ontology can decide this question only by determining and fixing the meaning of sexual existence for the other. To have sex means, in accordance with the description of the body which we attempted in the preceding chapter, to exist sexually for a other who exists sexually for me, and it must be well understood that at first this other is not necessarily for me nor I for him, a heterosexual existence, but only a being who has sex. Considered from the point of view of the for itself, this apprehension of the other's sexuality could not be the pure disinterested contemplation of his primary or secondary sexual characteristics. My first apprehension of the other as having sex does not come when I conclude from the distribution of his hair, from the coarseness of his hands, the sound of his voice, his strength, that he is of the masculine sex. We are dealing there with derived conclusions which refer to an original state. The first apprehension of the other's sexuality, in so far as it is lived and suffered, can be only desire. It is by desiring the other, or by discovering myself as incapable of desiring him, or by apprehending his desire for me, that I discover his being sexed. Desire reveals to me simultaneously my being sexed and his being sexed, my body as sex and his body. Here therefore, in order to decide the nature and ontological position of sex, we are referred to the study of desire. What therefore is desire? And first, Desire of what? We must abandon straight off the idea that desire is the desire of pleasure or the desire for the cessation of a pain, for we cannot see how the subject could get out of this state of immanence so as to attach his desire to a law-in object. Every subjectivist and immanentist theory will fail to explain how we desire a particular woman and not simply our sexual satisfaction. It is best therefore to define desire by its transcendent object. Nevertheless, it would be wholly inaccurate to say that desire is a desire for physical possession of the desired object if by possess we mean here to make love to. Of course the sexual act for a moment frees us from desire, and in certain cases it can be posited explicitly as the hope for issue of the desire when desire, for example, is painful and fatiguing, but in this case it is necessary that the desire itself be the object which is posited as to be overcome, and this can be accomplished only by means of a reflective consciousness, but desire by itself is non-reflective. Therefore it could never posit itself as a law-in object to be overcome. Only a Ru represents his desire to himself, treats it as a law-in object, excites it, turns it off, varies the means of assuaging it, etc. But in this case, we must observe, it is the desire itself which becomes the desirable. The error here stems from the fact that we have learned that the sexual act suppresses the desire. We have therefore added on a bit of knowledge to the desire, and from outside we have added pleasure as desire's normal satisfaction for reasons external to the essence of desire, for example, procreation, the sacred character of maternity, the exceptional strength of the pleasure provoked by ejaculation, the symbolic value attached to the sexual act. Thus the average man through mental sluggishness and desire to conform can conceive of no other goal for his desire than ejaculation. This is what has allowed people to conceive of desire as a law-in instinct whose origin and end are strictly physiological, since in man, for example, it would have as its cause the erection and as its final limit the ejaculation, but desire by itself by no means implies a sexual act. Desire does not thematically posit it, does not even suggest it in outline, as one sees when it is a question of the desire of very young children or of adults who are ignorant of the technique of love. Similarly, desire is not a desire of any special amorous practice. This is sufficiently proved by the diversity of sexual practices, which vary with social groups. In a general way, desire is not a desire of doing. The doing is after the event, is added onto the desire from outside, and necessitates a period of apprenticeship. There is a law-in amorous technique which has its own ends and means. Therefore, since desire cannot posit its suppression as its supreme end nor single out for its ultimate goal any particular act, it is purely and simply the desire of a transcendent object. Here again we find that affective intentionality of which we spoke in preceding chapters and which Schiller and Husserl have described. But what is the object of desire? Shall we say that desire is the desire of a body? In one sense this cannot be denied, but we must take care to understand this correctly. To be sure, it is the body which disturbs us, a law-in arm or a half-exposed breast or perhaps a leg, but we must realize at the start that we desire the arm or the uncovered breast only on the ground of the presence of the whole body as a law-in organic totality. The body itself as totality may be hidden. I may see only a bare arm, but the body is there. It is from the standpoint of the body that I apprehend the arm as a law-in arm. The body is as much present, as adherent to the arm which I see as the designs of the rug, which are hidden by the feet of the table, are present and adherent to those designs which I see, and my desire is not mistaken. It is addressed not to a sum of physiological elements but to a total form, better yet, to a form in situation. A particular attitude, as we shall see later, does much to provoke desire. Now along with the attitude the surroundings are given and finally the world. But here suddenly we aid at the opposite pole from a simple physiological pruritus. Desire posits the world and desires the body in terms of the world and the beautiful hand in terms of the body. There follows exactly the procedure which we described in the preceding chapter, that by which we apprehended the other's body from the standpoint of his situation in the world. Moreover, there is nothing in this which should surprise us, since desire is nothing but one of the great forms which can be assumed by the revelation of the other's body. Yet precisely for this reason we do not desire the body as a purely material object. A purely material object is not in situation. Thus this organic totality which is immediately present to desire is desirable only in so far as it reveals not only life but also a law in appropriate consciousness. Nevertheless, as we shall see, the others being in situation which desire reveals is of a law in entirely original type. Furthermore, the consciousness here considered is still only one property of the desired object. That is, it is nothing but the sense of flow of the objects in the world, precisely in so far as this flow is cut off, localized, and made a part of my world. To be sure, one can desire a woman who is asleep, but one desires her in so far as this sleep appears on the ground of consciousness. Consciousness therefore remains always at the horizon of the desired body. It makes the meaning and the unity of the body. A living body is a law in organic totality in situation with consciousness at the horizon, such as the object to which desire is addressed. What does desire wish from this object? We cannot determine this until we have answered a preliminary question: who is the one who desires? The answer is clear: I am the one who desires, and desire is a particular mode of my subjectivity. Desire is consciousness, since it can be only as a non-positional consciousness of itself. Nevertheless, we need not hold that the desiring consciousness differs from the cognitive consciousness, for example, only in the nature of its object. For the for itself, to choose itself as desire is not to produce a desire while remaining indifferent and unchanged as the Stoic cause produces its effect. The for itself puts itself on a certain plane of existence which is not the same, for example, as that of a for itself which chooses itself as a metaphysical being. Every consciousness, as we have seen, supports a certain relation with its own facticity, but this relation can vary from one mode of consciousness to another. The facticity of a pain consciousness, for example, is a facticity discovered in a perpetual flight. The case is not the same for the facticity of desire. The man who desires exists his body in a particular mode and thereby places himself on a particular level of existence. In fact, everyone will agree that desire is not only longing, a clear and translucent longing which directs itself through our body toward a certain object. Desire is defined as trouble. The notion of trouble can help us better to determine the nature of desire. We contrast troubled water with transparent water, a troubled look with a clear look. Troubled water remains water. It preserves the fluidity and the essential characteristics of water. But its translucency is troubled by a law in inapprehensible presence which makes one with it, which is everywhere and nowhere, and which is given as a clogging of the water by itself. To be sure, we can explain the troubled quality by the presence of fine solid particles suspended in the liquid, but this explanation is that of the scientist. Our original apprehension of the troubled water is given us as changed by the presence of a law in invisible something which is not itself distinguished and which is manifested as a pure factual resistance. If the desiring consciousness is troubled, it is because it is analogous to the troubled water. To make this analogy precise, we should compare sexual desire with another form of desire, for example, with hunger. Hunger, like sexual desire, supposes a certain state of the body, defined here as the impoverishment of the blood, abundant salivary secretion, contractions of the tunica, etc. These various phenomena are described and classified from the point of view of the other. For the for itself they are manifested as pure facticity. But this facticity does not compromise the nature of the for itself, for the for itself immediately flees it toward its possibles. That is, toward a certain state of satisfied hunger which, as we have pointed out in Part 2, is the in itself for itself of hunger. Thus hunger is a pure surpassing of corporal facticity. And to the extent that the for itself becomes conscious of this facticity in a non-thetic form, the for itself becomes conscious of it as a surpassed facticity. The body here is indeed the past beyond. In sexual desire, to be sure, we can find that structure common to all appetites, a state of the body. The other can note various physiological modifications: the erection of the penis, the turgescence of the nipples of the breasts, changes in the circulatory system, rise in temperature, etc. The desiring consciousness exists this facticity. It is in terms of this facticity, we could even say through it, that the desired body appears as desirable. Nevertheless, if we limited ourselves to this description, sexual desire would appear as a distinct and clear desire, comparable to the desire of eating and drinking. It would be a pure flight from facticity toward other possibles. Now everyone is aware that there is a great abyss between sexual desire and other appetites. We all know the famous saying, "Make love to a pretty woman when you want her just as you would drink a glass of cold water." when you are thirsty. We know also how unsatisfactory and even shocking this statement is to the mind. This is because when we do desire a woman, we do not keep ourselves wholly outside the desire. The desire compromises me. I am the accomplice of my desire, or rather the desire has fallen wholly into complicity with the body. Let any man consult his own experience. He knows how consciousness is clogged, so to speak, by sexual desire. It seems that one is invaded by facticity, that one ceases to flee it, and that one slides toward a passive consent to the desire. At other moments it seems that facticity invades consciousness in its very flight and renders consciousness opaque to itself. It is like a yeasty tumescence of fact. The expressions which we use to designate desire sufficiently show its specificity. We say that it takes hold of you, that it overwhelms you, that it paralyzes you. Can one imagine employing the same words to designate hunger? Can one think of a hunger which would overwhelm one? Strictly speaking, this would be meaningful only when applied to impressions of emptiness, but, on the contrary, even the feeblest desire is already overwhelming. One cannot hold it at a distance as one can with hunger and think of something else while keeping desire as a latent undifferentiated tonality of non-thetic consciousness which would be desire and which would serve as a sign of the body as ground. But desire is consent to desire. The heavy, fainting consciousness slides toward a languor comparable to sleep. Everyone has been able to observe the appearance of desire in another. Suddenly the man who desires becomes a heavy tranquility which is frightening. His eyes are fixed and appear half-closed, his movements are stamped with a heavy and sticky sweetness. Many seem to be falling asleep, and when one struggles against desire, it is precisely this languor which one resists. If one succeeds in resisting it, the desire before disappearing will become wholly distinct and clear, like hunger, and then there will be a latent awakening. One will feel that one is lucid but with heavy head and beating heart. Naturally all these descriptions are inexact. They show rather the way in which we interpret desire. However, they indicate the primary fact of desire, and desire consciousness chooses to exist its facticity on another plane. It no longer flees it. It attempts to subordinate itself to its own contingency as it apprehends another body, that is, another contingency, as desirable. In this sense desire is not only the revelation of the other's body but the revelation of my own body, and this, not insofar as this body is a latent instrument or a point of view, but insofar as it is pure facticity. That is, a simple contingent form of the necessity of my contingency. I feel my skin and my muscles in my breath, and I feel them not in order to transcend them toward something as an emotion or appetite but as a living and inert datum, not simply as a pliable and discrete instrument of my action upon the world but as a passion by which I am engaged in the world and in danger in the world. The for itself is not this contingency. It continues to exist but it experiences the vertigo of its own body, or, if you prefer, this vertigo is precisely its way of existing, its body. The non-thetic consciousness allows itself to go over to the body, wishes to be the body and to be only body. In desire the body, instead of being only the contingency which the for itself flees toward possibles which are peculiar to it, becomes at the same time the most immediate possible of the for itself. Desire is not only the desire of the other's body. It is within the unity of a single act the non-thetically lived project of being swallowed up in the body. Thus the final state of sexual desire can be swooning as the final stage of consent to the body. It is in the sense that desire can be called the desire of one body for another body. It is in fact a latent appetite directed toward the other's body, and it is lived as the vertigo of the for itself before its own body. The being which desires is consciousness making itself body. But granted that desire is a consciousness which makes itself body in order to appropriate the other's body apprehended as a latent organic totality in situation with consciousness on the horizon, what then is the meaning of desire? That is, why does consciousness make itself body or vainly attempt to do so, and what does it expect from the object of its desire? The answer is easy if we realize that in desire I make myself flesh in the presence of the other in order to appropriate the other's flesh. This means that it is not merely a question of my grasping the other's shoulders or thighs or of my drawing a body over against me. It is necessary as well for me to apprehend them with this particular instrument which is the body, as it produces a clogging of consciousness. In the sense when I grasp these shoulders, it can be said not only that my body is a means for touching the shoulders but that the other's shoulders are a means for my discovering my body as the fascinating revelation of facticity that is flesh. Thus desire is the desire to appropriate a body as this appropriation reveals to me my body as flesh, but this body which I wish to appropriate, I wish to appropriate as flesh now. At first the other's body is not flesh for me. It appears as a synthetic form in action. As we have seen, we cannot perceive the other's body as pure flesh. That is, in the form of a laine isolated object maintaining external relations with other. This is, the other's body is originally a body in situation. Flesh, on the contrary, appears as the pure contingency of presence. Ordinarily it is hidden by cosmetics, clothing, etc. In particular it is hidden by movements. Nothing is less in the flesh than a dancer even though she is nude. Desire is a laine attempt to strip the body of its movements as of its clothing and to make it exist as pure flesh. It is a laine attempt to incarnate the other's body. It is in the sense that the caress is a laine appropriation of the other's body. It is evident that if caresses were only a stroking or brushing of the surface, there could be no relation between them and the powerful desire which they claim to fulfill. They would remain on the surface like looks and could not appropriate the other for me. We know well the deceptiveness of that famous expression, the contact of two epidermises. The caress does not want simple contact. It seems that man alone can reduce the caress to a contact, and then he loses its unique meaning. This is because the caress is not a simple stroking. It is a shaping. In caressing the other I cause her eighth flesh to be born beneath my caress, under my fingers. The caress is the ensemble of those rituals which incarnate the other. But, someone will object, was the other not already incarnated? To be precise, no, the other's flesh did not exist explicitly for me since I grasped the other's body in situation. Neither did it exist for her since she transcended it toward her possibilities and toward the object. The caress causes the other to be born as flesh for me and for herself, and by flesh we do not mean a part of the body such as the dermis, the connective tissues or, specifically, epidermis. Neither need we assume that the body will be at rest or dozing, although often it is thus that its flesh is best revealed, but the caress reveals the flesh by stripping the body of its action, by cutting it off from the possibilities which surround it. The caress is designed to uncover the web of inertia beneath the action, that is, the pure being there which sustains it. For example, by clasping the other's hand and caressing it, I discover underneath the act of clasping, which this hand is at first, a laine extension of flesh and bone which can be grasped, and similarly my look caresses when it discovers underneath the sleeping which is at first the dancer's legs, the curved extension of the thighs. Thus the caress is in no way distinct from the desire to caress with the eyes and to desire are one and the same. Desire is expressed by the caress as thought is by language. The caress reveals the other's flesh as flesh to myself and to the other, but it reveals this flesh in a very special way. To take hold of the other reveals to her inertia and her passivity as a transcendence. Transcended. But this is not to caress her. In the caress it is not my body as a synthetic form in action which caresses the other. It is my body as flesh which causes the other's flesh to be born. The caress is designed to cause the other's body to be born, through pleasure, for the other and for myself as a touched passivity in such a way that my body is made flesh in order to touch the other's body with its own passivity. That is, by caressing itself with the other's body rather than by caressing her. This is why amorous gestures have a language which could almost be said to be studied. It is not a question so much of taking hold of a part of the other's body as of placing one's own body against the other's body, not so much to push or to touch in the active sense but to place against. It seems that I lift my own arm as a laine inanimate object and that I place it against the flank of the desired woman, that my fingers which I run over her arm are inert at the end of my hand. Thus the revelation of the other's flesh is made through my own flesh. In desire and in the caress which expresses desire, I incarnate myself in order to realize the incarnation of the other. The caress by realizing the other's incarnation reveals to me my own incarnation. That is, I make myself flesh in order to impel the other to realize for herself and for me her own flesh, and my caresses cause my flesh to be born for me insofar as it is for the other flesh causing her to be born as flesh. I make her enjoy my flesh through her flesh in order to compel her to feel herself flesh, and so possession truly appears as a double reciprocal incarnation. Thus in desire there is a Allahine attempt at the incarnation of consciousness. This is what we called earlier the clogging of consciousness, a troubled consciousness, etc. In order to realize the incarnation of the other, it remains to determine what is the motive of desire, or if you prefer, its meaning. For anyone who has so far followed the descriptions which we have here attempted will have understood long before this that for the for itself, to be is to choose its way of being on the ground of the absolute contingency of its being there. Desire therefore does not come to consciousness as heat comes to the piece of iron which I hold near the flame. Consciousness chooses itself as desire. For this, of course, there must be a motive. I do not desire just anything at any time, but as we showed in part 1 of this book, the motive is raised in terms of the past, and consciousness by turning back upon it, confers on the motive its weight and its value. There is therefore no difference between the choice of the motive of the desire and the meaning of the upsurge in the three ecstatic dimensions of duration of a consciousness which makes itself desiring. This desire, like emotions or the imagining attitude or in general all the attitudes of the for itself, has a meaning which constitutes it and surpasses it. The description which we have just attempted would hold no interest if it did not lead us to pose a further question: why does consciousness annihilate itself in the form of desire? One or two preliminary observations will help us in replying to this question. In the first place, we must note that the desiring consciousness does not desire its object on the ground of a world which is unchanged. In other words, it is not a question of causing the desirable to appear as a certainty on the ground of a world which would preserve its instrumental relations with us and its organization in complexes of instrumentality. The same is true of desire as of emotion. We have pointed out elsewhere that emotion is not the apprehension of a Allahine exciting object in a Allahine unchanged world. Rather, since it corresponds to a global modification of consciousness and of its relations to the world, emotion expresses itself by means of a radical alteration of the world. Similarly, sexual desire is a radical modification of the for itself. Since the for itself makes itself be on another plane of being, it determines itself to exist its body differently, to make itself be clogged by its facticity. Correlatively, the world must come into being for the for itself in a new way. There is a world of desire. If my body is no longer felt as the instrument which cannot be utilized by any instrument, that is, as the synthetic organization of my acts in the world, if it is lived as flesh, then it is as a reference to my flesh that I apprehend the objects in the world. This means that I make myself passive in relation to them and that they are revealed to me from the point of view of this passivity, in it and through it, for passivity is the body, and the body does not cease to be a point of view. Objects then become the transcendent ensemble which reveals my incarnation to me. A contact with them is a caress. That is, my perception is not the utilization of the object and the surpassing of the present in view of a Allahine end, but to perceive a Allahine object when I am in the desiring attitude is to caress myself with it. Thus I am sensitive not so much to the form of the object and to its instrumentality, as to its matter: gritty, smooth, tepid, greasy, rough, etc. In my desiring perception I discover something like a flesh of objects. My shirt rubs against my skin, and I feel it. What is ordinarily for me a Allahine object most remote becomes the immediately sensible. The warmth of air, the breath of the wind, the rays of sunshine, etc. all are present to me in a certain way, as posited upon me without distance and revealing my flesh by means of their flesh. From this point of view, desire is not only the clogging of a consciousness by its facticity. It is correlatively the ensnarement of a body by the world. The world is made ensnaring. Consciousness is engulfed in a body which is engulfed in the world. Thus the ideal which is proposed here as being in the midst of the world, the for itself attempts to realize a being in the midst of the world as the ultimate project of its being in the world. That is why sensual pleasure is so often linked with death, which is also a metamorphosis or being in the midst of the world. There is, for example, the theme of pseudo-death so abundantly treated in all literatures. But desire is not first nor primarily a relation to the world. The world here appears only as the ground for explicit relations with the other. Usually it is on the occasion of the other's presence that the world is revealed as the world of desire. Accessorily it can be revealed as such on the occasion of the absence of a particular other or even on occasion of the absence of all others. But we have already observed that absence is a concrete existential relation between the other and me, which appears on the original ground of being for others. I can, of course, by discovering my body in solitude, abruptly realize myself as flesh, suffocate with desire, and experience the world as suffocating. But this solitary desire is a law in appeal to either a particular other or the presence of the undifferentiated other. I desire to be revealed as flesh by means of and for another flesh. I try to cast a spell over the other and make him appear. And the world of desire indicates by a sort of prepared space the other whom I am calling. Thus desire is by no means a physiological accident, a law in itching of our flesh which may fortuitously direct us on the other's flesh. Quite the contrary. In order for my flesh to exist and for the other's flesh to exist, consciousness must necessarily be preliminarily shaped in the mold of desire. This desire is a primitive mode of our relations with the other which constitutes the other as desirable flesh on the ground of a world of desire. We are now in a position to make explicit the profound meaning of desire, and the primordial reaction to the other's look. I constitute myself as a look. But if I look at his look in order to defend myself against the other's freedom and to transcend it as freedom, then both the freedom and the look of the other collapse. I see eyes. I see a being in the midst of the world. Henceforth the other escapes me. I should like to act upon his freedom, to appropriate it, or at least, to make the other's freedom recognize my freedom. But this freedom is death. It is no longer absolutely in the world in which I encounter the other as object, for his characteristic is to be transcendent to the world. To be sure, I can grasp the other, grab hold of him, knock him down. I can, providing I have the power, compel him to perform this or that act, to say certain words. But everything happens as if I wish to get hold of a man who runs away and leaves only his coat in my hands. It is the coat, it is the outer shell which I possess. I shall never get hold of more than a body, a psychic object in the midst of the world. And although all the acts of this body can be interpreted in terms of freedom, I have completely lost the key to this interpretation. I can act only upon a facticity. If I have preserved my awareness of a transcendent freedom in the other, this awareness provokes me to no purpose by indicating a reality which is on principle beyond my reach and by revealing to me every instant the fact that I am missing it, that everything which I do is done blindly and takes on a meaning elsewhere in a sphere of existence from which I am on principle excluded. I can make the other beg for mercy or ask my pardon, but I shall always be ignorant of what this submission means for and in the other's freedom. Moreover, at the same time my awareness is altered. I lose the exact comprehension of being looked at, which is, as we know, the only way in which I can make proof of the other's freedom. Thus I am engaged in a law-in enterprise the meaning of which I have forgotten. I am dismayed confronting this other as I see him and touch him, but am at a loss as to what to do with him. It is exactly as if I had preserved the vague memory of a certain beyond which is beyond what I see and what I touch, a beyond concerning which I know that this is precisely what I want to appropriate. It is now that I make myself desired. Desire is a law-in attitude aiming at enchantment. Since I can grasp the other only in his objective facticity, the problem is to ensnare his freedom within this facticity. It is necessary that he be caught in it as the cream is caught up by a person skimming milk. So the other's for itself must come to play on the surface of his body, and be extended all through his body, and by touching this body I should finally touch the other's free subjectivity. This is the true meaning of the word possession. It is certain that I want to possess the other's body, but I want to possess it insofar as it is itself possessed. That is, insofar as the other's consciousness is identified with his body. Such is the impossible ideal of desire, to possess the other's transcendence as pure transcendence and at the same time as body, to reduce the other to his simple facticity because he is then in the midst of my world, but to bring it about that this facticity is a perpetual representation of his annihilating transcendence. But in truth the other's facticity, his pure being, there cannot be given to my intuition without a profound modification of my own unique being. Insofar as I surpass my personal facticity toward my own possibilities, so far as I exist my facticity in a law-in impulse of flight, I surpass as well not only the other's facticity but also the pure existence of things. In my very upsurge I cause them to emerge in instrumental existence. their pure and simple being is hidden by the complexity of indicative references which constitute their manageability and their instrumentality. To pick up a fountain pen is already to surpass my being there toward the possibility of writing, but it is also to surpass the pen as a simple existent toward its potentiality, and once again to surpass this potentiality toward certain future existence which are the words about to be formed and finally the book about to be written. This is why the being of existence is ordinarily veiled by their function. The same is true for the being of the other. If the other appears to me as a servant, as a line employee, as a civil servant, or simply as the passerby whom I must avoid, or as this voice which is speaking in the next room and which I try to understand, or on the other hand, which I want to forget because it keeps me from sleeping, it is not only the other's extramundane transcendence which escapes me but also his being there as a pure contingent existence in the midst of the world. This is because it is exactly in so far as I treat him as a servant, or as a line office clerk, that I surpass his potentialities transcended, dead possibilities by the very project by which I surpass and annihilate my own facticity. If I want to return to his simple presence and taste it as presence, it is necessary for me to reduce myself to my own presence. Every surpassing of my being there is in fact a surpassing of the other's being there, and if the world is around me as the situation which I surpass toward myself, then I apprehend the other in terms of his situation. That is, already as a center of reference. Of course the desired other must also be apprehended in situation. I desire a woman in the world, standing near a table, lying naked on a bed, or seated at my side. But if the desire flows back from the situation upon the being who is in situation, it is in order to dissolve the situation and to corrode the other's relations in the world. The movement of desire which goes from the surrounding environment to the desired person is a line isolating movement which destroys the environment and cuts off the person in question in order to effect the emergence of his pure facticity. But this is possible only if each object which refers me to the person is fixed in its pure contingency at the same time that it indicates him to me. Consequently this return movement to the other's being is a movement of return to myself as pure being there. I destroy my possibilities in order to destroy those of the world and to constitute the world as a world of desire. That is, as a destructured world which has lost its meaning, a world in which things jut out like fragments of pure matter, like brute qualities, since the for itself is a choice. This is possible only if I project myself toward a new possibility, that of being absorbed by my body as ink is by a blotter, that of being reduced to my pure being there. This project, inasmuch as it is not simply conceived and thematically posited but rather lived, that is, inasmuch as its realization is not distinct from its conception, is disturbance or trouble. Indeed, we must not understand the preceding descriptions as meaning that I deliberately put myself in a state of disturbance with the purpose of rediscovering the other's pure being there. Desire is a lived project which does not suppose any preliminary deliberation but which includes within itself its meaning and its interpretation. As soon as I throw myself toward the other's facticity, as soon as I wish to push aside his acts and his functions so as to touch him in his flesh, I incarnate myself, for I can neither wish nor even conceive of the incarnation of the other except in and by means of my own incarnation. Even the empty outline of a desire is when one absent-mindedly undresses a woman with one's look is a line empty outline of troubled disturbance, for I desire only with my trouble, and I disrobe the other only by disrobing myself. I foreshadow and outline the other's flesh only by outlining my own flesh. But my incarnation is not only the preliminary condition of the appearance of the other as flesh to my eyes. My goal is to cause him to be incarnated as flesh in his own eyes. It is necessary that I drag him onto the level of pure facticity. He must be reduced for himself to being only flesh. Thus I shall be reassured as to the permanent possibilities of a transcendence which can at any instant transcend me on all sides. This transcendence will be no more than this: it will remain enclosed within the limits of a line object. In addition, and because of this very fact, I shall be able to touch it, feel it, possess it. Thus the other meaning of my incarnation, that is, of my troubled disturbance, is that it is a magical language. I make myself flesh so as to fascinate the other by my nakedness and to provoke in her the desire for my flesh, exactly because this desire will be nothing else in the other but a line incarnation similar to mine. Thus desire is a Allah's invitation to desire. It is my flesh alone which knows how to find the road to the other's flesh, and I lay my flesh next to her flesh so as to awaken her to the meaning of flesh. In the caress, when I slowly lay my inert hand against the other's flank, I am making that flank feel my flesh, and this can be achieved only if it renders itself inert. The shiver of pleasure which it feels is precisely the awakening of its consciousness as flesh. If I extend my hand, remove it, or clasp it, then it becomes again body in action. But by the same stroke I make my hand disappear as flesh, to let it run indifferently over the length of her body, to reduce my hand to a soft brushing almost stripped of meaning, to a pure existence, to a pure matter, slightly silky, slightly satiny, slightly rough. This is to give up for oneself being the one who establishes references and unfolds distances. It is to be made pure mucous membrane. At this moment the communion of desire is realized. Each consciousness by incarnating itself has realized the incarnation of the other. Each one's disturbance has caused disturbance to be born in the other and is thereby so much enriched. By each caress I experience my own flesh and the other's flesh through my flesh, and I am conscious that this flesh which I feel inappropriate through my flesh is flesh realized by the OTHCR. I not by chance that desire while aiming at the body as a whole attains it, especially through masses of flesh which are very little differentiated, grossly nerveless, hardly capable of spontaneous movement, through breasts, buttocks, thighs, stomach. These form a sort of image of pure facticity. This is why also the true caress is the contact of two bodies in their mostly fleshy parts, the contact of stomachs and breasts. The caressing hand is too delicate, too much like a perfected instrument, but the full pressing together of the flesh of two people against one another is the true goal of desire. Nevertheless, desire is itself doomed to failure. As we have seen, coitus, which ordinarily terminates desire, is not its essential goal. To be sure, several elements of our sexual structure are the necessary expression of the nature of desire, in particular the erection of the penis and the clitoris. This is nothing else in fact but the affirmation of the flesh by the flesh. Therefore it is absolutely necessary that it should not be accomplished voluntarily. That is, that we cannot use it as a Allahine instrument, but that we are dealing with a biological and autonomous phenomenon whose autonomous and involuntary expression accompanies and signifies the submerging of consciousness in the body. It must be clearly understood that no fine, prehensile organ provided with striated muscles can be a sex organ. A sex, if sex were to appear as a Allahine organ, it could be only one manifestation of the vegetative life, but contingency reappears if we consider that there are sexes and particular sexes. Consider especially the penetration of the female by the male. This does, to be sure, conform to that radical incarnation which desire wishes to be. We may in fact observe the organic passivity of sex in coitus. It is the whole body which advances and withdraws, which carries sex forward or withdraws it. Hands help to introduce the penis. The penis itself appears as a Allahine instrument which one manages, which one makes penetrate, which one withdraws, which one utilizes, and similarly the opening and the lubrication of the vagina cannot be obtained voluntarily. Yet coitus remains a perfectly contingent modality of our sexual life. It is as much a pure contingency as sexual pleasure proper. In truth, the ensnarement of consciousness in the body normally has its own peculiar result, that is, a sort of particular ecstasy in which consciousness is no more than consciousness of the body and consequently a reflective consciousness of corporeality. Pleasure in fact, like too keen a pain, motivates the appearance of reflective consciousness which is attention to pleasure. But pleasure is the death and the failure of desire. It is the death of desire because it is not only its fulfillment but its limit and its end. This, moreover, is only a Allahine organic contingency. It happens that the incarnation is manifested by erection and that the erection ceases with ejaculation, but in addition pleasure closes the sluice to desire because it motivates the appearance of a reflective consciousness of pleasure, whose object becomes a reflective enjoyment. That is, it is attention to the incarnation of the foiets which is reflected on, and by the same token it is forgetful of the other's incarnation. Here we are no longer within the province of contingency. Of course it remains contingent that the passage to the fascinated reflection should be effected on the occasion of that particular mode of incarnation which is pleasure. Although there are numerous cases of passage to the reflective without the intervention of pleasure, but there is a permanent danger for desire insofar as it is a law-in attempt at incarnation. This is because consciousness by incarnating itself loses sight of the other's incarnation, and its own incarnation absorbs it to the point of becoming the ultimate goal. In this case the pleasure of caressing is transformed into the pleasure of being caressed. What the for itself demands is to feel within it its own body expanding to the point of nausea. Immediately there is a rupture of contact and desire misses its goal. It happens very often that this failure of desire motivates a passage to masochism. That is, consciousness apprehending itself in its facticity demands to be apprehended and transcended as body for the other by means of the other's consciousness. In this case the other as object collapses, the other as look appears, and my consciousness is a consciousness swooning in its flesh beneath the other's look. Yet conversely desire stands at the origin of its own failure inasmuch as it is a desire of taking and of appropriating. It is not enough merely that troubled disturbance should affect the other's incarnation. Desire is the desire to appropriate this incarnated consciousness, therefore desire is naturally continued not by caresses but by acts of taking and of penetration. The caress has for its goal only to impregnate the other's body with consciousness and freedom. Now it is necessary to take this saturated body, to seize it, to enter into it, but by the very fact that I now attempt to seize the other's body, to pull it towards me, to grab hold of it, to bite it, my own body ceases to be flesh and becomes again the synthetic instrument which I am, and by the same token the other ceases to be a law-in incarnation. She becomes once more a law-in instrument in the midst of the world which I apprehend in terms of its situation. Her consciousness, which played on the surface of her flesh and which I tried to taste with my flesh, 11 disappears under my sight. She remains no more than a law-in object with object images inside her. At the same time my disturbance disappears. This does not mean that I cease to desire but that desire has lost its matter, it has become abstract. It is a desire to handle and to take. I insist on taking the other's body but my very insistence makes my incarnation disappear. At present I surpass my body anew toward my own possibilities here the possibility of taking, and similarly the other's body which is surpassed toward its potentialities falls from the level of flesh to the level of pure object. This situation brings about the rupture of that reciprocity of incarnation which was precisely the unique goal of desire. The other may remain troubled. She may remain flesh for herself, and I can understand it, but it is a flesh which I no longer apprehend through my flesh, a flesh which is no longer anything but the property of a law-in other as object and not the incarnation of a law-in other as consciousness. Thus I embody a synthetic totality in situation confronting a flesh. I find myself in almost the same situation as that from which I tried to escape by means of desire. That is, I want the other to count as a transcendence by my attempt to utilize her as a law-in object, and precisely because she is all object she escapes me with all her transcendence. Once again I have even lost the precise comprehension of what I seek and yet I am engaged in the search. I take and discover myself in the process of taking, but what I take in my hands is something else than what I wanted to take. I feel this and I suffered from it but without being capable of saying what I wanted to take. For along with my troubled disturbance the very comprehension of my desire escapes me. I am like a sleepwalker who wakens to find himself in the process of gripping the edge of the bed while he cannot recall the nightmare which provoked his gesture. It is the situation which is at the origin of sadism. Sadism is passion, barrenness, and tenacity. It is tenacity because it is the state of a for itself which apprehends itself as engaged without understanding in what it is engaged and which persists in its engagement without having a clear consciousness of the goal which it has set for itself or a precise recollection of the value which it has attached to this engagement. It is barrenness because it appears when desire is emptied of its trouble. The sadist has reapprehended his body as a synthetic totality and center of action. He has resumed the perpetual flight from his own facticity. He experiences himself in the face of the other as pure transcendence. He has a horror of troubled disturbance for himself and considers it a humiliating state. It is possible also that he simply cannot realize it in himself, to the extent that he coldly persists, that he is at once a tenacity and a barrenness. The sadist is impassioned. His goal, like that of desire, is to seize and to make use of the other not only as the other as object but as a pure incarnated transcendence. but in sadism the emphasis is put on the instrumental appropriation of the incarnated other. The moment of sadism in sexuality is the one in which the incarnated for itself surpasses its own incarnation in order to appropriate the incarnation of the other. Thus sadism is a refusal to be incarnated and a flight from all facticity, and at the same time a lying effort to get hold of the other's facticity. But as the sadist neither can nor will realize the other's incarnation by means of his own incarnation, as due to this very fact he has no resource except to treat the other as a lying instrumental object, he seeks to utilize the other's body as a tool to make the other realize a lying incarnated existence. Sadism is a lying effort to incarnate the other through violence, and this incarnation by force must be already the appropriation and utilization of the other. Sadism, like desire, seeks to strip the other of the acts which hide him. It seeks to reveal the flesh beneath the action, but whereas the for itself in desire loses itself in its own flesh in order to reveal to the other that he too is flesh, the sadist refuses his own flesh at the same time that he uses instruments to reveal by force the other's flesh to him. The object of sadism is immediate appropriation, but sadism is a blind alley, for it not only enjoys the possession of the other's flesh but at the same time in direct connection with this flesh, it enjoys its own non-incarnation. It wants the non-reciprocity of sexual relations, it enjoys being a free appropriating power confronting a freedom captured by flesh. That is why the sadist wants to make the flesh present to the other's consciousness differently. He wants to make it present by treating the other as a lying instrument. He makes it present in pain. In pain facticity invades consciousness, and ultimately the reflective consciousness is fascinated by the facticity of the unreflective consciousness. There is then indeed a lying incarnation through pain, but at the same time the pain is procured by means of instruments. The body of the torturing for itself is no longer anything more than a lying instrument for giving pain. Thus from the start the for itself can give itself the illusion of getting hold of the other's freedom instrumentally. That is, of plunging this freedom into flesh without ceasing to be the one who provokes, who grabs hold, who seizes, etc. As for the type of incarnation which sadism would like to realize, this is precisely what is called the obscene. The obscene is a species of being for others which belongs to the genus of the ungraceful, but not everything which is ungraceful is obscene. In grace the body appears as a psychic being in situation. It reveals above all its transcendence as a transcendence transcended. It is in act and is understood in terms of the situation and of the end pursued. Each movement therefore is apprehended in a perceptive process which in the present is based on the future. For this reason the graceful act has on the one hand the precision of a finely perfected machine and on the other hand the perfect unpredictability of the psychic sense. As we have seen, the psychic is for others the unpredictable object, therefore the graceful act is at each instant perfectly understandable in so far as one considers that in it which has elapsed. Better yet, that part of the act which has elapsed is implied by a sort of aesthetic necessity which stems from its perfect adaptation. At the same time the goal to come illuminates the act in its totality, but all the future part of the act remains unpredictable, although upon the very body of the act it is felt that the future will appear as necessary and adapted once it too has elapsed. It is this moving image of necessity and of freedom as the property of the other as object which, strictly speaking, constitutes grace. Bergson has given a good description of it. In grace the body is the instrument which manifests freedom. The graceful act, in so far as it reveals the body as a precision instrument, furnishes it at each instant with its justification for existing. The hand is in order to grasp and manifests at the start its being in order to grasp. In so far as it is apprehended in terms of a situation which requires grasping, the hand appears as itself required in its being, as summoned, and in so far as it manifests its freedom through the unpredictability of its gesture, it appears at the origin of its being. It seems that the hand is itself produced as the result of a justifying appeal from the situation. Grace therefore forms a lying objective image of a being which would be the foundation of itself in order to. Facticity then is clothed and disguised by grace. The nudity of the flesh is wholly present, but it cannot be seen. Therefore the supreme coquetry and the supreme challenge of grace is to exhibit the body unveiled with no clothing, with no veil except grace itself. The most graceful body is the naked body whose acts enclose it with a lying invisible garment while entirely disrobing its flesh, while the flesh is totally present to the eyes of the spectators. The ungraceful, on the contrary, appears when one of the elements of grace is thwarted in its realization. A movement may become mechanical. In this case the body always forms part of a line ensemble which justifies it, but in the capacity of a pure instrument. Its transcendence disappears, and along with it the situation disappears as the lateral overdetermination of the instrumental objects of my universe. It can happen also that the actions are abrupt and violent. In this case it is the adaptation of the situation which collapses. The situation remains but a line hiatus slips in like a line emptiness between it and the other in situation. In this case the other remains free, but this freedom is apprehended only as pure unpredictability. It resembles the clinamen of Epicurean atoms, in short a line indeterminism. At the same time the end remains posited, and it is always in terms of the future that we perceive the other's gesture, but the fall from adaptation involves this consequence, that the perceptive interpretation by means of the future is always too broad or too narrow. It is a line approximate interpretation. Consequently the justification of the gesture in the being of the other isn't perfectly realized. In the final analysis the awkward is unjustifiable. All its facticity, which was engaged in the situation, is absorbed by it, flows back upon it. The awkward one frees his facticity inopportunely and suddenly places it beneath our sight. Hence where we expected to seize a key to the situation, spontaneously emanating from the very situation, we suddenly encounter the unjustifiable contingency of a line unadapted presence. We are put face to face with the existence of a line existent. Nevertheless, if the body is wholly within the act, the facticity is not yet flesh. The obscene appears when the body adopts postures which entirely strip it of its acts and which reveal the inertia of its flesh. The sight of a naked body from behind is not obscene, but certain involuntary waddlings of the rump are obscene. This is because then it is only the legs which are acting for the walker, and the rump is like a line isolated cushion which is carried by the legs and the balancing of which is a pure obedience to the laws of weight. It cannot be justified by the situation. On the contrary, it is entirely destructive of any situation, since it has the passivity of a thing, and since it is made to rest like a thing upon the legs, suddenly it is revealed as a line unjustifiable facticity. It is de-drop like every contingent. It is isolated in the body for which the present meaning is walking. It is naked even if material covers it, for it no longer shares in the transcendence transcended of the body in action. Its movement of balancing, instead of being interpreted in terms of what is to come, is interpreted and known as a physical fact in terms of the past. These remarks naturally can apply to cases in which it is the whole body which is made flesh, either by some sort of flabbiness in its movements, which cannot be interpreted by the situation, or by a deformity in its structure, for example the proliferation of the fat cells, which exhibits a superabundant facticity in relation to the effective presence which the situation demands. This revealed flesh is specifically obscene when it is revealed to someone who is not in a state of desire and without exciting his desire, a particular lack of adaptation which destroys the situation. At the very moment when I apprehend it, and which releases to me the inert expanding of flesh as a line abrupt appearance beneath the thin clothing of the movements which cover it, when I am not in a state of desire for this flesh, this is what I shall call the obscene. Now we can see the meaning of the sadist's demand. Grace reveals freedom as a property of the other as object, and refers obscurely, just as do the contradictions in the sensible world in the case of Platonic recollection, to a transcendent beyond of which we preserve only a confused memory, and which we can reach only by a radical modification of our being, that is, by resolutely assuming our being for others. Grace both unveils and veils the other's flesh, or if you prefer, it unveils the flesh in order immediately to veil it. In grace, flesh is the inaccessible other. The sadist aims at destroying grace in order actually to constitute another synthesis of the other. He wants to make the other's flesh appear, and in its very appearance the flesh will destroy grace, and facticity will reabsorb the other's freedom as object. This reabsorption is not annihilation. For the sadist it is the other as free who is manifested as flesh. The identity of the other as object is not destroyed through these avatars, but the relations between flesh and freedom are reversed. In grace, freedom contained and veiled facticity. In the new synthesis to be effected, it is facticity which contains and hides freedom. The sadist aims therefore at making the flesh appear abruptly and by compulsion. That is, by the aid not of his own flesh but of his body as instrument. He aims at making the other assume attitudes and positions such that his body appears under the aspect of the obscene. Thus the sadist himself remains on the level of instrumental appropriation, since he causes flesh to be born by exerting force upon the other, and the other becomes a laine instrument in his hands. The sadist handles the other's body, leans on the other's shoulder so as to bend him toward the earth and to make his haunches stick up, etc. On the other hand, the goal of this instrumental utilization is immanent in the very utilization. The sadist treats the other as a laine instrument in order to make the other's flesh appear. The sadist is the being who apprehends the other as the instrument whose function is his own incarnation. The ideal of the sadist will therefore be to achieve the moment when the other will be already flesh without ceasing to be a laine instrument, flesh to cause the birth of flesh, the moment at which the thighs, for example, already offer themselves in a laine obscene expanding passivity, and yet are instruments which are managed, which are pushed aside, which are bent so as to make the buttocks stick out in order in turn to incarnate them. But let us not be deceived here. What the sadist thus so tenaciously seeks, what he wants to knead with his hands and bend under his wrists, is the other's freedom. The freedom is there in that flesh. It is freedom which is this flesh, since there is a facticity of the other. It is therefore this freedom which the sadist tries to appropriate. Thus the sadist's effort is to ensnare the other in his flesh by means of violence and pain, by appropriating the other's body in such a way that he treats it as flesh so as to cause flesh to be born. But this appropriation surpasses the body which it appropriates, for its purpose is to possess the body only in so far as the other's freedom has been ensnared within it. This is why the sadist will want manifest proofs of this enslavement of the other's freedom through the flesh. He will aim at making the other ask for pardon. He will use torture and threats to force the other to humiliate himself, to deny what he holds most dear. It is often said that this is done through the will to dominate or thirst for power, but this explanation is either vague or absurd. It is the will to dominate which should be explained first. This cannot be prior to sadism as its foundation, for in the same way and on the same plane as sadism, it is born from anxiety in the face of the other. In fact, if the sadist is pleased upon obtaining a denial by means of torture, this is for a reason analogous to that which allows us to interpret the meaning of love. We have seen in fact that love does not demand the abolition of the other's freedom but rather his enslavement as freedom. That is, freedom self-enslavement. Similarly, the sadist does not seek to suppress the freedom of the one whom he tortures but to force this freedom freely to identify itself with the tortured flesh. This is why the moment of pleasure for the torturer is that in which the victim betrays or humiliates himself. In fact, no matter what pressure is exerted on the victim, the aberration remains free. It is a spontaneous production, a response to a situation. It manifests human reality. No matter what resistance the victim has offered, no matter how long he has waited before begging for mercy, he would have been able despite all to wait 10 minutes, 1 minute, 1 second longer. He has determined the moment at which the pain became unbearable. The proof of this is the fact that he will later live out his aberration in remorse and shame. Thus he is entirely responsible for it. On the other hand, the sadist for his part considers himself entirely the cause of it. If the victim resists and refuses to beg for mercy, the game is only that much more pleasing. One more turn of the screw, one extra twist, and the resistance will finally give in. The sadist posits himself as having all the time in the world. He is calm, he does not hurry, he uses his instruments like a technician. He tries them one after another as the locksmith tries various keys in a keyhole. He enjoys this ambiguous and contradictory situation. On the one hand, indeed, he is the one who patiently at the heart of universal determinism employs means in view of a laine end which will be automatically attained just as the lock will automatically open when the locksmith finds the right key. On the other hand, this determined end can be realized only with the other's free and complete cooperation. Therefore, until the last, the end remains both predictable and unpredictable. For the sadist, the object realized is ambiguous, contradictory, without equilibrium, since it is both the strict consequence of a technical utilization of determinism and the manifestation of a laine unconditioned freedom. The spectacle which is offered to the sadist is that of a freedom which struggles against the expanding of the flesh and which finally freely chooses to be submerged in the flesh. At the moment of the aberration the result sought is attained. The body is wholly flesh, panting and obscene. It holds the position which the torturers have given to it, not that which it would have assumed by itself. The cords which bind it hold it as a latent inert thing, and thereby it has ceased to be the object which moves spontaneously. In the aberration of freedom chooses to be wholly identified with this body. This distorted and heaving body is the very image of a broken and enslaved freedom. These few remarks do not aim at exhausting the problem of sadism. We wanted only to show that it is as a seed in desire itself, as the failure of desire. In fact, as soon as I seek to take the other's body, which through my incarnation I have induced to incarnate itself, I break the reciprocity of incarnation, I surpass my body toward its own possibilities, and I orient myself in the direction of sadism. Thus sadism and masochism are the two reefs on which desire may founder. Whether I surpass my troubled disturbance toward a latent appropriation of the other's flesh, or, intoxicated with my own trouble, pay attention only to my flesh and ask nothing of the other except that he show it be the look which aids me in realizing my flesh, it is because of this inconstancy on the part of desire and its perpetual oscillation between these two perils that normal sexuality is commonly designated as sadistic masochistic. Nevertheless sadism too, like blind indifference and like desire, bears within itself the cause of its own failure. In the first place there is a profound incompatibility between the apprehension of the body as flesh and its instrumental utilization. If I make a latent instrument out of flesh, it refers me to other instruments and to potentialities, in short to a future. It is partially justified in its being there by the situation which I create around myself, just as the presence of nails and of a picture to be nailed on the wall justifies the existence of the hammer. Suddenly the body's character as flesh, that is, its unutilizable facticity, gives way to that of a latent instrumental thing. The complex flesh as instrument which the sadist has attempted to create disintegrates. This profound disintegration can be hidden so long as the flesh is the instrument to reveal flesh, for in this way I constitute a latent instrument with a latent imminent end. But when the incarnation is achieved, when I have indeed before me a panting body, then I no longer know how to utilize this flesh. No goal can be assigned to it, precisely because I have effected the appearance of its absolute contingency. It is there, and it is there for nothing. As such I cannot get hold of it as flesh. I cannot integrate it in a complex system of instrumentality without its materiality as flesh, its fleshliness immediately escaping me. I can only remain disconcerted before it in a state of contemplative astonishment, or else incarnate myself in turn and allow myself again to be troubled, so as to place myself once more at least on the level where flesh is revealed to flesh in its entire fleshliness. Thus sadism at the very moment when its goal is going to be attained gives way to desire. Sadism is the failure of desire, and desire is the failure of sadism. One can get out of the circle only by means of satiation and so-called physical possession. In this a new synthesis of sadism and of desire is given. The tumescence of sex manifests incarnation. The fact of entering into or of being penetrated symbolically realizes the sadistic and masochistic attempt to appropriate. But if pleasure enables us to get out of the circle, this is because it kills both the desire and the sadistic passion without satisfying them. At the same time and on a totally different level, sadism harbors a new motive for failure. What the sadist seeks to appropriate is in actuality the transcendent freedom of a victim, but this freedom remains on principle out of reach, and the more the sadist persists in treating the other as a latent instrument, the more this freedom escapes him. He can act upon the freedom only by making it a latent objective property of the other as object. That is, on freedom in the midst of the world with its dead possibilities. But since the sadist's goal is to recover his being for others, he misses it on principle, for the only other with whom he has to do is the other in the world who has only images in his head of the sadist assaulting him. The sadist discovers his error when his victim looks at him. That is, when the sadist experiences the absolute alienation of his being in the other's freedom. He realizes then not only that he has not recovered his being outside, but also that the activity by which he seeks to recover it is itself transcended and fixed in sadism as a latent habitus and a property with its cortege of dead possibilities, and that this transformation takes place through and for the other whom he wishes to enslave. He discovers then that he cannot act on the other's freedom even by forcing the other to humiliate himself and to beg for mercy. For it is precisely in and through the other's absolute freedom that there exists a world in which there are sadism and instruments of torture and 100 pretexts for being humiliated and for forswearing oneself. Nobody has better portrayed the power of the victim's look at his torturers than Faulkner has done in the final pages of Light in August. The good citizens have just hunted Clown the Negro, Christmas, and have castrated him. Christmas is at the point of death, but the man on the floor had not moved. He just lay there, with his eyes open and empty of everything save consciousness, and with something, a shadow, about his mouth. For a long moment he looked up at them with peaceful and unfathomable and unbearable eyes, then his face, body, all, seemed to collapse, to fall in upon itself, and from out the slashed garments about his hips and loins the pent black blood seemed to rush like a released breath. It seemed to rush out of his pale body like the rush of sparks from a rising rocket. Upon that black blast the man seemed to rise soaring into their memories forever and ever. They are not to lose it, in whatever peaceful valleys, beside whatever placid and reassuring streams of old age, in the mirroring face of whatever children they will contemplate old disasters and newer hopes. It will be there, musing, quiet, steadfast, not fading and not particularly fearful, but of itself alone serene, of itself alone triumphant. Again from the town, deadened a little by the walls, the scream of the siren mounted toward its unbelievable crescendo, passing out of the realm of hearing. Thus this explosion of the other's look in the world of the sadist causes the meaning and goal of sadism to collapse. The sadist discovers that it was that freedom which he wished to enslave, and at the same time he realizes the futility of his efforts. Here once more we are referred from the being in the act of looking to the being looked at. We have not got out of the circle. We have not thought by these few remarks to exhaust the problem of sex, still less that of possible attitudes toward the other. We have wished simply to show that the sexual attitude is a primary behavior towards the other. It goes without saying that this behavior necessarily includes within it the original contingency of being for others and that of our own facticity, but we cannot admit that this behavior is subject from the start to a physiological and empirical constitution. As soon as there is the body and as soon as there is a nothi, we react by desire, by love, and by the derived attitudes which we have mentioned. Our physiological structure only causes the symbolic expression, on the level of absolute contingency, of the fact that we are the permanent possibility of assuming one or the other of these attitudes. Thus we shall be able to say that the for itself is sexual in its very upsurge in the face of the other, and that through it sexuality comes into the world. Obviously we do not claim that all attitudes toward the other are reducible to those sexual attitudes which we have just described. If we have dealt with them at considerable length, it is for two reasons: first, because they are fundamental, and second, because all of men's complex patterns of conduct toward one another are only enrichments of these two original attitudes and of a third, hate, which we are going to describe next. Of course, examples of concrete conduct, collaboration, conflict, rivalry, emulation, engagement, obedience, etc. 18 are infinitely more delicate to describe, for they depend on the historic situation and the concrete particularities of each relation of the for itself with the other. But they all include as their skeleton, so to speak, sexual relations. This is not because of the existence of a certain libido which would slip in everywhere, but simply because the attitudes which we have described are the fundamental projects by which the for itself realizes its being for others and tries to transcend this factual situation. This is not the place to show what of love and desire can be contained in pity, admiration, disgust, envy, gratitude, etc., but each man will be able to determine it by referring to his own experience, as well as to the eidetic intuition of these various essences. Naturally, this does not mean that these different attitudes are simply disguises borrowed by sexuality, but it must be understood that sexuality is integrated in them as their foundation, and that they include and surpass it just as the notion of a circle includes and surpasses that of a rotating line segment, one of whose extremities is fixed. These fundamental attitudes can remain hidden just as a skeleton is veiled by the flesh which surrounds it. In fact, this is what usually happens. The contingency of bodies, the structure of the original project which I am, the history which I historicize, can usually determine the sexual attitude to remain implicit, inside more complex conduct. For example, it is only seldom that one explicitly desires another of the same sex. but behind the prohibitions of morality and the taboos of society the original structure remains, at least in that particular form of trouble which is called sexual disgust, and it is not necessary to understand this permanence of the sexual project as if it dwelt within us in the unconscious state. A project of the for itself can exist only in conscious form. It exists as integrated with a particular structure in which it is dissolved. This is what psychoanalysts have had in mind when they have made of sexual affectivity a tabula rasa deriving all its determinations from the individual history, only it is not necessary to hold that sexuality at its origin is undetermined. In fact it includes all its determinations from the moment of the upsurge of the for itself into a world where there are others. What is undetermined and what must be fixed by each one's history is the particular type of relation with the other in which the sexual attitude desire love, masochism sadism will be manifested in its explicit purity. It is precisely because these attitudes are original that we have chosen them in order to demonstrate the circle of relations with the other. Since these attitudes are in fact integrated in all attitudes toward others, they involve in their circularity the integrality of all conduct toward the other. Just as love finds its failure within itself and just as desire arises from the death of love in order to collapse in turn and give way to love, so all the patterns of conduct toward the other as object include within themselves a Allahine implicit and veiled reference to a Allahine other as subject, and this reference is their death. Upon the death of a particular conduct toward the other as object arises a new attitude which aims at getting hold of the other as subject, and this in turn reveals its instability and collapses to give way to the opposite conduct. Thus we are indefinitely referred from the other as object to the other as subject and vice versa. The movement is never arrested, and this movement with its abrupt reversals of direction constitutes our relation with the other. At whatever moment a person is considered, he is in one or the other of these attitudes unsatisfied by the one as by the other. We can maintain ourselves for a greater or less length of time in the attitude adopted depending on our bad faith or depending on the particular circumstances of our history, but never will either attitude be sufficient in itself. It always points obscurely in the direction of its opposite. This means that we can never hold a consistent attitude toward the other unless he is simultaneously revealed to us as subject and as object, as transcendence transcending and as transcendence transcended, which is on principle impossible. Thus ceaselessly tossed from being a look to being looked at, falling from one to the other in alternate revolutions, we are always, no matter what attitude is adopted, in a state of instability in relation to the other. We pursue the impossible ideal of the simultaneous apprehension of his freedom and of his objectivity. To borrow a Allahine expression from Jean Wall, we are in relation to the other sometimes in a state of transcendence when we apprehend him as a Allahine object and integrate him with the world, and sometimes in a state of transcendence when we experience him as a transcendence which transcends us. But neither of these two states is sufficient in itself, and we shall never place ourselves concretely on a plane of equality, that is, on the plane where the recognition of the other's freedom would involve the other's recognition of our freedom. The other is on principle inapprehensible. He flees me when I seek him and possesses me when I flee him. Even if I should want to act according to the precepts of Kantian morality and take the other's freedom as a Allahine unconditioned end, still this freedom would become a transcendence transcended by the mere fact that I make it my goal. On the other hand, I could act for his benefit only by utilizing the other as object as a Allahine instrument in order to realize this freedom. It would be necessary, in fact, that I apprehend the other in situation as a Allahine object instrument, and my sole power would be then to modify the situation in relation to the other and the other in relation to the situation. Thus I am brought to that paradox which is the perilous reef of all liberal politics and which Rousseau has defined in a single word: I must force the other to be free. Even if this force is not always nor even very frequently exercised in the form of violence, nevertheless it still governs the relations of men with each other. If I offer comfort and reassurance, it is in order to disengage the other's freedom from the fears or griefs which darken it. But consolation or reassuring argument is the organization of a system of means to Allahine and is designed to act upon the other and consequently to integrate him in turn as a Allahine instrumental thing of the system. Furthermore, the comforter affects a Allahine arbitrary distinction between the freedom which he is identifying with the use of reason and the pursuit of the good, on the one hand, and the affliction which appears to him the result of a psychic determinism, Therefore the problem is to separate the freedom from the affliction. As one separates out each of two components of a chemical product, by the sole fact that the comforter is considering freedom as capable of being separated out, he transcends it and does violence to it, and he cannot on the level where he is placed apprehend this truth that it is freedom itself which makes itself the affliction, and that consequently to act so as to free freedom from affliction is to act against freedom. It does not follow, however, that a law in ethics of laissez-faire and tolerance would respect the other's freedom any better. From the moment that I exist, I establish a factual limit to the other's freedom. I aim this limit, and each of my projects traces the outline of this limit around the other. Charity, laissez-faire, tolerance, even a law in attitude of abstention are each one a project of myself which engages me and which engages the other in his acquiescence. To realize tolerance with respect to the other is to cause the other to be thrown forcefully into a tolerant world. It is to remove from him on principle those free possibilities of courageous resistance, of perseverance, of self-assertion which he would have had the opportunity to develop in a world of intolerance. This fact is made still more manifest if we consider the problem of education. A severe education treats the child as a law in instrument, since it tries to bend him by force to values which he has not admitted, but a liberal education, in order to make use of other methods, nevertheless chooses a priori principles and values in the name of which the child will be trained. To train the child by persuasion and gentleness is no less to compel him. Thus respect for the other's freedom is a law in empty word. Even if we could assume the project of respecting this freedom, each attitude which we adopted with respect to the other would be a violation of that freedom which we claim to respect. The extreme attitude which would be given as a total indifference toward the other is not a solution either. We are already thrown in the world in the face of the other. Our upsurge is a free limitation of his freedom, and nothing, not even suicide, can change this original situation whatever our acts may be. In fact, we must accomplish them in a world where there are already others and where I am de trop in relation to others. It is from this singular situation that the notion of guilt and of sin seems to be derived. It is before the other that I am guilty. I am guilty first when beneath the other's look I experience my alienation and my nakedness as a fall from grace which I must assume. This is the meaning of the famous line from Scripture, "They knew that they were naked." Again, I am guilty when in turn I look at the other, because by the very fact of my own self-assertion I constitute him as a law in object and as a law in instrument, and I cause him to experience that same alienation which he must now assume. Thus original sin is my upsurge in a world where there are others. And whatever may be my further relations with others, these relations will be only variations on the original theme of my guilt. But this guilt is accompanied by helplessness, without this helplessness ever succeeding in cleansing me of my guilt. Whatever I may do for the other's freedom, as we have seen, my efforts are reduced to treating the other as a law in instrument and to positing his freedom as a transcendence transcended. But on the other hand, no matter what compelling power I use, I shall never touch the other save in his being as object. I shall never be able to accomplish anything except to furnish his freedom with occasions to manifest itself without my ever succeeding in increasing it or diminishing it, in directing it or in getting hold of it. Thus I am guilty toward the other in my very being, because the upsurge of my being, in spite of itself, bestows on the other a new dimension of being. And on the other hand I am powerless either to profit from my fault or to rectify it. A for itself which by historicizing itself has experienced these various avatars can determine with full knowledge of the futility of its former attempts to pursue the death of the other. This free determination is called hate. It implies a fundamental resignation. The for itself abandons its claim to realize any union with the other. It gives up using the other as a law in instrument to recover its own being in itself. It wishes simply to rediscover a freedom without factual limits. That is, to get rid of its own inapprehensible being as object for the other and to abolish its dimension of alienation. This is equivalent to projecting the realization of a world in which the other does not exist. The for itself which hates consents to being only for itself. Instructed by its various experiences of the impossibility of making use of its being for all hers, it prefers to be again only a free annihilation of its being, a totality detotalized, a pursuit which assigns to itself its own ends. The one who hates projects no longer being a law in object. Hate presents itself as a law in absolute positing of the freedom of the for itself before the other. This is why hate does not abase the hated object, for it places the dispute on its true level. What I hate in the other is not this appearance, this fault, this particular action. What I hate is his existence in general as a transcendence transcended. This is why hate implies a recognition of the other's freedom, but this recognition is abstract and negative. Hate knows only the other as object and attaches itself to this object. It wishes to destroy this object in order by the same stroke to overcome the transcendence which haunts it. This transcendence is only dimly sensed as a law inaccessible beyond, as the perpetual possibility of the alienation of the for itself which hates. It is therefore never apprehended for itself. Moreover, it could not be so without becoming a law object. I experience it as a perpetually fleeing character in the other as object, as a not given, undeveloped aspect of its most accessible empirical qualities, as a sort of perpetual threat which warns me that I am missing the point. This is why one hates right through the revealed psychic but not the psychic itself. This is why also it is indifferent whether we hate the other's transcendence through what we empirically call his vices or his virtues. What I hate is the whole psychic totality insofar as it refers me to the other's transcendence. I do not lower myself to hate any particular objective detail. Here we find the distinction between hating and despising, and hate does not necessarily appear on the occasion of my being subjected to something evil. On the contrary, it can arise when one would theoretically expect gratitude, that is, on the occasion of a kindness. The occasion which arouses hate is simply a law-in act by the other which puts me in the state of being subject to his freedom. This act is in itself humiliating. It is humiliating as the concrete revelation of my instrumental objectness in the face of the other's freedom. This revelation is immediately obscured, is buried in the past and becomes opaque, but it leaves in me the feeling that there is something to be destroyed if I am to free myself. This is the reason, moreover, why gratitude is so close to hate. To be grateful for a kindness is to recognize that the other was entirely free in acting as he has done. No compulsion, not even that of duty, has determined him in it. He is wholly responsible for his act and for the values which have presided over its accomplishment. I, myself, have been only the excuse for it, the matter on which his act has been exercised. In view of this recognition, the for itself can project love or hate as it chooses. It can no longer ignore the other. The second consequence of these observations is that hate is the hate of all others in one other. What I want to attain symbolically by pursuing the death of a particular other is the general principle of the existence of others. The other whom I hate actually represents all others. My project of suppressing him is a project of suppressing others in general. That is, of recapturing my non-substantial freedom as for itself. In hate there is given a law-in understanding of the fact that my dimension of being alienated is a real enslavement which comes to me through others. It is the suppression of this enslavement which is projected. That is why hate is a black feeling. That is, a feeling which aims at the suppression of a law-in other and which qua project is consciously projected against the disapproval of others. I disapprove of the hate which one person bears toward another. It makes me uneasy and I seek to suppress it because although it is not explicitly aimed at me, I know that it concerns me and that it is realized against me, and in fact it aims at destroying me not insofar as it would seek to suppress me but insofar as it principally lays claim to my disapproval in order to pass beyond it. Hate demands to be hated so that to hate is equivalent to a law-in uneasy recognition of the freedom of the one who hates, but hate too is in turn a failure. Its initial project is to suppress other consciousnesses, but even if it succeeded in this, that is, if it could at this moment abolish the other, it could not bring it about that the other had not been. Better yet, if the abolition of the other is to be lived as the triumph of hate, it implies the explicit recognition that the other has existed. Immediately my being for others by slipping into the past becomes a law-in irremediable dimension of myself. That is what I have to be as having been it, therefore I cannot free myself from it. At least, someone will say, I escape it for the present, I shall escape it in the future. But no, he who has once been for others is contaminated in his being for the rest of his days, even if the other should be entirely suppressed. He will never cease to apprehend his dimension of being for others as a permanent possibility of his being. He can never recapture what he has alienated. He has even lost all hope of acting on this alienation and turning it to his own advantage, since the destroyed other has carried the key to this alienation along with him to the grave. what I was for the other is fixed by the other's death, and I shall irremediably be it in the past, I shall be it also and in the same way in the present if I persevere in the attitude, the projects, and the mode of life which have been judged by the other. The other's death constitutes me as a la'in, irremediable object exactly as my own death would do. Thus the triumph of hate is in its very upsurge transformed into failure. Hate does not enable us to get out of the circle, it simply represents the final attempt, the attempt of despair. After the failure of this attempt nothing remains for itself except to re-enter the circle and allow itself to be indefinitely tossed from one to the other of the two fundamental attitudes. Third, being with Mitsein and the we. Doubtless someone will want to point out to us that our description is incomplete since it leaves no place for certain concrete experiences in which we discover ourselves not in conflict with the other but in community with him, and it is true that we frequently use the word we. The very existence and use of this grammatical form necessarily refers us to a real experience of the Mitsein. We can be subject and in this form it is identical with the plural of the first. To be sure, the parallel between grammar and thought is in many cases more than doubtful. In fact, the question should be revised completely and the relation of language to thought studied from a la'in entirely new approach. Yet it is nonetheless true that the we subject does not appear even conceivable unless it refers at least to the thought of a plurality of subjects which would simultaneously apprehend one another as subjectivities, that is, as transcendences transcending and not as transcendences transcended. If the word we is not simply a flatus vocis, it denotes a concept subsuming a la'in infinite variety of possible experiences, and these experiences appear a priori to contradict the experience of my being as object for the other and the experience of the other's being as object for me. In the we, nobody is the object. The we includes a plurality of subjectives which recognize one another as subjectivities. Nevertheless, this recognition is not the object of a la'in explicit thesis. What is explicitly posited is a common action or the object of a common perception. We resist, we advance to the attack, we condemn the guilty, we look at this or that spectacle. Thus the recognition of subjectivities is analogous to that of the self-recognition of the non-thetic consciousness. More precisely, it must be affected laterally by a non-thetic consciousness whose thetic object is this or that spectacle in the world. The best example of the we can be furnished us by the spectator at a theatrical performance whose consciousness is exhausted in apprehending the imaginary spectacle, in foreseeing the events through anticipatory schemes, in positing imaginary beings as the hero, the traitor, the captive, etc. A spectator, who, however, in the very upsurge which makes him a consciousness of the spectacle is constituted non-thetically as consciousness of being a co-spectator of the spectacle. Everyone knows in fact that unavowed embarrassment which grips us in a la'in auditorium half empty and, on the other hand, that enthusiasm which is let loose and is reinforced in a full and enthusiastic hall. Moreover, it is certain that the experience of the we as subject can be manifested in any circumstance whatsoever. I am on the pavement in front of a cafe, I observe the other patrons and I know myself to be observed. We remain here in the most ordinary case of conflict with others, the others being as object for me, my being as object for the other. But suddenly some incident occurs in the street. For example, a slight collision between a jeep and a taxi. Immediately at the very instant when I become a spectator of the incident, I experience myself non-thetically as engaged in we. The earlier rivalries, the slight conflicts have disappeared, and the consciousnesses which furnish the matter of the we are precisely those of all the patrons. We look at the event, we take part. It is this unanimity which Romanes wanted to describe in Via Nanum or in Vin blank de la Villette. Here we are brought back again to Heidegger's Mitsein. Was it worthwhile then to criticize it earlier? 18. We shall only remark here that we had no intention of casting doubt on the experience of the we. We limited ourselves to showing that this experience could not be the foundation of our consciousness of the other. It is clear, in fact, that it could not constitute a la'in ontological structure of human reality. We have proved that the existence of the for itself in the midst of others was at its origin a metaphysical and contingent fact. In addition, it is clear that the we is not a la'in intersubjective consciousness nor a new being which surpasses and encircles its parts as a synthetic whole in the manner of the collective consciousness of the sociologists. The we is experienced by a particular consciousness. It is not necessary that all the patrons at the cafe should be conscious of being we in order for me to experience myself as being engaged in a we with them. Everyone is familiar with this pattern of everyday dialogue. We are very dissatisfied. But no, my dear, speak for yourself. This implies that there are barren consciousnesses of the we which as such are nevertheless perfectly normal consciousnesses. If this is the case, then in order for a consciousness to get the consciousness of being engaged in the we, it is necessary that the other consciousnesses which enter into community with it should be first given in some other way, that is, either in the capacity of a transcendence transcending or as a transcendence transcended. The we is a certain particular experience which is produced in special cases on the foundation of being for others in general. The being for others precedes and founds the being with others. Furthermore, the philosopher who wants to study the we must take precautions and know of what he speaks. There is not only a we as subject. Grammar teaches us that there is also a we as complement, that is, a we as object. 16. Now from all which has been said up till now, it is easy to understand that the we and we are looking at them cannot be on the same ontological plane as the us in they are looking at us. There is no question here of subjectivities qua subjectivities in the sentence, they are looking at me. I want to indicate that I experience myself as a lain object for others, as a lain alienated me, as a transcendence transcended. If the sentence, they are looking at us, is to indicate a real experience, it is necessary that in this experience I make proof of the fact that I am engaged with others in a community of transcendences. Transcended, of alienated me's. The us here refers to a lain experience of being objects in common. Thus there are two radically different forms of the experience of the we, and the two forms correspond exactly to the being and thc act of looking and the being looked at, which constitute the fundamental relations of the for itself with the other. It is these two forms of the we which must be studied next. A. The us object. We shall begin by examining the second of these experiences. Its meaning can be grasped more easily, and it will perhaps serve as a means of approach to the study of the other. First, we must note that the us object precipitates us into the world. We experience it in shame as a community alienation. This is illustrated by that significant scene in which convicts choke with anger and shame when a beautiful, elegantly dressed woman comes to visit their ship, sees their rags, their labor, and their misery. We have here a common shame and a common alienation. How then is it possible to experience oneself as a lain object in a community of objects? To answer this, we must return to the fundamental characteristics of our being for others. Hitherto we have considered the simple case in which I am alone confronting the other who is also alone. In this case I look at him or he looks at me. I seek to transcend his transcendence, or I experience my own as transcended. And I feel my possibilities as dead possibilities. We form a pair and we are in situation, each one in relation to the other, but this situation has objective existence only for the one or the other. There is no reverse side to our reciprocal relation. In our description we have not yet taken into account the fact that my relation with the other appears on the infinite ground of my relation and of his relation to all others. That is, to the quasi-totality of consciousness. As a result, my relation to this other, which I experienced earlier as the foundation of my being for others, or the relation of the other to me, can at each instant and according to the motives which intervene be experienced as objects for others. This will be manifested clearly in the case of the appearance of a third person. Suppose, for example, that the other is looking at me. At this moment I experience myself as wholly alienated, and I assume myself as such. Now the third CCMES on the scene. If he looks at me, I experience them as forming a community, as they subject through my alienation. Thus they tends, as we know, toward the impersonal somebody or one-on. It does not alter the fact that I am looked at. It does not strengthen or barely strengthens my original alienation. But if the third looks at the other who is looking at me, the problem is more complex. I can in fact apprehend the third not directly but upon the other, who becomes the other looked at by the third. Thus the third transcendence transcends the transcendence which transcends me and thereby contributes to disarming it. There is constituted here a metastable state which will soon decompose depending upon whether I ally myself to the third so as to look at the other who is then transformed into our object, and here I experience the we as subject of which we will speak later, or whether I look at the third and thus transcend this third transcendence which transcends the other. In the latter case the third becomes a lain object in my universe, his possibilities are dead possibilities, he cannot deliver me from the other, yet he looks at the other who is looking at me. There follows a situation which we shall call indeterminate and inconclusive, since I am a law-in object for the other who is a law-in object for the third who is a law-in object for me. Freedom alone by supporting itself on one or the other of these relations can give a structure to this situation, but it can just as well happen that the third looks at the other at whom I am looking. In this case I can look at both of them and thus disarm the look of the third. The third and the other will appear to me then as objects or them. I can also grasp upon the other the look of the third, so that without seeing the third I apprehend upon the other's behavior the fact that he knows himself to be looked at. In this case I experience upon the other and apropos of the other the third's transcendence. Transcending the third experiences it is a radical and absolute alienation of the other. The other flees away from my world. He no longer belongs to me. He is a law-in object for another transcendence. Therefore he does not lose his character as a law-in object, but he becomes ambiguous. He escapes me not by means of his own transcendence but through the transcendence of the third. Whatever I can apprehend upon him and concerning him at present, he is always other, as many times other as there are others to perceive him and think about him. In order for me to reappropriate the other for myself, it is necessary for me to look at the third and to confer a law-in object state upon him. But in the first place, this is not always possible. Moreover, the third can be himself looked at by other thirds. That is, can be indefinitely the other whom I do not see. There results a law-in original instability in the other as object and a law-in infinite pursued by the for itself which seeks to reappropriate this object state. This is the reason, as we have seen, why lovers seek solitude. It is possible also for me to experience myself as looked at by the third while I look at the other. In this case I experience my alienation non-positionally at the same time that I posit the alienation of the other. My possibilities of utilizing the other as a law-in instrument are experienced by me as dead possibilities, and my transcendence which prepares to transcend the other toward my own ends falls back into transcendence. Transcended, I let go my hold. The other does not thereby become a subject, but I no longer feel myself qualified to keep him in a law-in object state. He becomes a neutral, something which is purely and simply there and with which I have nothing to do. This will be the case, for example, if I am surprised in the process of beating and humiliating a man helpless to defend himself. The appearance of the third disconnects me. The helpless man is no longer either to be beaten or to be humiliated. He is nothing more than a pure existence. He is nothing more. He is no longer even a helpless man, or if he becomes so again, this will be through the third serving as interpreter. I shall learn from the third that the other was a helpless man. Aren't you ashamed? You have attacked one who is helpless, etc. The quality of helplessness will in my eyes be conferred on the other by the third. It will no longer be part of my world but of a universe in which I am with the helpless man for the third. This brings us finally to the case with which we are primarily concerned. I am engaged in a conflict with the other. The third comes on the scene and embraces both of us with his look. Correlatively I make proof of my alienation and my objectness. For the other I ain't outside as a law-in object in the midst of a world which is not mine, but the other whom I was looking at or who was looking at me undergoes the same modification, and I discover this modification of the other simultaneously with that which I experienced. The other is a law-in object in the midst of the world of the third. Moreover, this object state is not a simple modification of his being which is parallel with that which I undergo, but the two object states come to me and to the other in a global modification of the situation in which I am and in which the other finds himself. Before the look of the third appeared there were two situations, one circumscribed by the possibilities of the other in which I was in the capacity of a law-in instrument, and a reverse situation circumscribed by my own possibilities and including the other. Each of these situations was the death of the other and we could grasp the one only by objectivizing the other. Now at the appearance of the third I suddenly experience the alienation of my possibilities, and I discover by the same token that the possibilities of the other are dead possibilities. The situation does not thereby disappear, but it flees outside both my world and the other's world. It is constituted in objective form in the midst of a third world. In this third world it is seen, judged, transcended, utilized, but suddenly there is effected a leveling of the two opposed situations. There is no longer any structure of priority which goes from me to the other or conversely from the other to me, since our possibilities are equally dead possibilities for the third. This means that I suddenly experience the existence of a law in objective situation form in the world of the third, in which the other and I shall figure as equivalent structures in solidarity with each other. Conflict does not arise, in this objective situation, from the free upsurge of our transcendences, but it is established and transcended by the third as a factual given which defines us and holds us together. The other's possibility of striking me and my possibility of defending myself, far from being exclusive of one another, are now complementary to each other, imply one another, and involve one another for the third by virtue of their being dead possibilities, and this is precisely what I experience non-thetically and without having any knowledge of it. Thus what I experience is a being outside in which I am organized with the other in a law in indissoluble, objective whole, a whole in which I am fundamentally no longer distinct from the other but which I agree in solidarity with the other to constitute, and to the extent that on principle I assume my being outside for the third, I must similarly assume the other's being outside. What I assume is a community of equivalents by means of which I exist engaged in a form which like the other I agree to constitute. In a word, I assume myself as engaged outside in the other, and I assume the other as engaged outside in me. I carry the fundamental assumption of this engagement before me without apprehending it. It is this free recognition of my responsibility as including the responsibility for the other which is the proof of the S-object. Thus the S-object is never known in the sense that reflection releases to us the knowledge of ourself, for example. It is never felt in the sense that a feeling reveals to us a particular concrete object as antipathetic, hateful, troubling, etc. Neither is it simply experience, for what is experienced is the pure situation of solidarity with the other. The S-object is revealed to us only by my assuming the responsibility for this situation. That is, because of the internal reciprocity of the situation, I must of necessity in the heart of my free assumption assume also the other. Thus in the absence of any third person I can say, I am fighting against the other, but as soon as the third appears, the other's possibilities and my own are leveled into dead possibilities, and hence the relation becomes reciprocal. I am forced to make proof of the fact that we are fighting each other. In fact, the statement, I fight him and he fights me, would be plainly inadequate. Actually, I fight him because he fights me, and reciprocally, the project of combat has germinated in his mind as in mine, and for the third it is united into a single project common to that they as object which he embraced with his look, and which even constitutes the unifying synthesis of the stem. Therefore I must assume myself as apprehended by the third as a law in integral part of a them, and this them which is assumed by a subjectivity as its meaning for others becomes the us. Reflective consciousness cannot apprehend this us. Its appearance coincides on the contrary with the collapse of the us. The for itself disengages itself and posits itselfness against others. In fact, it is necessary to conceive that originally the belonging to the us-object is felt as a still more radical alienation on the part of the for itself, since the latter is no longer compelled only to assume what it is for the other but to assume also a totality which it is not, although it forms a law in integral part of it. In this sense the us-object is a law in abrupt experience of the human condition as engaged among others as a law in objectively established fact. The us-object, although experienced on the occasion of a concrete solidarity and centered in this solidarity, I shall be ashamed precisely because we have been caught in the act of fighting one another, has a meaning which surpasses the particular circumstance in which it is experienced, and which aims at including my belonging as a law in object to the human totality minus the pure consciousness of the third, which is equally apprehended as a law in object. Therefore it corresponds to a law in experience of humiliation and impotence. The one who experiences himself as constituting a law in us with other men feels himself trapped among a law in infinity of strange existences. He is alienated radically and without recourse. Certain situations appear more likely than others to arouse the experience of the us. In particular, there is communal work when several persons experience themselves as apprehended by the third while they work in solidarity to produce the same object. The very meaning of the manufactured object refers to the working collectivity as to a law in us. The movement which I make and which is evoked by the subsequent hoisting up has meaning only if it is preceded by this movement on the part of my neighbor and followed by that movement on the part of that other workman. There results a form of the us more easily accessible, since it is the requirement of the object itself and its potentialities and its coefficient of adversity which refer to us workmen as a law in us object. We have therefore experienced ourselves as apprehended as a law in us across a material object to be created. Materiality puts its seal on our solid community, and we appear to ourselves as a law in instrumental disposition and technique of means, each one having a particular place assigned by a law in end. But if some situations thus appear empirically more favorable to the upsurge of the us, we must not lose sight of the fact that every human situation, since it is a law in engagement in the midst of others, is experienced as us as soon as the third appears. If I am walking in the street behind this man and check only his back, I have with him the minimum of technical and practical relations which can be conceived, yet once the third looks at me, looks at the road, looks at the other, I am bound to the other by the solidarity of the us. We are walking one behind the other on La Rue Blomet on a July morning. There is always a point of view from which diverse for itself can be united in a law in us by a look. Conversely, just as the look is only the concrete manifestation of the original fact of my existence for others, just as therefore I experience myself existing for the other outside any individual appearance of a look, so it is not necessary that a concrete look should penetrate and transfix us. In order for us to be able to experience ourselves as integrated outside in a law in us, so long as the detotalized totality of humanity exists, it is possible for some sort of plurality of individuals to experience itself as us in relation to all or part of the rest of men, whether these men are present flesh and blood, or whether they are real but absent. Thus, whether in the presence or in the absence of the third, I can always apprehend myself either as pure selfness or as integrated in a law in us. This brings us to certain special forms of the us, in particular to that which we call class consciousness. Class consciousness is evidently the assuming of a particular us on the occasion of a collective situation more plainly structured than usual. It matters little here how we define this situation. What interests us is only the nature of the us which is assumed. If a society, so far as its economical or political structure is concerned, is divided into oppressed classes and oppressing classes, the situation of the oppressing classes presents the oppressed classes with the image of a perpetual third who considers them and transcends them by his freedom. It is not the hard work, the low living standard, or the privations endured which will constitute the oppressed collectivity as a class. The solidarity of work, in fact, could, as we shall see in the following section, constitute the laboring collectivity as a we subject, in so far as this collectivity, whatever may be the coefficient of adversity of things, makes proof of itself as transcending the intermundane objects towards its own ends. The living standard is a wholly relative thing, and appreciation of it will vary according to circumstances. It can be simply endured or accepted or demanded in the name of a common ideal. The privations, if considered in themselves, have the result of isolating the persons who suffer them rather than of uniting them, and are in general sources of conflict. Finally, the pure and simple comparison which the members of the oppressed collectivity can make between the harshness of the conditions and the privileges enjoyed by the oppressing classes cannot in any case suffice to constitute a class consciousness. At most it will provoke individual jealousies or particular despairs. It does not possess the possibility of unifying and of making each one assume the responsibility for the unification, but the ensemble of these characteristics as it constitutes the condition of the oppressed class is not simply endured or accepted. It would be equally erroneous, however, to say that from the beginning it is apprehended by the oppressed class as imposed by the oppressing class. On the contrary, a long time is necessary to construct and spread a theory of oppression, and this theory will have only a law in explicative value. The primary fact is that the member of the oppressed collectivity, who as a simple person is engaged in fundamental conflicts with other members of this collectivity, love, hate, rivalry of interests, etc., apprehends his condition and that of other members of this collectivity is looked at and thought about by consciousnesses which escape him. The master, the feudal lord, the bourgeois, the capitalist all appear not only as powerful people who command, but in addition and above all as thirds. That is, as those who are outside the oppressed community and for whom this community exists. It is therefore for them and in their freedom that the reality of the oppressed class is going to exist. They cause it to be born by their look. It is to them and through them that there is revealed the identity of my condition and that of the others who are oppressed. It is for them that I exist in a situation organized with others and that my possibles as dead possibles are strictly equivalent with the possibles of others. It is for them that I am a worker, and it is through and in their revelation as the other as a look that I experience myself as one among others. This means that I discover the us in which I am integrated or the class outside, in the look of the third, and it is this collective alienation which I assume when saying us. From this point of view the privileges of the third and our burdens, our miseries have value at first only as a signification. They signify the independence of the third in relation to us. They present our alienation to us more plainly, yet as they are none the less endured, as in particular our work, our fatigue are none the less suffered. It is across this endured suffering that I experience my being looked at as a thing engaged in a totality of things. It is in terms of my suffering, of my misery, that I am collectively apprehended with others by the third. That is, in terms of the adversity of the world, in terms of the facticity of my condition. Without the third, no matter what might be the adversity of the world, I should apprehend myself as a triumphant transcendence. With the appearance of the third, I experience us as apprehended in terms of things and as things overcome by the world. Thus the oppressed class finds its class unity in the knowledge which the oppressing class has of it, and the appearance among the oppressed of class consciousness corresponds to the assumption in shame of a Allah in us object. We shall see in the following section what class consciousness can be for a member of the oppressing class. What is important for us here in any case, and what is sufficiently illustrated by the example which we have just chosen, is that the experience of the us object presupposes that of the being for others, of which it is only a more complex modality. Therefore by virtue of being a particular case it falls within the compass of our preceding descriptions. Moreover, it encloses within itself a power of disintegration, since it is experienced through shame, and since the us collapses as soon as the for itself reclaims its selfness in the face of the third and looks at him in turn. This individual claim of selfness is moreover only one of the possible ways of suppressing the us object. The assumption of the us in certain strongly structured cases, as, for example, class consciousness, no longer implies the project of freeing oneself from the us by a Allah in individual recovery of selfness, but rather the project of freeing the whole us from the object state by transforming it into a we subject. At bottom we are dealing with a variation of the project already described of transforming the one who is looking into the one who is looked at. It is the usual passage from one to the other of the two great fundamental attitudes of the for others. The oppressed class can, in fact, affirm itself as a we subject only in relation to the oppressing class and at the latter's expense. That is, by transforming it in turn into they as objects or them. The person who is engaged objectively in the class aims at involving the whole class in and by means of his project of reversal. In this sense the experience of the us object refers to that of the we subject, just as the experience of my being a Allah in object for others refers me to the experience of being a Allah in object for others for me. Similarly we shall find in what is called mob psychology collective crazes, boulangism, etc., which are a particular form of love. The person who says this then reassumes in the heart of the crowd the original project of love, but it is no longer on his own account. He asks a third to save the whole collectivity in its very object state so that he may sacrifice his freedom to it. Here as above, disappointed love leads to masochism. This is seen in the case in which the collectivity rushes into servitude and asks to be treated as a Allah in object. The problem involves here again multiple individual projects of men in the crowd. The crowd has been constituted as a crowd by the look of the leader or the speaker. Its unity is a Allah in object unity which each one of its members reads in the look of the third who dominates it, and each one then forms the project of losing himself in this objectness, of wholly abandoning his selfness in order to be no longer anything but a Allah in instrument in the hands of the leader. But this instrument in which he wants to be dissolved is no longer his pure and simple personal for others, it is the totality, objective crowd. The monstrous materiality of the crowd and its profound reality, although only experienced, are fascinating for each of its members. Each one demands to be submerged in the crowd instrument by the look of the leader. 17 inches. These various instances we have seen that the us object is always constituted in terms of a concrete situation in which one part of the detotalized totality humanity is immersed to the exclusion of another part. We are us only in the eyes of others, and it is in terms of the other's look that we assume ourselves as us. But this implies that there can exist a law-in abstract and realizable project of the for itself toward a law-in absolute totalization of itself and of all others. This effort at recovering the human totality cannot take place without positing the existence of a third, who is on principle distinct from humanity and in whose eyes humanity is wholly object. This unrealizable third is simply the object of the limiting concept of otherness. He is the one who is third in relation to all possible groups, the one who in no case can enter into community with any human group, the third in relation to whom no other can constitute himself as a third. This concept is the same as that of the being who looks at and who can never be looked at. That is, it is one with the idea of God, but if God is characterized as radical absence, the effort to realize humanity as ours is forever renewed and forever results in failure. Thus the humanistic as the us object is proposed to each individual consciousness as a law-in ideal impossible to attain, although everyone keeps the illusion of being able to succeed in it by progressively enlarging the circle of communities to which he does belong. This humanistic us remains a law-in empty concept, a pure indication of a possible extension of the ordinary usage of the us. Each time that we use the us in this sense to designate suffering humanity, sinful humanity, to determine a law-in objective historical meaning by considering man as a law-in object which is developing its potentialities, we limit ourselves to indicating a certain concrete experience to be undergone in the presence of the absolute third. That is, of God. Thus the limiting concept of humanity as the totality of the us object and the limiting concept of God imply one another and are correlative. B. The we subject. It is the world which makes known to us our belonging to a subject community, especially the existence in the world of manufactured objects. These objects have been worked on by men for they subjects. That is, for a non-individualized and unnumbered transcendence which coincides with the undifferentiated look which we called earlier the they. The worker servile or not works in the presence of a law-in undifferentiated and absent transcendence and can only outline the free possibilities of this transcendence in a vacuum, so to speak, upon the object on which he is working. In this sense the worker, whoever he may be, experiences in work his being a law-in instrument for others' work, when it is not strictly destined for the ends of the worker himself, is a mode of alienation. The alienating transcendence is here the consumer. That is, the they whose projects the worker is limited to anticipating. As soon as I use a manufactured object, I meet upon it the outline of my own transcendence. It indicates to me the movement to be made. I am to turn, push, draw, or lean. Moreover, we are dealing here with a law-in hypothetical imperative. It refers me to a law-in and which is equally in the world if I want to sit down, if I want to open the box, etc. And this end itself has been anticipated in the constitution of the object as a law-in and posited by some transcendence. It belongs at present to the object as its most peculiar potentiality. Thus it is true that the manufactured object makes me known to myself as they. That is, it refers to me the image of my transcendence as that of any transcendence whatsoever, and if I allow my possibilities to be channeled by the instrument thus constituted, I experience myself as any transcendence. To go from the subway station at Trocadero to Sevres, Babylon, they change at La Motte Piquet. This change is foreseen, indicated on maps, etc. If I change routes at La Motte Piquet, I am the they who changed. To be sure, I differentiate myself by each use of the subway as much by the individual upsurge of my being as by the distant ends which I pursue, but these final ends are only on the horizon of my act. My immediate ends are the ends of the they, and I apprehend myself as interchangeable with any one of my neighbors. In the sense we lose our real individuality, for the project which we are is precisely the project which others are. In the subway corridor there is only one and the same project, inscribed a long time ago in matter, where a living and undifferentiated transcendence comes to be absorbed, to the extent that I realize myself in solitude as any transcendence. I have only the experience of undifferentiated being. For example, If alone in my room I open a bottle of preserves with a proper bottle opener. But if this undifferentiated transcendence projects its projects, whatever they are, in connection with other transcendences experienced as real presences similarly absorbed in projects identical with my projects, then I realize my project is one among thousands of identical projects projected by one and the same undifferentiated transcendence. Then I have the experience of a common transcendence directed toward a unique end of which I am only a law in ephemeral particularization. I insert myself into the great human stream which from the time that the subway first existed has flowed incessantly into the corridors of the station La Motte Piquet Grenelle. But we must note the following: 1. This experience is of the psychological order and not ontological. It in no way corresponds to a real unification of the for itselfs under consideration. Neither does it stem from a law in immediate experience of their transcendence as such as in being looked at, but it is motivated rather by the double objectivizing apprehension of the object transcended in common and of the bodies which surround mine, in particular the fact that I am engaged with others in a common rhythm which I contribute to creating is especially likely to lead me to apprehend myself as engaged in a we subject. This is the meaning of the cadence march of soldiers. It is the meaning also of the rhythmic work of a crew. It must be noted, however, that in this case the rhythm emanates freely from me. It is a project which I realize by means of my transcendence. It synthesizes a future with a present and a past within a perspective of regular repetition. It is I who produce this rhythm, but at the same time it melts into the general rhythm of the work or of the march of the concrete community which surrounds me. It gets its meaning only through this general rhythm. This is what I experience, for example, when the rhythm which I adopt is countertemps, yet the enveloping of my rhythm by the rhythm of the other is apprehended laterally. I do not utilize the collective rhythm as a law-in instrument. Neither do I contemplate it in the sense in which, for example, I might contemplate dancers on a stage. It surrounds me and involves me without being a law-in object for me. I do not transcend it toward my own possibilities. But I slip my transcendence into its transcendence, and my own end to accomplish a particular work, to arrive at a particular place is a law-in end of the they which is not distinct from the peculiar end of the collectivity. Thus the rhythm which I cause to be born is born in connection with me and laterally as the collective rhythm. It is my rhythm to the extent that it is their rhythm, and conversely, there precisely is the motive for the experience of the we subject. It is finally our rhythm. Yet we can see that this can be only if by the earlier acceptance of a common end and of common instruments I constitute myself as a law-in undifferentiated transcendence by rejecting my personal ends beyond the collective ends at present pursued. Thus, whereas in the experience of being for others the upsurge of a dimension of real and concrete being is the condition for the very experience, the experience of the we subject is a pure psychological, subjective event in a single consciousness. It corresponds to a law-in inner modification of the structure of this consciousness, but does not appear on the foundation of a concrete ontological relation with others and does not realize any mid-sign. It is a question only of a way of feeling myself in the midst of others. Of course this experience can be looked on as the symbol of a law-in absolute, metaphysical unity of all transcendences. It seems, in fact, that it overcomes the original conflict of transcendences by making them converge in the direction of the world. In this sense the ideal we subject would be the we of a humanity which would make itself master of the earth, but the experience of the we remains on the ground of individual psychology and remains a simple symbol of the longed-for unity of transcendences. It is, in fact, in no way a lateral, real apprehension of subjectivities as such by a single subjectivity. The subjectivities remain out of reach and radically separated, but it is things and bodies. It is the material channeling of my transcendence which disposes me to apprehend it as extended and supported by the other transcendences without my getting out of myself and without the others getting out of themselves. I apprehend through the world that I form a part of we. This is why my experience of the we subject in no way implies a similar and correlative experience in others. This is why also it is so unstable, for it depends on particular organizations in the midst of the world and it disappears with those organizations. In truth, there is in the world a host of formations which indicate me as anybody. First of all instrumental formations, from tools proper to buildings with their elevators, their water or gas pipes, their electricity, not to mention means of transportation, shops, etc. Every shop window, each plate of glass refers to me, my image as a Allah in undifferentiated transcendence. In addition, professional and technical relations with others make me known to myself as anybody. For the waiter, I am any patron; for the ticket collector, I am any user of the subway. Finally, the chance incident which suddenly takes place in front of the pavement of the cafe where I am sitting indicates me as a Allah-in anonymous spectator, and as a pure look which makes this incident exist as a Allah-in outside. Similarly, it is the anonymity of the spectator which is indicated by the theatrical performance which I am attending, or the exhibition of pictures which I visit. And of course I make myself anybody when I try on shoes or uncork a bottle or go into a Allah-in elevator or laugh in a theater. But the experience of this undifferentiated transcendence is a Allah-in inner and contingent event which concerns only me. Certain particular circumstances which come from the world can add to my impression of being part of the we. But in every instance we are dealing with only a purely subjective impression which engages only me. To the experience of the we, subject cannot be primary. It cannot constitute a Allah-in original attitude toward others, since, on the contrary, it must, in order to be realized, presuppose a twofold preliminary recognition of the existence of others. In the first place, the manufactured object is such only if it refers to the producers who have made it, and to rules for its use which have been fixed by others. Confronting a Allah-in inanimate thing which has not been worked on, for which I myself fix its mode of use and to which I myself assign a new use. If, for example, I use a stone as a hammer, I have a non-thetic consciousness of myself as a person. That is, of my selfness, of my own ends, and of my free inventiveness. The rules for using, the methods of employing manufactured objects are both rigid and ideal, like taboos, and by their essential structure put me in the presence of the other. It is because the other treats me as a Allah-in undifferentiated transcendence that I can realize myself as such. For a ready example, take those big signs which are above the portals of a station or in a waiting room, and which bear the words exit or entrance. Or again, the directing hands on signboards which indicate a building or a direction. Here we are dealing once more with hypothetical imperatives, but here the formulation of the imperative clearly allows the other to show through, the other who is speaking and addressing himself directly to me. It is indeed to me that the printed sentence is directed. It represents in fact a Allah-in immediate communication from the other to me. I am aimed at, but if the other aims at me, it is in so far as I am a Allah-in undifferentiated transcendence. As soon as I avail myself of the opening marked exit and go out through it, I am not using it in the absolute freedom of my personal projects. I am not constituting a tool by means of invention. I do not surpass the pure materiality of the thing toward my possibles, but between the object and me there has already slipped in a human transcendence which guides my transcendence. The object is already humanized. It signifies human control. The exit, considered as a pure opening out onto the street, is strictly equivalent to the entrance. Neither its coefficient of adversity nor its visible utility designates it as a Allah-in exit. I do not submit to the object itself when I use it as a Allah-in exit. I adapt myself to the human order. By my very act I recognize the other's existence. I set up a dialogue with the other. All this Heidegger has said, and very well, but the conclusion which he neglects to derive from it is that in order for the object to appear as manufactured, it is necessary that the other be first given in some other way. A person who had not already experienced the other would in no way be able to distinguish the manufactured object from the pure materiality of a thing which has not been worked on. Even if he were to utilize it according to the method foreseen by the manufacturer, he would be reinventing this method and would thus equalize a free appropriation of a natural thing. To go out by the passage marked exit without having read the writing or without knowing the language is to be like the stoic madman who in broad daylight says, "It is day," not as a consequence of a Allah-in objective establishment but by virtue of inner resources of his madness. If therefore the manufactured object refers to others and thereby to my undifferentiated transcendence, this is because I already know others. Thus the experience of the we subject is based on the original experience of the other and can be only a secondary and subordinate experience. Furthermore, as we have seen, to apprehend oneself as a Allah-in undifferentiated transcendence, that is, at bottom as a pure exemplification of the human species is not yet to apprehend oneself as the partial structure of a we subject. For that, in fact, one must discover oneself as any body, in the center of some human stream. Therefore it is necessary to be surrounded by others. We have seen also that the others are in no way experienced as subjects in this experience, but neither are they apprehended as objects. They are not posited at all. Of course, I proceed on the basis of their factual existence in the world and of the perception of their acts, but I do not apprehend their facticity or their movements positionally. I have a lateral and non-positional consciousness of their bodies as correlative with my body, of their acts as unfolding in connection with my acts in such a way that I cannot determine whether it is my acts which give birth to their acts or their acts which give birth to mine. A few observations will suffice to make clear that the experience of the we cannot enable me originally to know as others the others who make part of the we. Quite the contrary, it is necessary that first there should be some awareness of what the other is in order for a law-in experience of my relations with others to be realized in the form of a mid-sign. The mid-sign by itself would be impossible without a preliminary recognition of what the other is I am with. Very well, but with whom? In addition, even if this experience were ontologically primary, one cannot see how one could pass into a radical modification of this experience going from a totally undifferentiated transcendence to the experience of particular persons, if the other were not given elsewhere. The experience of the we when broken up would give birth only to the apprehension of pure object instruments in the world circumscribed by my transcendence. These few remarks do not claim to exhaust the question of the we. They aim only at indicating that the experience of the we subject has no value as a metaphysical revelation. It depends strictly on the vario forms of the for others and is only a law-in empirical enrichment of certain these forms. It is to this fact evidently that we should attribute the extreme instability of this experience. It comes and disappears capriciously, leaving us in the face of others as objects or else of a they who look at us. It appears as a provisional appeasement which is constituted at the very heart of the conflict, not as a definitive solution of this conflict. We should hope in vain for a human we in which the inner subjective totality would obtain consciousness of itself as a unified subjectivity. Such a law-in ideal could be only a dream produced by a passage to the limit and to the absolute on the basis of fragmentary, strictly psychological experiences. Furthermore, this ideal itself implies the recognition of the conflict of transcendences as the original state of being for others. This fact explains a law-in apparent paradox, since the unity of the oppressed class stems from the fact that it is experienced as a law-in us object in the face of a law-in undifferentiated they which is the third or the oppressing class. One might be tempted to believe that by a sort of symmetry the oppressing class apprehends itself as a we subject in the face of the oppressed class, but the weakness of the oppressing class lies in the fact that although it has at its disposal precise and rigorous means for coercion, it is within itself profoundly anarchistic. The bourgeois is not only defined as a certain homos economicus disposing of a precise power and privilege in the heart of a society of a certain type. He is described inwardly as a consciousness which does not recognize its belonging to a class. His situation, in fact, does not allow him to apprehend himself as engaged in a law-in us object in community with the other members of the bourgeois class, but on the other hand, the very nature of the we subject implies that it is made up of only fleeting experiences without metaphysical bearing. The bourgeois commonly denies that there are classes. He attributes the existence of a proletariat to the action of agitators, to awkward incidents, to injustices which can be repaired by particular measures. He affirms the existence of a solidarity of interests between capital and labor. He offers instead of class solidarity a larger solidarity, natural solidarity, in which the worker and the employer are integrated in a mid-sign which suppresses the conflict. The question here is not, as so often said, one of maneuvers or of a stupid refusal to see the situation in its true light. Rather, the member of the oppressing class sees the totality of the oppressed class confronting him as a law-in objective ensemble of they subjects without his correlatively realizing his community of being with the other members of the oppressing class. The two experiences are in no way complementary. In fact, one may be alone in the face of a law-in oppressed collectivity and still be able to grasp it as a law-in object instrument and apprehend oneself as the internal negation of this collectivity. That is, Simply as the impartial third, it is only when the oppressed class by revolution or by a sudden increase of its power posits itself as they who look it in the face of members of the oppressing class, it is only then that the oppressors experience themselves as us. But this will be in fear and shame and as a law in us object. Tims there is no symmetry between the making proof of the us object and the experience of the we subject. The first is the revelation of a dimension of real existence and corresponds to a simple enrichment of the original proof of the for others. The second is a psychological experience realized by a law in historic man immersed in a working universe and in a society of a definite economic type. It reveals nothing particular. It is a purely subjective irrelevance. It appears therefore that the experience of the we and the us, although real, is not of a nature to modify the results of our prior investigations. As for the us object, this is directly dependent on the third, that is, on my being for others, and it is constituted on the foundation of my being outside for others. And as for the we subject, this is a psychological experience which supposes one way or another that the other's existence as such has been already revealed to us. It is therefore useless for human reality to seek to get out of this dilemma. One must either transcend the other or allow oneself to be transcended by him. The essence of the relations between consciousnesses is not the mid-sign. It is conflict. At the end of this long description of the relations of the for itself with others, we have then achieved the certainty the for itself is not only a being which arises as the annihilation of the in itself which it is and the internal negation of the in itself which it is not. This annihilating flight is entirely reapprehended by the in itself and fixed in on itself as soon as the other appears. The for itself when alone transcends the world. It is the nothing by which there are things. The other by rising up confers on the for itself a being in itself in the midst of the world as a thing among things. This petrifaction in and itself by the other's look is the profound meaning of the myth of Medusa. We have therefore advanced in our pursuit. We wanted to determine the original relation of the for itself to the in itself. We learned first that the for itself was the annihilation and the radical negation of the in itself. At present we establish that it is also by the sole fact of meeting with the other and without any contradiction totally in itself, present in the midst of the in itself. But this second aspect of the for itself represents its outside. The for itself by nature is the being which cannot coincide with its being in itself. These remarks can serve as the basis for a general theory of being, which is the goal toward which we are working. Nevertheless, it is still too soon for us to attempt this theory. Actually, it is not sufficient to describe the for itself as simply projecting its possibilities beyond being in itself. This project of its possibilities does not statically determine the configuration of the world. It changes the world at every instant. If we read Heidegger, for example, we are struck, from this point of view, with the inadequacy of his hermeneutic descriptions. Adopting his terminology, we shall say that he has described the Dasein as the existent which surpasses existence toward their being. And being, here, signifies the meaning or the mode of being of the existent. It is true that the for itself is the being by which existence reveal their mode of being, but Heidegger passes over in silence the fact that the for itself is not only the being which constitutes a law in ontology of existence, but that it is also the being by whom ontic modifications supervene for the existent qua existent. This perpetual possibility of acting, that is, of modifying the in itself in its ontic materiality, in its flesh, must evidently be considered as a law in essential characteristic of the for itself. As such, this possibility must find its foundation in a law in original relation of the for itself to the in itself, a relation which we have not yet brought to light. What does it mean to act? Why does the for itself act? How can it act? Such are the questions to which we must reply at present. We have all the elements for a reply: annihilation, facticity and the body, being for others, the peculiar nature of the in itself. We must question them once more.